Happy Saturday. Time to continue with Spark to Wildfire. Radio. Switch here. Okay. I already went through my dailies just earlier, so I guess we can just jump straight into it. %, 27% of the way through the story. Okay. Convergence. Last time we left off was another sort of flashback, backstory thing. It was just after we as the Commandant picked up that package, that box, but we can't remember what it's for, why it's important. It's just after that. Alright. Convergence. Let's immediately start reading. Data synchronization progress, 65%. Under sibilant waves, you sleep peacefully in the murky depths. Sibilant? Sibilant? Damn it. It's fine, just a rock. With the exclamation, "damn it," and a violent jolt, you drift hazily to consciousness and open your eyes. A slightly warm hand rests against your forehead. You glance around and quickly realize you're lying in the backseat of a vehicle. Ahead is the passenger seat, where a strand of red hair peeks through the gap. The hair belonging to the owner of the hand on your forehead. You just experienced another memory restart at the ruins, but fortunately you still remember the last few words that construct hound said to you. Hound? Mom, that person's awake. Shh, don't disturb them. Only now do you notice the two other people in the back seat with you. The rear space is normally quite roomy, but they've given up much of it to ensure they don't accidentally press on your wounds. The mother and daughter huddle together in the corner, and at the little girl's announcement, everyone's gaze turns toward you. Hound withdraws their hand and turns around from the front passenger seat. You're one tough cookie. You've been running a fever and sleeping for a solid 4 hours. I was worried you'd passed out for good. You got lucky. Everyone was rescued by this person. Vera is typically sharp-tongued, yet for some reason her finger hovers in midair as she points to the driver's seat, unable to find an appropriate pronoun to introduce their rescuer. I'm just an old lady. My age is what it is. There's no need to search for some youthful term to address me. Woof. Yep, just call me Granny Wong. This here's a cargo pickup, and the truck bed's already half filled with people. You folks are really something, managing to get this many people out of a place like that. She appears to be an elderly woman in her 70s, sporting an extravagant silver-white perm, sharply defined tattooed eyebrows, and flaming red lipstick. The small dog, which should have been wearing a seatbelt in the passenger seat, is a common pet breed from the Golden Age. It has brown, coffee-colored curly hair that resembles a ball of fleece. Now that Vera has taken its seat, the dog stands proudly on her lap, showing off like it owns the place. Woof. Vera seems to be tolerating it. It's a sheepdog. Question mark? I was just passing through. If it weren't for this little fella, I wouldn't have gone anywhere near the bombing zone, much less found you folks. Go on, say thank you to the sheepdog. Thank you, sheepdog. I hope she's not carrying a sword or a folding fan. Her gaze secretly shifts toward Granny Wong's hand. A heavy sniper rifle comes into view, secured at an angle near the handbrake, perfectly positioned for Granny Wong to grab with a quick stretch. Noticing your shocked expression, she turns her head slightly to look back and, surprisingly, gives you a wink. This rifle's been with me for many years. During the punishing virus outbreak, I traded a house at W Beach for it. It was premium real estate, mind you. A mixture of surprise and joy fills you, but more than anything, a fog of confusion clouds your mind. Before they can ask for more details, the red-haired construct hands over your terminal. You should check your notes from the past few days first. Everything you want to know is recorded there. I haven't looked at them because I can't even access the device, so there's no need to worry about any tampering. You unlock your terminal and start browsing through it. Meanwhile, Granny Wong takes the initiative to explain the situation. I heard the construct's explanation about you. You're a student from FOS College in Babylonia who came down here, and you've suffered a head injury. I'm sure you're not familiar with this area. As for me, I was a soldier stationed in this area during the punishing virus outbreak. I watched with my own eyes as this place transformed from a metropolis into ruins, and then gradually saw people return to rebuild it. A few days ago, I heard about a batch of corrupted behaving unusually, acting more aggressively than ever before, and spreading much faster. They've been affecting the nearby conservation areas, so I decided to bring my shepherd dog around to check things out. And that's how I stumbled across you folks. I almost thought there was no one left in that area, but then my shepherd dog discovered you. Seems I came at just the right time. Pleased with herself, Granny Wong lets out a cheerful, rising whistle. It's not about waking up early, but waking up at the right moment. We've been racing down this road for several hours now, and I have just arrived at the nearest safe conservation area, the place where I'm usually stationed. See that up ahead? That's the place. Conservation Area 62. As Granny Wong finishes her brief introduction, the truck passes several stationed personnel waving for them to stop. As a few refugees pause in their tracks to look at the pickup truck that has once again brought back a cabin full of survivors. Granny Wong smoothly applies the brakes, bringing the late Golden Age cargo pickup to a steady stop in front of an area of hastily constructed refugee shelters. She gestures toward the door. Congratulations, everyone. You've temporarily outrun the spreading disaster. You can rest for a while now. Get out of the truck. After speaking, Granny Wong glances at the small box in your arms. About that thing you're holding, my guess is you'll probably need to talk to someone about it. The conservation area houses far more refugees than expected. Vera grips your hand tightly as you follow Granny Wong into the shelter camp, pushing through the dense crowd. You, whose memory has rebooted once again, has already reviewed your notes from the past few days and grasped the general situation. The refugees rescued and brought back by Granny Wong have already scattered throughout the area, or as Vera puts it, finally got rid of the trash clinging to us. But the box that you insist is important proved to be somewhat problematic. Granny Wong had someone examine the markings on it, and they're quickly directed to find the conservation area's acting administrator. Stop causing trouble and stay close to me. With your face wrapped in bandages, you are led through the crowded mass of people. The unfamiliar glances and noisy chatter pressing in from all sides only intensifies the persistent ache in your skull. The construct ahead notices the problem right away. She eases her grip slightly and pulls you closer to her side. Everyone here just had their homeland destroyed. Desperate people will do extreme things. Don't listen, don't look, don't get involved, and don't reveal where you're from. Otherwise, I'll leave you here to fend for yourself. Give me that box, too. Shake head. You refuse Vera's demand, staring at the few drops of dried blood on the box handle. Something tells you that the box is safest in your own hands. Then you'd better pray no one thinks there's something valuable inside. Here we are, Kent. This is the student. Granny Wong lifts a thick curtain, shutting out the cold air as she gives you a gentle push forward. Excellent. You actually brought them back. A worried-looking man inside hurries to his feet, but stops short when he sees you standing there all alone. Where are the people we sent out? Why has only one sample returned? This is an ungraduated student from FOS College. I'm afraid your task force members and the researchers who went with them won't be coming back. can't be. What happened out there? I don't remember. This is Uzubeni, an honors student from FOS College. I am Hound, their accompanying construct. This class of FOS students was originally carrying out field training in Conservation Area 59, but afterwards, well, as you can see, some students became separated. We encountered an unusual corrupted attack about 4 hours' drive from here. Before that area was bombed, my commandant met another student who had also become separated from the main group. He passed this box to us. My commandant didn't encounter any other personnel from the regular task force. I'm afraid they were all killed before reaching the bombing zone. As for the researcher you mentioned, you should confirm the name. If it's this person, I can verify that she is deceased. Vera hands a name tag to Kent. This is her name tag. I tore it off myself. Judging by your reaction, that's her alright. Vera places the tag in Kent's palm, then gestures toward the small box in your hands. Now I need to know what this sample is that someone risked their life to bring it back. Well, at this point I advise against hiding anything. The disaster outside is still spreading. Hurry up, being indecisive is a luxury we no longer have. Report complete. Vera speaks with crisp efficiency and stands ramrod straight, enough to draw an inquisitive look even from Granny Wong. You recall a detail recorded in your terminal. Vera has always been a soldier, so exemplary that paragon would be an understatement, having adapted to this lifestyle from a very young age. You're in charge of this conservation area. You should know what's going on. Explain yourself. After hearing the report, Kent dejectedly lowers his head. I'm not actually in charge of this conservation area. I'm just temporarily filling in. Granny Wong knows this too. The person in charge left with some people yesterday. He still hasn't. Granny Wong frowns at these words and removes the sniper rifle from her shoulder. How can there be no news? I'll go bring them back. It's no use, Granny Wong. It's useless. If there was any chance of him coming back, I wouldn't be sitting here. Everyone else just didn't have the time to tell you. And I was also afraid you wouldn't make it back either. Granny Wong abruptly freezes, gun in hand, processing the news as an all-too-familiar sensation sinks into her body. Now this whole mess is dumped in front of me, and I don't have any good solutions. Ugh, why did I have to be the one shouldering this burden? He anxiously wipes his face, staring at the box in your hands. Forget it. Let's deal with the matter at hand first. I can tell you that this box contains a highly dangerous punching virus sample. This sudden corrupted attack was more intense than ever before, and heavily concentrated in one area, so we suspect there are signs of human intervention. In fact, it might be worse than we imagined. Sure enough, researchers who went to the front lines with the soldiers informed us that the punishing virus in this area has undergone an evolutionary mutation. First, they traced the source of the mutated virus to a ground-level research facility that should have been operating normally. The staff were all personnel dispatched from Babylonia, but somehow the virus leaked out. The cause of the leak is still unknown, but they discovered that someone left the research facility right before the virus leaked out. That person has now completely disappeared. Vera suddenly feels a sense of deja vu at the story, but can't immediately recall where she's encountered a similar situation before. We have to go after them. Leia left the moment she received the news. Yes, we've already sent a construct to find the person who left earlier, hoping to uncover some clues from them. She hasn't returned yet, but we're not just twiddling our thumbs either. Our team continued deeper into the outbreak's epicenter to collect the virus samples, but starting from the second day of the operation, we lost all contact with them. So today, based on the situation you just reported, it seems the samples were passed to an FOS student who hadn't graduated yet, and then transferred to you and your construct here. That's the situation. Everything has been incredibly rushed. Everyone raced to their deaths. We don't even have time to mourn the fallen. Kent feels unprecedented pressure in his role as acting supervisor. He rubs his face over and over, as if trying to wipe away the anxiety and fear clinging to his face. Finally, he looks at the few people who have journeyed so far to reach this place. I'm sorry. And thank you for your fearless efforts in bringing us the only anomalous virus sample. I see some of you are injured. You should rest now and leave the sample with us. We still have some anti-inflammatory medicine that you can use. Upon hearing those words, Vera nods, ready to relinquish her responsibilities. Good. Now we can finally complete this side mission. No, it's not over yet. You stop Kent's hand as he reaches for the box. What are you going to do with the sample? This place is at most a temporary shelter for refugees. We don't have any research capabilities here. I'll arrange for personnel to continue transporting the sample to the nearest base that can establish contact with Babylonia. Where would you get the personnel from? Upon hearing your concerns, Kent instinctively glances toward the crowds of refugees in the shelter outside. Almost all of them are ordinary people who fled here from nearby areas. The majority are elderly, weak, sick, or injured. Anti-inflammatory and pain medications have become scarce commodities among them, worth their weight in gold. At this moment, there's not a single candidate among them that can escort the sample. Granny Wong looks around, lets out a soft sigh, and steps forward. I must remind everyone that the attack range of these abnormal corrupted continues to expand. According to our established safety protocols, we should not only continue transporting the sample, but we should have already begun evacuating the conservation area. So here's what we'll do. Give me the sample, I'll escort it to the next base with my dog. However, the evacuation work will be on you. Steps forward. Come back. You stubbornly take another step forward, still clutching the box tightly in your arms. I'm a student of FOS. I'm also a soldier. Everyone's gaze turns toward you, especially Vera, who appears to be barely restraining herself. Does FOS College teach you how to jump out of the frying pan into the flames? It's so incredible. There's no one left who can do this. What do you know? You know what's going on out there. You know that doing this is practically suicide, yet you still insist on going. I don't want to stand by and make a decision I'm bound to regret. Enough. No matter what you say, I won't let you. Surely you have to have someone else who can handle this, right? There isn't enough medicine to go around, and that old hag keeps dumping more people into the shelter without even knowing who they are. If you can't even handle something simple like this, you might as well just give me command. Bunch of trash. Is that Vanessa's voice? Huh? Pooh. Distant cursing reaches the ears of those behind the curtain. A moment later, a young woman yanks open the curtain, dragging along a listless young man. Behind them follows the mother and daughter who were rescued by Granny Wong. The young woman points to the FOS College badge on her chest and issues commands. This mother and daughter told me someone with the same badge as mine got into trouble and was brought back by that old hag, then brought directly here. Hand them over. FOS is a military academy directly under Babylonia's jurisdiction. Even if that student did something wrong on the surface, we should first... You misheard me. I didn't say they caused trouble. I said they got into trouble. They're injured. Get out of the way. I'll handle negotiations. Huh? It's you. Vanessa and Simon freeze in their tracks before you. Three disheveled classmates stare at each other in bewilderment, the FOS badges on their uniforms reflecting light into one another's eyes. Why are you here? Can't I ever get rid of you? That's just rude. 5 minutes later. I see. I completely understand now. After hearing about the situation with the samples, Vanessa thinks for a moment before making her decision. It's simple. From now on, everyone must follow my orders. What exactly did you understand? Let me explain the situation once more for the incompetent. We have 4 things that we need to do. First, we need to evacuate the refugees. Second, we need to wait for that construct called Leia to bring back the mastermind. Third, we need to retrieve the life-saving test materials from this incompetent fool. Fourth, and most importantly of all, the anomalous virus samples had to be transported to the nearest conservation area or research institute that's capable of handling it. Granny Wong will complete the first 2 tasks, while our FOS forces must concentrate on escorting the samples. Then finally, we'll return the special materials from that one's abdomen. This is the optimal solution. Did you just call me an old hag, little girlie? Does anyone still not understand? Got it. Understood. Simon coughs twice. His body is covered in wounds and his wrist is in a cast. He looks to be in poor condition. Vanessa casts another condescending glance toward you. I understood. I already understood. So, even garbage can use their brains once in a while. And you over there, I shouldn't have to repeat myself, right? When Vanessa dragged Simon into the room, Vera quickly slipped away, only reappearing after changing her appearance. Granny Wong noticed the entire thing. She didn't expose her deception, merely raising an eyebrow slightly. I thought you might come up with a better plan, but still the same suicide mission. I understand why. You couldn't bear to let my little commandant claim all the glory for themselves. Even knowing that this mission would likely end up with you dead, you just had to get involved. What I want to ask is it worth it? Are reputation and honor really more important than your life? I don't recall asking for your opinion. Just what kind of creature are you supposed to be? A dog? That person may have suffered a head injury, but I haven't. We all know this combat assessment never included construct deployment as part of the plan. Everyone knows how precious you dolls are, yet here you are attaching yourself to us voluntarily. Your appearance is suspicious as hell. But she did save Usbeni's life, didn't she? I can confirm that. The red-haired lady dragged that person a really long way. She's a good person. Huh? The lady's hair. Shh, don't interrupt when adults are talking. Maybe it's a special arrangement for Usbeni. After all, someone who consistently ranks at the top in every field might occasionally receive special missions and training. The graduation assessment isn't even over yet. Don't tell me you're already treating that sorry-looking mess as chief. If you're looking for someone to follow, at least pick someone reliable. Why does it sound like you're picking on me specifically? I said, you shouldn't judge me like that. You know full well that Usbeni is what Usbeni is capable of. Your scores have always been close, but every single time you've fallen just short. I knew it. I should have just left you back there. You deserve to have your broken wrist gnawed off by the corrupted. But I couldn't care less about any of this nonsense. Right, time is short. Back to the matter at hand. Usbeni, what's your take on this? What do you think of Miss Dog here? I agree with Simon. Even though I lost my memory, she's been the one helping me all this time. At the terminal. I've recorded everything on my terminal. Nothing on me has gone missing, though I didn't have anything valuable to begin with. Just look at you, throwing your life away and offering yourself on a silver platter. Who knows what that mysterious test material on you really is? I've never heard of anything like it. I bet they're using you as an experiment. Stop making assumptions and attacking people like that. No, I can't take this anymore. Usbeni, if you're going to continue escorting the sample, please take me with you. Vera closes her eyes, completely fed up with this childish squabbling. Stop this pointless bickering. I can't be bothered to play along with your games I have one last solution. Use this. A well-mannered young woman with refined features and a decent upbringing suddenly produces a pair of gleaming silver handcuffs with a clink and walks toward Vera. With the limited information we know right now, I can't determine if she's friend or foe. The prudent approach is to keep her under control. Give me a hand. We need to cuff her here. We can't bring her along on our mission. This is absolutely outrageous. Vanessa, what on earth are you trying to do? Simon closes his eyes and cries out in despair. Vanessa! Oh my. Everyone quiet down. Vera sneers as she flexes her metallic wrist joints. She doesn't bother saying another word, finding these presumptuous youngsters too laughable for her anger. Go ahead and try. No one has ever dared to do this to me before, and you actually think those things can restrain me? Of course they can't, but your reaction is what matters. A doll's duty is to obey its master without question. If you insist on resisting, doesn't that prove there's something wrong with you? Vera draws her weapon. This is her final answer. Oh my, the youngsters are about to fight. Wait, Vera. A rope suddenly cinches around Vera's waist. Vera turns to look back. You solemnly tied the other end of the rope around your own waist, meticulously securing the knot. There. This should work. I don't want to trouble them and make them worry about us. I'll take full responsibility. Where did you get that rope from? You gently tug on the rope, a surprising gesture of comfort for her. Don't worry. For a moment, Vera feels as if you have already seen through her. Have you already... As she looks up, her eyes meet your gaze. I need you, Hound. I want your help. I need you, Vera. My beloved. Not far from Conservation Area 32, atop a towering abandoned building, a hunched figure stands against the sunlight, gazing into the distance. He hums a short melody, repeating the same two lines over and over. Oh god, he's back. Heard it all. What song is that? Oh, Liam! I don't know. I learned it from someone a while back. Does it sound good? It sounds fancy, like something a rich person from the Golden Age would hum. Yes, you're absolutely right. The old man turns his head to look at the girl approaching from the edge of the rooftop. Did you climb him up from below? You blocked all the regular ways up, so I had to climb to catch you, Haynes. Catch me? I thought you would come by begging for my help. How unfortunate. It seems you made the wrong choice yet again. During the Golden Age, self-evolution was taboo. After the outbreak, the punishing was treated as a savage beast. Why can't these swine realize that embracing transformation is the only path? What are you mumbling about? Haynes falls silent for a few seconds, realizing that the construct before him cannot comprehend the grand vision he's describing. He suddenly finds himself missing another red-haired girl who once engaged with him in similar discussions. Forget it. Anyway, the messenger of the divine has already shown me the true purpose of the punishing virus. Your foolish actions can't affect me anymore. Oh. Leia sends Haynes sprawling to the ground with a swift kick. The conversation reaches its conclusion. In any case, people who talk in riddles are always suspicious. Otherwise, why did you flee from the research facility like you had some kind of premonition? Talk. Where are the virus samples? Are they still in that research facility? Someone already took them. They succeeded. That's excellent. In a few swift moves, Leia ties Haynes up like a log and hefts him onto her shoulder. I've got my own mission to complete. Taking you back now, and don't bother trying to chat with me on the way. Oh, take it easy. I'm not going to run. If I really wanted to escape, nobody would have found me by now. You're so stubborn. So, what were you doing here? Because this is the highest point. You can see everything from here. Leia suddenly freezes. Were you admiring the chaos? Of course. The gods must witness my efforts, and I need to see that my work hasn't gone to waste. Just like a hero who walks through the nameless ruins, one must eventually stand at the highest point to look back upon their life. Which conservation area are you from? By my calculations, at the rate those children are moving, Conservation Area 62 must be the only one left untouched by now, right? Haynes is completely immersed in the dangerous kingdom of his own making. He laughs loudly, as if mocking the foolish swine beneath him. Oh no! Meanwhile, inside Conservation Area 62, Vera stares at the rope tied around the waists of two people, a lump forming in her throat. You idiot. Woof woof, woof woof. A frantic conversation ends abruptly as the sheepdog's urgent barking draws everyone's attention. The situation is worse than I thought. Granny Wong shoulders her gun and walks outside. The moment she lifts the curtain, the refugees begin to stir, rushing toward her and Kent. The corrupted have broken into the conservation area, and they're heading right for us. How did they get here so fast? Leia hasn't returned yet. We don't have enough strength. To evacuate the refugees on our own. Vera watches the chaos outside and takes a deep breath. I'm sick of this bullshit where we can't even finish one damn conversation. Playtime's over. I'll explain everything to you later. But now, Vera yanks on your rope as she pushes past the curtain, her dual-blade gun already gripped firmly in hand. Gun. Stay close. I will, Vera. I'll be waiting for you to explain everything. Vera pauses briefly, her keen senses detecting that the person she's pulling along has somehow changed in an instant. Your appearance hasn't changed one bit, but yet somehow you've lost much of your innocence, gained a certain maturity, and acquired something she doesn't want to see: exhaustion. She has no time to dwell on it. Sometimes even she has to admit that she's never had a moment to say what needs to be said, constantly dragged but forward by fate. If she doesn't keep racing forward, fate will catch up with her, so she spends every single second running for her life. She suddenly wants to find an opportunity to have a proper conversation with you, who, no matter what happens, always tells her, "Okay, I will, and don't worry." Not just to explain all the plans as a Corona member, but to discuss other things like plans for the future, or what might await at the end of her endless running. She feels that this human, whom she's only just met, might have the answer. Alright. And then back to present time. Hatching. On the far side of time and space, I also take my first step. What? Forward. First foot. 1 foot steps forward, touching the ground. Foot. The other one. The other foot follows, falls down. Must go forward. Need to go forward. Stop. There is a man. Ah, you've finally arrived, my most successful creation. What the hell is that little mouse or rat on his shoulder? You. I repeat and imitate. This is the final door. When I open it, you may pass through, and on the other side is the nourishment you'll need for your kind. Male. Crouch. Waves. Arms at me. Opening for me. Before I open the door for you, would you like to have a name? Name. Oh, you tilted your head. Are you just repeating what I said, or are you actually thinking about it? Haha, you're just like a monkey. Or wait, did a monkey even get this far? I've made it so perfectly. I'm dying of laughter. Male. Tilt head. Dying of laughter? Dying of laughter. Tilt head. Something inside my body. Pulsing. Come now, since I am the creator, it must be me who bestows upon you a name. How about Eve? Creator. Eve. Eve. Ha 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 ha. Indeed. You are my most satisfactory creation, truly worthy of being a child born from my genes. You will be the species that stands on this planet in the future, brand new and perfect. You deserve this name. Creator laughs, opens door. Come, I've opened the door for you. The thickest gate in this gene bank has been unlocked for you. I look toward the gate. I repeat, I imitate. Gate, black. I want to go inside. Creator crouches, waves arms at me. Come on, just step forward like that. Behind this lies your Eden, so make yourself comfortable and enjoy the fruit of life. Steps forward. Don't be afraid, I'm nothing like the god who abandoned humanity. I am the Lord who loves you the most, so the entire Eden belongs to you, and those apples won't bring any evil consequences. Steps forward. Follow your instincts. Go devour. Go seize. Go imitate. Go learn. Go evolve. Cross through this door. The guards inside can be regarded as the lowest excrement. Just ignore them. Excrement. Come on, run! Runs. Run faster! Yes! Runs faster. Fast. Quick steps. Quick steps. I approach the creator with quick steps. I move like the wind approaching the creator. I stop in the creator's eyes. I see me. Ha ha ha. Why are you staring at me? You won't see your true self through a human's eyes. Keep running. Creator stops, waves. I must continue running. I move my legs. That's it. That's it. Keep going. I watch the Creator. I step forward. I run quickly. I leave the gate behind. I enter the world. The sound of wind from running, the exhilarating cessation of striding forward. But the newborn Eve clearly hasn't yet comprehended these feelings. Eve quickly darts into a room filled with transparent bottles and containers, instinctively concealing herself in the darkness. Who's there? Anyone there? I'm supposed to be the only one on duty today. Nobody said anything about sending interns to the island. Eve's gaze penetrates through the spaces between the shelves, catching sight of a young person wearing a white coat. Excrement. The white-coated researcher, completely oblivious to the anomaly in the facility, slowly approaches the specimen rack where Eve is hiding. Arches her back. Fortunately, he stops right before the corner. Maybe I'm just being paranoid. It's not like this place is haunted. Jeez. The researcher shrugs while standing in place, then turns and heads toward another corner. As the researcher leaves, Eve leaps out from the shelves and pounces on the nearest set of specimens. It observes carefully. In the stacked glass containers, countless living embryos tremble weakly, their movements imperceptible to human eyes. Seize. Devour. Crunch, crunch. Eve bites through the glass, drawing the researcher who had just left back to the scene. What's that noise again? Don't tell me we have mice in here. Oh god, what is that? The container in the researcher's hands crashes to the floor, shattering completely. He stumbles backward, pointing at Eve, his throat producing sharp, shrill sounds. The expression on his face is something even Eve finds difficult to comprehend. This... Excrement. What? Alarm! 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 The excrement continues screaming in Eve's eyes, clearly about to slam the red alarm button on the wall. Excrement, run. I take. 5 minutes later, the limp human remains slide off Eve, leaving behind trails of sticky blood as the last proof of his existence. Eve's purpose is to evolve. She physically eliminated the excrement and absorbed a twisted form of emotion from him. Switches to a terrified expression. Terror. Eve chews on terror, feeling a profound sense of shock and panic from deep within, an intoxicating stimulation. No wonder humans voluntarily seek out terror in various activities. Eve changes into the excrement's uniform, wrapping herself completely to conceal her terrified expression. She then steps out and walks down the corridor. She savors the genetic information from the embryos, though completely learning it all will take more time. No one passing by notices what happened in the small room. Everyone wrapped in identical thick protective suits walks numbly through the corridor, rushing past her without a second glance. Excrement. Her gaze drifts across this heap of excrement, the bloodthirsty desire from the depths of her soul compelling her to act. And now is not the time. Resist. Keep moving. She is the first of a new world. She must overcome her most primal desires to evolve into a new, perfect human. Guard room. A pair of 4s. Pair of 7s. The card game has just begun. Several soldiers lean back in their chairs, listlessly tossing down a few low cards. What a pain. I heard there's trouble outside again. The port nearest to this island has fallen. They say quite a few people died in the conservation area. It's madness. Looks like we made the right choice coming to this island back then. We've been stuck here for over a decade, but at least it's safe. Those corrupted haven't managed to swim across the ocean yet. Hey, it's your turn. You're not going to play against a pair of 7s? Hurry up. The senior soldier frowns at the young recruit in the corner, who clutches his cards, fumbling clumsily to arrange them in order. Oh, it's my turn. A pair of 8s. Splitting your hand? No need. We're just playing casually, and we're not playing for stakes. You don't have to throw us easy cards. Okay. I'll play properly, I promise. What are you so nervous about? Relax. You haven't been on this island for long, so you don't know the situation here yet. Sure, there's some research project running, but this place is just a gene bank. It's nothing mission critical. It's actually voted as best place to coast until retirement in the unofficial poll among Corona personnel. Hello, Liu-Jun. Oh. Thanks. Thank you all for telling me this. I just... The young man's gaze drifts to the ceiling where a security camera emits a faint red glow, its lens trained on the soldiers playing cards below. I'm just a bit worried about the cameras. They seem to be everywhere, so I thought security was really strict here. Who cares about those? Let the higher ups watch if they want. It's not our problem. This damn world is ending anyway, so why not enjoy ourselves while we can? Pair of kings. Question mark? What? He plays a pair of eights, you just throw down a pair of kings? Masked soldier in the corner silently nods, indicating that this is exactly how they intend to play. With an unfamiliar build, they deem the soldier to be another newcomer to the unit. Fine, I can't beat that. Your turn. Let's see just how amazing your hand really is. Clap. The silent masked soldier slowly draws out a pair of cards and throws them down, making a crisp sound as they hit the table. Pair of threes. Haha. I was wondering why you were in such a rush to play those kings. Turns out you've been hiding a pair of threes you were afraid of getting stuck with. Go on. You youngsters take your turn. I'll cut you amateurs some slack. The senior soldier waves his hand dismissively. Pair of fives. Pair of fives? Let me see. That guy's been breaking up combinations has left us in a tough spot. Hey, it's already past 9. Why haven't those researchers gone to dinner yet? They're probably working overtime and getting chewed out again. A new boss arrived with your batch of new guards a few days ago. Looked normal enough, but he's actually a total workaholic, forcing them to hit KPIs every day, putting scientific research into some performance metrics game. The senior soldier eyes the security camera and then lowers his voice. He really tears into them. Yesterday he yelled at the researchers saying, "You can't produce any actual research. Demand better rations, then turn around and create disgusting abominations." He's not wrong though. The duty room was filled with cheerful laughter, except for the two newcomers in the corner playing cards haphazardly. Maybe we should go check on them? Since I got here, I've been watching them. No matter what, those researchers always maintained a healthy routine and ate their meals on time. But today I haven't heard a single sound from them. Not a single one. Haha. Those researchers probably caused some big commotion and got themselves killed, just like in those old Golden Age movies where researchers recklessly try to capture monster embryos, only for the monsters to escape and slaughter them all. Does that really happen? The duty room falls into unanimous silence. It's the masked soldier's turn to play, but they sit there holding the cards, motionless. Why did you say that? Look, you scared the new kid. I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. Though these things have happened elsewhere. Clap. Another crisp sound of cards hitting the table draws everyone's gaze. The masked soldier throws down a set of jokers, covering a modest pair of threes. Do you understand the rules of the game? The senior soldier exchanges a quick glance with the middle-aged soldier, holding his cards in one hand while the other slowly reaches toward his waist. But the young soldier has already drawn his weapon and jumped to his feet, kicking over the masked newcomer's chair. Take off that mask! I've been wondering who you are this whole time. I don't remember someone like you arriving. Swear word, this hothead just went for it. The atmosphere in the duty room suddenly grows tense as the other two soldiers also draw their weapons and stand up, aiming at the masked soldier who's climbing to their feet in the corner. Oh, is it Eve? With 3 guns pointed at them, the masked soldier slowly raises both hands, attempting to remove their mask. Don't move! The senior soldier yanks off the mask before the other can do it themselves. A crude imitation of a terrified expression appears before everyone, twisted to the point of being unsettling. It is Eve. Alarm bells blare throughout the facility. She takes off running. Eve dashes out of the duty room under the flashing alarms. Unable to clean off the fragments of blood and flesh, she discards the cumbersome human clothing. It quickens its pace, hastily escaping. Excrement pursues her. Stop it! A burst of gunfire comes from behind. It seems the old soldier managed to pull the alarm before dying, summoning a group of soldiers. Rolls a dodge. Damn, they play Dark Souls. The duty room is... Swear word, it's a massacre! That thing is definitely a monster! Eve tries to use all 4 limbs, but her evolving body no longer adapts to this primitive mode of movement. She can only stumble forward on 2 feet. Trouble. A bullet penetrates Eve's shoulder, splashing foul-smelling black fluid. Her evolving blood hasn't fully formed yet, leaving only the substitute to transport energy throughout her body. What? Disgusting! What the hell is that thing? Just search the area. The research lab's compromised too. Activate emergency protocols. That thing running ahead. As the excrement soldiers call out, more and more people realize something is wrong. That thing is definitely not human. Trouble. Increasing dense firepower concentrates behind Eve. Impossible to escape. Impossible to dodge. High-velocity bullets attack mercilessly, tearing apart her recently formed shell that mimics a human body. Trouble. Trouble, 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 trouble. Trouble multiple times on screen. Holy shit. Excrement. Excrement. Poop. Excrement. Damn it. At a corner along her escape route, several armed figures suddenly rush out. Kill. Excrement. Eve lunges forward, opening her enormous maw. The sickening split in her face tears all the way into her ears, yet it's still not enough. Devour. Eat. Eat the excrement. Chomp. Blood splatters, bones crack, flesh tears, the sound resembling fabric being ripped apart. The human researcher's head is savagely torn from their body, then swallowed in a single gulp. Well, damn. Devour. Seize. Mimic. Learn. Evolve. Eve rapidly processes the information obtained from the excrement, comprehending various complex emotions through the act of mastication. Among them, one particularly light emotion attracts her more than any other, far surpassing the feeling of terror. It nearly gushes from her chest, compelling her to express it no matter what. So happy. Eve perches on the shoulders of the headless researcher, unable to resist throwing her head back and flashing an absolutely radiant smile at her pursuers. Hee hee. The world's first new human, Eve, escapes from the gene bank facility and reaches the surface of the isolated island. She has devoured enough samples along the way, her body overflowing with information that is continuously processed inside her. From the moment she crossed that doorway until now, this journey of rebirth has been nothing short of complete success. Really hit them with that tee-hee. If she jumps into the sea, even if she can't cross the vast ocean, simply hiding underwater for a while will ensure her complete success. In the moment before leaping into the sea, Eve turns back one last time to look at her pursuers. Her pursuers will never feel happy again, because the swarm of Eve's kind has left the nest together. Every eye seeks to evolve. Every eye hunts the excrement, hunts the poop. Poop is poop. Meant to obediently serve as stepping stones for the new human's advancement. Eve stares at their terror-stricken faces and can't help but broadcast her happiness with wild abandon. Hee. Goodbye. Goodbye. It stands at the shore's edge and leaps forward in a single bound. Leaps into the ocean. We win! The bubbles formed from her plunge gurgle in her ears, a dense constellation congratulating the newborn human species. Eve surrenders to gravity's gentle pull, slowly sinking to the ocean floor. The countless genes she has stolen rapidly break down and evolve within her body. In each new moment, she sees countless meanings in the species known as old humans. It tries to understand everything, like how the emotion of the first human it encountered was terror, and going further back in its memories, the man who conceived its birth, the man who encouraged it to break beyond boundaries to seek evolution, and who bestowed upon it a name, Haynes. His expression back then, it finally understands it now. So it was a kind of fanatical excitement. Suddenly, a massive wave surges from the distance, bringing with it the familiar aura of her kind. At this very moment, a ship from far away has sunk near this isolated island, and that ship carries the scent of punishing. Even more excitingly, Eve senses that a solitary old human has fallen into the ocean. Oh god. This old human seems somewhat different from those other worthless scraps. Quickly swims toward the old human. The old human wears a thick combat suit, a garment that only absorbs water while they drown, becoming like a boulder dragging its wearer down to the deep sea. Through the eyes of the punishing, the old human's body appears as if molded by spiraling threads of silk, emitting a faint glow. This is a person bound by the threads of fate. Is this a projection from some other world? Or perhaps I'm mistaken and this is just an ordinary old human struggling underwater? This is against them with excitement. Regardless, this old human carries extremely rich information worthy of a taste. Eve licks lips. Eve's hand wraps around the old human's exposed ankle. She needs to devour information, but the punishing corruption rapidly rots the human's skin, exposing raw, crimson flesh. The hand gripping the old human's ankle instinctively loosens as a strange emotion rises within Eve's heart. Attachment? The information carried by this old human is vast and complex, rapidly enveloping Eve. In an instant, her analysis of the entire old human species accelerates. In her days, countless old human voices seem to echo around her. Men, women, elderly, children, resonating through the ocean depths like a chorus of tower bells. The voices say, "You are my child, my precious darling. You are my little commandant. I hope you can venture wherever you wish and make all your dreams come true. You are our hope. You are." She finds herself captivated by these old human voices, rapidly developing a dependency on that sense of warmth. She can't help but eagerly call out, not with the caution she uses when addressing her creator Haynes, but simply wanting to call this person as an old human would. Mother. Father. Suddenly, the gravity around Eve intensifies sharply. She's brutally ripped away from the old human's ankle, and in the next moment, yanked above the water's surface, dangling in midair. Hiss. Eve struggles frantically, water dripping from her body back into the sea. A woman with vivid red hair stands waist deep in the water, her face so exquisitely crafted it becomes dangerously alluring, presses close to Eve's. Too close. I thought so. Why are the vermin on this island trying so hard to look human? What did you eat? Or delusion convince you that you could become human? Don't delude yourself. Let me tell you. She stares at Eve, slowly revealing a cruel, mocking smile. Little darling, you're nothing but a damned hetero creature. Terrified. You should be. That's my wife. Vera grips an oversized lance and dives it straight through the hetero creature's body. That's my wife. Even I'm terrified of her. Recovery. Vera, my beloved. You desperately struggle at the edge of drowning, the bitter salt water filling your lungs, bringing unbearable pain that even your normally calm mind cannot process. What just happened? Yes, earlier you boarded that ship with Vera and Hanif, the one that could lead you to the treasure. Everything seemed normal at first. Babylonia was tracking the ship's movements, but after your group sailed into a sea fog created by an ascendant, everything changed. Yet we entered Silent Hill, Ocean Edition. Strange hetero creatures kept knocking at your doors, and eventually your group had no choice but to confront the Ascendant on the dangerous seas, until the entire ship was sliced in half by the Ascendant's scythe. The waters surged violently, instantly sweeping everyone away and scattering all of you. How can I possibly turn this around? The most urgent matter now is no longer how to defeat that Ascendant, but rather how to stay alive. The water pressure crushes against your ear canals, making it impossible to hear anything clearly. Everything before your eyes is gradually blurring. In a daze, you see death beckoning. A few more seconds underwater, and you could be officially pronounced dead. Hero creatures still ravage the water around you, with one seemingly latching onto your ankle. But the pain of your skin being corroded hardly matters anymore. It's all just a small appetizer before the feast of death. What should one think about before dying? No, I must keep fighting. Gulp. Gulp. The last cluster of bubbles escapes from your mouth. But suddenly a hand forcefully thrusts into the water, parting the sea like Moses, dividing the waters with tremendous force. Immediately after, the construct's hand clamps around your wrist, using tremendous strength to swiftly pull you up from beneath the water. Follow my breath. Look at me. Someone is pulling at your eyelids, not allowing them to close. A crimson figure blurs and sways before your eyes, water droplets from her hair tips continuously falling onto your cheeks, but the beads of water tapping on your face fail to provoke any response from your body. Breathe. Get the water out of your mouth and nose. Strong hands press down on your chest, again and again, forcibly establishing a normal heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. The next moment, a soft yet cold sensation approaches your cheek and quickly covers your mouth and nose, delivering desperately needed air into your airways. Wake up, damn it! The fishy, salty seawater is finally expelled in large gulps. The burning sensation in your lungs subsides as they begin to contract, and with intense pain, your body's circulation starts to function again. Congratulations, you're back from the dead. You're awake. Take a guess at where you're at. Heaven or hell, take your pick. Quickly assess your physical condition. Say something when you're fully conscious. Brief fragments of memory slip away as quickly as they appear, leaving only a void and a question that tumbles from your lips without any conscious thought. Why isn't there a choice? What? Headache. Vera, you're injured. Your vision is still clouded with darkness, but you instinctively notice the fresh wounds on Vera's garnet frame. They're impossible to miss. The Ascendant. The Ascendant, is it still here? Can't tell. That Ascendant swept all of us onto the island. You can see for yourself what happened. Vera turned sideways, revealing the scene of devastation behind her. Aero creature corpses litter the ground, mixed with scattered human bodies. Their tattered uniforms identify them as soldiers. Hanif crouches nearby, checking their identities. Oh, Hanif is okay. Before you can fully process the situation, your eyes fall upon an even more terrifying sight. More hetero creatures are still alive, crouching in groups on the rocky beach not far away, locked in a tense standoff with the three of you on the other side of the shore. Meanwhile, Vera's banished spear, Phoenix, is impaled through the chest of the Ascendant Lloyd, hitting him down. Hanif stands up and gives you a sardonic smirk. Good thing you woke up when you did, or I'd have been next on the choppy block for this woman to vent her rage, as if this scene wasn't gruesome enough already. I got lucky. By hugging that pipe, I was quickly washed ashore. You got swept out to sea by a big wave and disappeared almost instantly. It's like a hungry hetero creature dragged you down to the depths for quite a while. Yes, I remember. One of them lashed onto my ankle. A sharp pain shoots through your ankle, the sensation of punishing virus corruption now overshadowing the ache in your lungs and head. That one has already fled in the chaos. The hetero creatures around this island are all abnormal. Disgusting things. You should consider yourself lucky it only left you with some flesh wounds. If I'd been a moment later, that thing would have torn your entire leg off. Vera looks to be in a foul mood. Let me tell you about this damn Ascendant. At first I thought he'd be a real pain that I wouldn't be able to save you in time. but we had barely clashed before he completely exposed himself. Vera firmly grips the banner spear embedded in the Ascendant's body. The banner spear shakes and Lloyd makes no attempt to struggle. For a brief moment, the light around his body distorts. The disguise created by punishing dissipates, revealing a completely different appearance. Your offensive stance was certainly impressive, but in reality you couldn't hold up for long. So this is what you truly look like. Ascendant. I've also helped you shatter that stolen identity of yours. Vera's grip tightens around the spear handle as the blade crushes deeper into the metallic chest cavity, producing a grating sound that sets one's teeth on edge. You cannot kill me. Even if you completely destroy my chest cavity, turn my body to dust, I will never truly die. I cannot abandon this body at any moment, but if I die, those hetero creatures will lose control and continue their assault on you. Vera glances at the hetero creatures crawling before her, her displeasure growing more evident. Anyone would understand her hatred for feeling held back like this, especially with her frame already pushed to its limits during the earlier battle at sea. So she can barely conceal her impatience. Vera, shake head. I understand. The Ascendant clearly sees Vera's condition and turns his gaze directly toward the humans behind her. My intentions haven't changed. At any time, I need to speak with that human. I still wish to engage in peaceful negotiations. If your ultimate goal is to take that still to take that person away, you can forget about it. I suggest you reconsider. The hetero creature that just attached to that person is essentially the first new human to come ashore. This proves that even without an anchor point, a completely new evolution can begin, just in a different direction. I have no desire to deceive you. It's different, and you sensed it too, otherwise you wouldn't be so agitated. Is it one of your creations? Hearing this question, he actually falls silent for a moment, his face revealing subtle threads of confusion and contemplation. No, it's not my child. To be precise, someone else gave it the choice before I did. Hey, I can't stand the way he talks. Can we pause for a sec? I want to say something. I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? A suffocating silence spreads after Hanif's interruption. Seeing that neither of the deadlocked parties bothers to acknowledge him, Hanif continues speaking on his own. The good news is that I've discovered these soldiers are all Kurono's people. This island should be Kurono territory, so I could try to seek help. And the bad news? It was Kurono territory before, but not anymore. Judging by the number of corpses, I'd guess all living people on the island have been completely wiped out by those hetero creatures. Even if I am with Kurono, there's no one left to ask for help. You should just shut up. What about Babylonia? The mission went wrong. They must have noticed by now. That won't be a problem. The sea fog is cleared and the signal's restored. The signal disruption at sea was probably caused by that impaled fellow. While Vera was busy fishing you out of the sea, I contacted Babylonia on your behalf. This mission is way beyond what our squad can handle now. Thanks. Forget it. Babylonia's reinforcements won't arrive anytime soon, and our problems haven't gotten any smaller. The Ascendant threat is still hanging over our heads. Isn't that right, our dear Ascendant? Hello, Dinkan. Everyone's gaze returns to Lloyd. I've given you too much time to think. The faint moonlight illuminates the shocking wounds across Vera's body, along with the hetero creatures nearby, shimmering like dangerous tides. Oh good. Need to find a way to buy time. At least need to hold out until Babylonia's reinforcements arrive. Vera glances over, and you give a slight nod in response. Let's talk then, Ascendant. What's your reason for going to such lengths to speak with me? And also, this anchor point you mentioned, are you referring to me? Babylonia. Meanwhile, on Babylonia, those who receive the message from the Grey Raven Commandant immediately spring into action. People move quickly in and out of the hall, integrating, filtering, and exchanging the most useful information from the massive amount of data. The control court staff quickly approached the woman standing at attention in the center of the hall. Has the information been synchronized? Yes, the Control Corps has already demanded that Kurono submit all information regarding that island, and Command has dispatched transport aircraft to evacuate everyone directly. Good. Give me the materials related to that resource center. The staff immediately places some paper documents on the table, visibly aged from years in storage. Hilda touches the name at the top of the page, a word that belongs to a long-buried history. Haynes. Hilda quickly flips through the pages. Haynes, researcher. While everyone else was desperately trying to avoid punishing, he arrogantly attempted to manipulate it, forcing it to further evolve and spread. The abnormal punishing samples he spread caused severe chaos, a wave of destruction so severe, it destroyed 2 major conservation areas on the surface. Hilda flips directly to the last page of the dossier. Is there any autopsy report? Yes, although his body was heavily corrupted by punishing, an autopsy was still performed at the Control Corps' request. It's right here. The staff member points to the end. This Haynes had the same over-the-top approach. The staff member is momentarily stunned. This Haynes? Besides this Haynes in the dossier, I'm familiar with another researcher of the same name. That was the last case I handled before the punishing outbreak. A frustrated scientist from the late Golden Age who, to prove his ambitions, released his self-created children into the corporate headquarters. Unfortunately, both the evidence and subsequent handling were lost in the disaster of the early stages of the outbreak. Coincidentally, the Haynes from that incident was also reported dead long ago. Hilda examines the autopsy report carefully and points to the signature at the bottom. Is anyone who was involved in Haynes' autopsy back then still around? They're no longer with us, but we have records right here. Hilda scans through another dossier handed to her by the staff member, nodding with understanding. Ah, Kurono. It seems we need more than just information about that island. Hilda returns the documents to the staff member and strides purposefully toward the airport. The military will mobilize strong support teams. They'll deploy Grey Raven and Cerberus. As for the Control Corps, I'll arrange an immediate interview with the relevant Kurono personnel. Let's go, Grey Raven and Cerberus. Meanwhile, the very people she mentioned are still engaged in their earlier shadow conference. The most irritating among them, Hanif, has been tied up, muted, and kicked from the meeting. Yet, despite their supposed return to peace, the scene remains in absolute uproar. Documents requested by the Control Corps have been prepared. They're about that island's, what was it? Genomic, resource center? Gene bank? Yes, a semi-underground gene bank. It contains numerous human genetic samples collected during the Golden Age. After the punishing virus, all external access points were sealed off, with only occasional security personnel rotations. But that ship Hanif asked about still had the target coordinates stored, and it not only transported Vera and the Grey Room Commandant there, but apparently stirred up quite a mess. How big is this mess? I heard Babylonia has elevated their mission priority to the highest level. Do we have any clear details on the situation? They haven't informed us. Oh, wonderful. Just moments ago we were keeping silent, and now we're supposed to package up the island's geographical data and the gene bank's interior blueprints and send it all to the Control Corps immediately? Yes. Meanwhile, another person with a tense expression activates their microphone to speak. We've just got word. The person the Great Raven Commandant encountered at sea calls himself Lloyd and is suspected to be a new ascendant. Immortal Roy. Roy? Wasn't he already eliminated by Vera? That mission came directly from Nicola himself. But who knows which one it is? Babylonia has fabricated so many hero Lloyds over time, and there are countless others that were scrapped out there and never recovered. Furthermore, regarding Lloyd, I have some remaining data collected by the Purifying Force from an Eden Type 3 discovered on the outskirts of Las Prados. Combining this data with our materials confirms that what we previously suspected. The original Lloyd most likely came from that place. I do remember going through the Deceiver's Rapture story. There was that little mechanoid bot that was calling itself Lloyd. The optimistic Kurono member suddenly lets out a brief chuckle upon hearing this name. Huh. If this original Lloyd has become an ascendant, then we're completely screwed. He's the ultimate survivor from that battle royale, the strongest creature that crawled out alive. He mocks himself as he recalls the words of that presumptuous young man from earlier. Corona leaders have been getting killed one after another lately. Who knows if they were involved in some weird project and got what was coming to them. Hanif was right. They got what was coming to them. I'll handle the control core and pin the source of the incident on the Lost Protoss project. We can't give them all the information about that gene bank. I'm afraid that won't work. Is there even worse news? You bet there is, brother. You bet there is, brother. I've got even more bad news right here. He pulls up another dossier, one that barely qualifies as classified, and projects it into the center of the meeting for everyone to see. Privileged Connection, who's been giving them endless headaches, stands brazenly in the holographic projection, staring ahead with that all too familiar look in his eyes. It's the one that never reveals what he's plotting, shining with a mocking glint that laughs at them all. Why show his photo? Don't tell me that Hannah's involvement isn't just a coincidence. Just found out where our Privileged Connection gets his privileges from. The technical director of that gene bank has been the same person since the end of the Golden Age, and they're still alive and well today. His name is Haynes. Another photo. This one of a gaunt, elderly man is pulled up, and when enlarged next to Hannah's profile, everyone can see they share an identical eye color. Nani? This Hannah fellow has already strutted right into the control core's field of vision. Do you really think they'd be foolish enough to just ignore him? People from different projects quickly consolidate and share information, each with their own considerations and interpretations. But at this point, they're forced to draw the same conclusion. They cannot afford to lose anyone on that island. Let's cooperate for now. Has Babylonia's support team departed yet? How long until they reach the target island? A meticulous Corona member pinches the bridge of his nose with a pained expression. We have a base closest to the target and have already been granted Babylonia access permissions to utilize it. Although there are only small transport aircraft available, they should be sufficient. Have we really reached the point where we need to bend over backwards to make a good impression? It's not quite like that. We're not just going there to rescue people. He finally pulls up a file on an old frame, the fiery red colors on the screen appearing exceptionally vibrant. This is an early prototype frame stored in Corona's repository. It was severely damaged and failed the testing for that batch of frames, so he had to recover it. Now she's a perfect, improved version. Paired with a construct who has experience fighting Ascendants plus the Grey Ribbon Commandant, will definitely be able to test this frame's maximum potential. This frame has extreme side effects. If anything else goes wrong, forget dealing with the control court. Everyone here will be dragged before Parliament, or even a criminal tribunal. How's the story going? It's been really good. I've been liking this chapter a lot. The optimistic Corona member shrugs. Now let's vote. I abstain. I've already synced all the information I know to you. I'm leaving first. The control cord is already breathing down my neck. Run projection darkens, setting a precedent. Immediately after, a second, a third. Most of the meeting participants seem to recall Hannah's recent warning, choosing self-preservation in the current unstable environment. In the end, only a handful of figures remain in this weekly meeting. Once again, it's only us left to shoulder the risk. I actually like this situation. As they aren't willing to mobilize for the gamble, our organization's resources will only concentrate more and more in our hands, seizing the best opportunities in the narrowest spaces. That's the operating principle of Corona, and we've always managed to do just that, haven't we? The Wildfire. The nervous Corona member anxiously stares at the projection across the table. Compared to Hanif, I definitely prefer working with you after all. Although you're also a young person infected with every passing trend, at least you speak like a normal human being. You're 100 times better than that kid who spends every day scheming up ways to make Corona's life difficult. Finally, he raises his hand. I approve the deployment of the BPN-13 test frame. Deploy immediately via the support transport aircraft dispatched by Corona. Optimistic Corona member gets the result he wanted. Come on, let's send the Valkyrie that once belonged to us back to the battlefield. He arranges for personnel to transfer the recently unsealed frame into a sleeping pod so it can warm up. Well, that's settled. We've resolved the most pressing matters. Now let's just wait and see how it all plays out. Meanwhile, the three people stranded on the island are anxiously contemplating what the Ascendant just said. Vera, make him say it again. Vera exerts force once more, flicking off Lloyd's last remaining arm with the tip of her gun. At this moment, this Ascendant, whose appearance doesn't differ much from an ordinary construct, has lost all 4 of his limbs. Anna's scalp crawls with horror. During the back and forth between the Ascendant and the Grey Raven Commandant, he witnessed Vera hacking off all 4 limbs, leaving him too terrified to utter a single word. Hear that, Ascendant? Say it again. We went to great lengths, wrapped that ship to come here, all for the purpose of bringing that person to this island's genomic resource center? The Ascendant, as if immune to pain, continues to answer her coldly. Yes, there's a chronogenomic resource center on this island. Some also call it Zambro's Hollow. And I only need that person, the Grey Raven Commandant. In fact, you and that Haynes are both irrelevant. It's Hanif! You've got the wrong person. I've never even met you before. Hanif raises both hands toward Vera, earnestly responding to her questioning gaze, desperately trying to prove he has nothing to do with Lloyd's plan. Don't let him lead you on. I don't know any Ascendants. If I had the skills to meet one, I wouldn't still be working for Chrono. Besides, early at sea, he even attacked me. It's not your turn yet. Shut up. Hanif obediently closes his mouth. Genomic Resource Center. You want to use human genes to catalyze hetero-creature evolution? Yes. There's no place more convenient or efficient than here. But you just denied that those evolving hetero-creatures are your creations. He falls silent once more. After a moment, he glances at the human as if deciding to stack another layer of trust on her. I utilized the technology of someone on this island, and that person needed the punishing virus. We reached a certain agreement. Our collaboration is nearing its end. All that's missing is a suitable human to serve as the guiding template, and that person is you. But as you can see, the evolution on the island began ahead of schedule before I could bring you here. That's why I said someone made their choice before I could. You mean your partner triggered all this? Yes, but I don't know why he was in such a hurry. His chosen template was subpar. Although it successfully produced individuals better at mimicry, in my eyes, only one of them was truly successful. A sharp pain shoots through your ankle as if on cue. The moment the hetero creature wraps its limb around your ankle, the reverse feedback from punishing energy pierces into your brain, as if forcibly injecting a memory that doesn't belong to you. When facing Vera, it avoided her and showed terror, overriding the punishing instinct to attack humans. That one already possesses such advanced emotions. Yes, that's the one. It escaped. Vera adds coldly. The consequences of allowing such a hetero creature to leave this island are obvious. The fires of Puglia Forest Park seem to ignite in Vera's eyes. Seems the list of vermin to kill keeps growing. You must die, and so must that little hetero creature that played dead to escape. The murderous intent in Vera's eyes grows even stronger. Too late. Once this new evolution begins, it will continuously accelerate. All newborn hetero creatures on the island will imitate it, understand it, become it. You'll never find the source. It will be the undisputed Eve of a new world. Unless Babylonia immediately uses the Longinus arsenal to sink this entire island, you'll never find Eve among all her children. I'll treat them all equally, by killing every last one of them. Impossible. Your frame won't last. I admit you're strong, but even you have your limits. I should have already drained all the power from that body of yours during our fight at sea. Reinforcements won't arrive that quickly. Even if your hoped-for miracle savior does show up, he certainly won't outpace the speed of evolution. The Ascendant maintains a passive posture like a mutilated prisoner, speaking as if under Vera's control. But everyone present understands. The situation is the complete opposite. If this were a relay race of speed, your team has already lost. It's time to give up, Vera. After speaking, Lloyd shifts his gaze back to you, surprisingly managing to lift his head despite his condition. Do you understand, Usabeni? Sooner or later, your fate will converge to the same conclusion. You will inevitably reach the other shore. Death. The other shore is like a... That's another name for the whole... for like Higambana, the red spider lily thing. There's a whole like description about that shit. How much longer until reinforcements arrive? Incoming continuous cinema. You will surely become the anchor, catalyzing evolution onto a more correct path. I've said everything I wanted to express. Have you made up your mind? Usabeni, the final choice is yours to make. If you want to save them, submit to fate. Is there really no other way? Can't delay any longer. Shut your mouth. In a fit of rage, Vera raises her foot and slams the Ascendant's head back down onto the beach. Are you really stupid enough to listen to an Ascendant's manipulation? As long as I draw a breath, I won't let anyone walk the path to ruin. I believe I need to remind you again. If you refuse me here, the hunt will begin immediately. As if tired of the negotiation, the Ascendant closes his eyes. No one else can influence my decision. After quietly listening for a while, Hanif suddenly glances at something in his hand, then raises his arm. I've got some good news and some bad news. Hold it. Can't you see we're busy here? This is really important, trust me. Let the kid speak. That hetero creature you're discussing, Eve. If I heard correctly, it's the one that was clinging to the Grey Raven Commandant's ankle earlier. Hanif holds up a dripping wet tracking device. A small red dot blinks in the center of the screen, quietly breathing like those dormant hetero creatures. The good news is, while you were busy giving Usabeni CPR, I not only contacted Babylonia for you, but also I managed to plant a tracker on it. And the bad news? Vera looks like she's about to explode. Bad news isn't that bad. The water damaged its precision a bit, but it still works. That's all I've got to say, nothing more. Vera and you both gasp sharply. Lloyd opens his eyes again, disbelief flooding his gaze for the first time. He almost immediately begins to struggle. Vera sharply detects the sudden urge of punishing concentration around the Ascendant and without hesitation pins him back to the rocky beach with a single shot. It's useless! Ascendant, I've heard all your explanations. Even if we could understand your reasons, one thing is absolutely certain. You are without a doubt a goddamn lunatic. Hanif quickly tosses the tracking device into your arms and points to his earpiece, making a specific hand signal. Reinforcements have arrived. The long talk therapy strategy has finally paid off brilliantly. You clutch the tracking device tightly, and then you raise your gun towards the sky. The outcome is clear, Ascendant. No matter how many times you try to persuade me, you'll only get this answer. I refuse to go with you. Everyone around me will also reject your plan. You fire into the sky and a signal flare rises into the night sky, revealing your position to the support team. Lloyd realizes the outcome of this standoff, his brow tightly furrowed. How disappointing. No matter, we'll meet again soon. Next time, there won't be a benevolent Lloyd. I mourn the tragedies created by mankind, and I will bring such stories to an end by my hand. No one can influence this decision anymore. Vera! Kill him! Don't let him escape! Kill it now! They are the new humans who have proved themselves more worthy of survival than the old humans. Today you will witness. Vera grips her banner spear with both hands, raises her arms fiercely, and drives it down with crushing force. The Ascendant's final words die in his throat. I've heard enough of your garbage. With your silent approval, Vera's banner spear begins to completely demolish the Ascendant's physical shell. A crimson death, as if venting her rage, rapidly pierces through Lloyd's throat, chest, abdomen, and limbs. She then whirls the spear through the pile of shattered porcelain-like shell fragments, grinding every sprint-broken piece into fine dust. Ha! Should have done this ages ago. Punishing fire surges out from each fragment of the corpse, spreading through the cracks in the stone in all directions. The crimson mist quickly coalesces into streams, flowing in dense patterns across the entire island. The alarm warning of rising punishing virus concentration sounds again as Hanif raises his gun once more, aiming at the wave of hetero creatures that had previously retreated. The delicate balance is shattered as the hetero creature's instinct to devour humans is once again unleashed. They approach the three little insects on the rocky shore with hissing cries. It takes only an instant for their tentative approach to transform into a frenzied charge. Trouble incoming? You think you're more deserving of survival? Pathetic. Nothing but a swarm of puppeted vermin. You two get behind me if you don't want to die early. Vera dashes in front of you and Hanif, swinging her banner spear to disperse the surging punishing virus as she assumes her combat stance. You and Hanif also raise your weapons. The support transport is looking for a landing spot now. Once we evacuate, we'll have Babylonia bomb this entire island to oblivion. Vera, there's a path now. No matter what happens, I'll keep up with you. Hearing this, Vera suddenly turns and glances at you. Such a familiar scene. Alright. The escape starts now, and no matter what, you better keep up with me, even if it costs you your life. Ooh. Iteration. Whoa, that's a lot of achievements. Well, we're playing as two different commandants. This one has two of these. Okay, so it's either... Okay. I would have to replay this stage a second time just to get the other achievement. Raja.
これで何体目キリがないわ
Vera, Hanif, what's your status?
パニッシングの信号源が増えてやがる俺らに近づいてるぞ
私が倒れるまでにさっさと撤退しなさい 私の邪魔をするなんてずいぶんいい度胸してるわねあがいてみせてゴミクズ全てを粉々に潰すのは最高だわ
どいつもこいつもあの建物から出てきてやがるおい一番近い異合生物の連中が俺の足に噛みつくまで多く見積もっても3分だ
全てを海でエネルギーを消費しすぎたわね
I'm about to arrive at the drop point.
全てを粉々に潰すのは最高だわ
Frame restart. Initiating forced activation. Forced activation failed. Second activation, forced activation failed. Can't stop here. Third forced activation failed. Bloodshed. Warning, risk of mind deviation detected. Please do not cut off the mind connection. I repeat, cut off the connection. Initiate forced activation. Warning, this operation may cause irreversible damage to the mind. Confirmed. Protocol on confirmed. Restart. Obtain the supply. Hey, you've got there. I give you construct performance. The side effects. Human body. Massive.
いいわよその命知らずの行動さすがは私たちの指揮官様ねまだ足りないわあの人生きなきゃダメ
Almost at the drop point. obtain the supply. Oh.
あんたが手に入れたのは実験段階の装甲だ。少しの間だが構造体並みの性能を発揮できるぞ。その代わり副作用もでかい。耐えられるか？
I've already got myself a room at the Starlight. We need someone who can fight. There's no other choice. I have to take it. Flesh is weak. Equip the pallet armor.
3分経ったぞ。支援輸送機目標エリアに到着。位置情報を同期。早くこちらへ。
There's still time. I won't just sit here and accept my fate.
向かってるよ。多分間に合わない。あの気分屋の赤髪悪魔まで。あんたは先に輸送機に乗って撤退しろ。無駄な戦闘はやめろ。
Not enough power to proceed. I have my own signature too. Remove the face armor. No.
まずい。異合生物が輸送機に突入したぞ。輸送機が離陸したぞ。すぐに撃ち落とせ。異合生物を外に出しちゃならねえ。
Oh shit. Make a choice. Open fire.
しまったな。この島ごと俺らを吹っ飛ばすまでに機械がどれだけ言い争うか。カウントダウンでもしようぜ。
Make that choice. The moment they notice hetero creatures climbing onto the small transport, you and Hannah raise your weapons toward it. Through the comms, Hannah's voice also joins in. It's taken off again. We can't let it leave the island. Actively destroying the transport means cutting off their own escape route, but if they don't attack, no one can guarantee the hetero creatures won't spread beyond the island through this oversight. An overwhelming sense of risk weighs heavily on their chests. Now, the lives of both the people aboard the transport and the three on the island rest in their hands. Come in! Ground calling! We call the pilot repeatedly, desperate for even a glimmer of hope, but only hear chaotic static from the other end. Answer us! Come in! Please respond if you copy! Anav sprints to the scene, his expression growing increasingly grim as he takes in the sight of Vera collapsed on the ground and the transport lurching erratically in the air. No matter what, we have to make a choice now. No, it's already over. You lower your gun with a heavy heart and turns to look at Hannah, who stands there panting for breath. Both of them simultaneously hear eerie gnawing sounds through their headsets as the violently rocking transport suddenly steadies for a moment, as if someone has forcibly regained control and adjusted its position to point downward. Then it plunges into a steep dive. The two of them watch as their last hope, the transport that had barely taken off moments ago, trail black smoke as it plummets toward the ocean below. Clearly, the pilot on board had also realized the severity of the situation and decisively chose self-destruction, sacrificing the vehicle. The glow of the crash and explosion illuminates half of the night sky before being quickly swallowed by the pitch-black ocean waters. Only the residual shockwaves from the explosion roll in from the distance, stirring up sand and dust from the island that strike your face with unforgiving force. Self-destruction. The absolute last resort. Hanif reloads his weapon with gritted teeth, his voice filled with frustration at their situation, yet also boundless admiration. But damn, they died like a true hero. We won't get such a glorious death. Catch! I just found this new gun from the airdrop. Catch it. With our only support aircraft destroyed, we have no way off this island anytime soon. As long as we're stuck here, Babylonia can't simply use the Longinus arsenal to destroy the entire island. Fortunately, you and Vera are valuable enough. If I were the only one left, Babylonia wouldn't hesitate for a second. But on the flip side, every second we delay, that damned evolution on the island accelerates. This Eve the Ascendant mentioned will assimilate more and more hetero creatures. We need to eliminate Eve as soon as possible, or the situation will only worsen. Easy for you to say, but just us? And a construct who's already down? Hanif points at Vera, then irritably holds his head in frustration. Let's check the tracker first. Where has that Eve creature gone now? The Commandant takes out the tracking device Hanif handed over earlier. The red dot is still blinking, but it has moved to a dark structure at the center of the island. Hanif lets out a loud, sharp inhale that screams, I knew it. It's moving so fast. I knew that gene bank was trouble. The scanner had already showed the highest punishing readings coming from in there, and that all those new humans are gathered inside. So, are you getting what I'm saying? Our current state, charging into that gene bank to hunt down that Eve, might sound a bit more dignified than standing our ground in a desperate fight while waiting for the Longinus arsenal to arrive. But it's still pure suicide. Is there really no other way? I have to find another way. Vera's badly injured. When will Grey Raven arrive? Vera's badly injured. 2 all-out battles have pushed her garnet frame to the brink of total failure. Vital fluid has dyed her hair an even deeper red, with deep wounds covering her body that are almost painful to behold. The situation has deteriorated into a dilemma, without even a moment's respite to think clearly. Suddenly, you look once more toward the sea. The shattered remnants of the transport aircraft still burn as they float on the sea's surface, reflecting as a faint ember in your eyes. Run toward the sea. What the? What are you doing now? You suddenly scoop up Vera, who has entered standby mode, and sprints toward the sea with wild abandon. The seawater rises past your feet, your knees, rapidly engulfing your entire body as you sink into the brine. You can find some maintenance tools, there might be a chance. Faster! Bone-chilling waves crash against your face, even splashing into your mouth, but you don't dare to slow down. Supporting the garnet frame, you make your way to the transport wreckage and search around with a flashlight. Soon you find your target. The seawater has extinguished most of the flames on the transport wreckage, and by some stroke of luck, the cargo areas remains intact. Just as I thought, there's a chance. You struggle to drag Vera up onto the skeletal remains of the transport, and use the power of your exoskeleton to pull off the damaged outer shell. Help me out, Hanif! Hanif falls behind, swimming with difficulty. He suffered numerous cuts during the recent battle, and the salt water is now stinging each wound mercilessly. First running, now swimming. What is this, a triathlon? Ugh, this water tastes awful. Watch out! Hanif suddenly raises his arms and fires at something behind you. A hetero creature that was about to launch a sneak attack shrieks as it falls back into the water, creating a frustrated splash. You barely glance at it before turning around to continue tearing at the cargo container's outer shell. You didn't even notice that hetero creature behind you? I get that you're looking for maintenance components, but you've got to keep yourself alive first. Not just maintenance components. There's a sleeping pod inside. Hanif's expression turned serious. He had considered countless solutions, but never anticipated this kind of surprise. He quickly helps you by delivering several kicks to the cargo container. Fortunately, neither of you has neglected their physical training, and after a burst of exertion, the two of you actually managed to tear off the outer shell. The sleeping pod inside the container immediately slides into the water, bobbing with the waves. You lunge for the pod cover, using your authorization to initiate the startup sequence, the same procedure you followed back in Atlantis. Meanwhile, Hanif's gaze catches a detail on the corner of the sleeping pod. Hey, why is this marked with Corona's emblem? I don't care if it's from the Science Council or Corona. As long as it's... You have no time for caution. After unlocking it, you fling open the pod cover and peer inside. As long as it's her. As long as it's Vera. Another Vera lies in the sleeping pod. Her eyes are tightly shut, her hair resting peacefully on her shoulders, her bionic skin unblemished and pristine. This is the ultimate weapon, yet to be baptized by the fires of battle. At the sight of this completely undamaged frame, you suddenly feel a pang of emotion. But Hanif's gaze sweeps once more over the Kurono emblem at the pod's opening and a certain serial number he's seen before. If Vera transfers to this frame, perhaps she really could wipe out every last one of those damn things. As you prepare to carry the garnet frame inside, you catch a hint of sarcasm in Hanif's tone. What are you hiding? What is Kurono planning? Don't give me that murderous look. Yes, I know about the core design of these constructs. They're powerful, but just powerful, nothing more. Aren't you being overly cautious? Besides, you don't have any cards left. If you don't help her transfer to a new frame, she'll simply die like this. Hanif points to the red warning lights flashing on Vera's garnet frame, then simply raises both hands in surrender, showing you that he has nowhere to run. Sorry, but there's no time. This is the kind of pressure decision makers have to bear. If Wes must have taught you that. Your gaze returns to the construct in your arms. Just like in every mission before, Vera would claim she didn't care about anyone, yet she always kept everyone well protected. Your fingers trace the outlines of countless wounds covering Garnet's body. Vital fluid seeps out, coating your hand, only to be washed away by the ocean waves. The battle against countless hetero creatures has completely drained all functions from this frame. In all your time together, you've never seen her in such a state, teetering on the edge of total system failure. You take one final look at her, forcibly suppressing an inexplicable sense of familiarity and loss welling up inside. If there are any consequences, I'll bear them myself. Right now, keeping her alive comes first. Place Vera in the chamber. How long will it take for her to successfully adapt to it? I'm not sure. I've never seen her in this frame before. But time waits for no one. I'll have to carry her on my back and let her adapt as we move. You tie a rope around her waist and Vera's, hoisting her onto your back, and secure everything with a tight cross knot. Let's go. We'll follow the coordinates to find that Eve now. You really are insane. Seeing someone so eager to die is a first. No, second for me. This is not a death wish, Hanif. Every step we take is to escape death, not embrace it. You tighten the rope and look toward the building in the distance, that gene bank, with a different kind of fire flickering in your eyes. It's our turn now to fight desperately just to stay alive. Data synchronization progress. Initiating. And then there was that other option right there. But you have to play through the mission again. Yeah, I'll just leave it. I'll do it in like my own time. Surprise troop. Back to this. Surprise troop. Let me take a drink of water. Whew. Data synchronization progress 75%. Kurono Ground Research Base, War God Prototype, whatever. Several researchers in white lab coats dash hurriedly about, synchronizing constantly updating data to the hands of every supervisor up and down the chain of command. Something wrong? It's been half a day already. Not too promising, but still the best result we've had since beginning tests on this batch of frames. In just half a day, her mind data synchronization progress has already reached 75%. Most constructs can't even hold up to 75%, and quite a few show tendencies to go berserk and haywire before reaching even half that. The power system's major overhaul and the Inver device's receptor is developed into an extreme degree. Add everything up and the demands on the mind are just too high. Do you think she'll make it to the awakening phase? She will. Even if her hardware specs don't meet the standard, the resilience of her mind is worthy of our trust. Let's trust that for now. After all, she is Kurono's hound. Following the eager gaze of the staff into the testing chamber, two crimson frames are visible, their eyes closed as they undergo adaptation to their new bodies. They float in transparent liquid, unconsciously rotating slowly, with connection cables from their bodies tethered to large equipment like umbilical cords. Two identical faces face each other, an endless sea stretching between them as a mirror, reflecting each other in perfect synchrony. BPN 13. Executing activation protocol. Hound, time to wake up. Can you hear me? Vera nods slightly within the transparent chamber, her visual modules making slight movements as she begins to observe her surroundings. It's a cold, heavily guarded isolation room, with people outside communicating with her remotely through devices installed within. The entire world appears with a strange unfamiliarity, like a dissociated reality. Do you remember what you're doing here? She parts her lips, releasing a string of tiny bubbles as her vocal apparatus gradually begins to function normally. I'm undergoing new frame adaptation. The new frame is a special model, completely different from your previous support type. Can you adapt to it? Her Graver sprite is cool, super cool. I love it. Currently, no sensation. Good. Wait, her mind isn't ready yet. No, tests must be conducted under the most extreme conditions possible. There won't be a better opportunity than now. Preliminary assessment indicates Hound is in good condition. Permission granted to begin baseline testing. Pain. A male researcher outside the window insists on continuing the dialogue with her. Hound, focus on capturing keywords. I was the shadow of the waxwing slain by the false azure in the window pane. Bars. Memorized. Test. Start. On the punishing battlefield, sometimes you must kill comrades infected by punishing with your own hands. You approve of this practice. She blinks gently. Kill. After experiencing various battlefields, you believe you've developed psychological trauma or more severe symptoms of mind deviation. Trauma. A wave of dizziness suddenly washes over her. While fighting for Kurono, you felt that everything might be false. False. Your existence might also be false. False. Her chest burns with heat, as if something inside has ignited on its own. Minor mind deviation detected. What is this? She struggles to lift her head, noticing a device plugged into the chest of her new frame. She tries to push through the viscous liquid to grab the device, desperately clawing at it to pry it out and discard it. Only BBM-13 can withstand this modification. I can't allow you to rush her testing just to... You harbor resentment toward the world and everything around you. You decide to shatter the window. Mind deviation levels exceeding controllable parameters. Terminate the test. Terminate test. No. You harbor resentment toward the world and everything around you. You decide to shatter the window. Window. She tears free from the countless umbilical cord connections, fighting against the rage coursing through her entire body as she drives her fist into the center of the transparent bubble. Some observers scatter with screams, but many more display excitement as their ambition flares in response. The flames of ambition smolder in their eyes, reflecting both the cracks in the window and the construct's frenzied state. Now tarnished, emboldened by the flames of ambition. Window, glass. Did you see that? The test. It's a success! Data synchronization, 76%. Together, we shall devour the very world. Okay, Rykard. Vera suddenly falls into a daze. She stands motionless as her hands instinctively rise to cover her cheeks. Memory data cycles through her mind in an instant. She closes her eyes, struggling to grasp reality. Moments ago, Granny Wong had brought her back to Conservation Area 62, where she was attempting to transport the sample. And after that... After that, she barely got 2 sentences out before being interrupted by several young men and women who also came from the FOS military college. Then the corrupted suddenly launched their assault. She lowers her hands and tries to open her eyes. After several seconds of blurred visual feedback, her visual module finally regains clarity. Yeah, she looks good with black hair though. Why am I suddenly remembering my frame compatibility testing? This frame is still far too unstable. Watch out! Vera sweeps her spear sideways to take down a corrupted, seemingly unaffected by the disturbance in her mind, or so it appears. Shut up, I see it. This unexpected corrupted assault forces everyone onto a new battlefield. Once again, Vera charges to the front line. She expected it would be like before, fighting alone at the front. But this time, surprisingly, several others managed to keep up with her. Hound, you and that high-ranking commandant clear a path to the left. Engines roaring, Granny Wong drives her vehicle straight into a mass of corrupted, bringing along Kent, who stepped up as a temporary replacement, and several young faces. Vanessa leans halfway out of the roof hatch, using her earpiece to contact Vera, who's not far ahead, while simultaneously shouting through an old-fashioned megaphone at the refugees behind them who are in complete disarray. All armed personnel who can still move, grab your weapons and join Kent at the front. Everyone else follow Granny Wong's direction and evacuate in an orderly fashion. What the hell are you saying? We both know these corrupted are a different breed. Those weaklings who can barely hold their own on a normal day will just end up as cannon fodder if they charge to the front now. Weaklings? Most people in this conservation area are indeed useless in the face of such an onslaught. Vanessa frowns, repeating the word. I suppose we can agree on that, but unfortunately your thinking is too outdated to be useful right now. You want to discuss tactics with me? Vera raises her hand to cleave through a corrupted, lunging from her left. This frame's power and equipment represent Kurono's finest technology, and she wields it with practiced ease. Don't flatter yourself. Why would I need tactical advice from a construct? I haven't fallen that low yet. If you manage to survive, then I might consider sparing you a glance. I was studying military tactics when presumptuous brats like you weren't even born yet. Get lost. Go bother someone else. I don't need your help. Vera kicks over another shrieking corrupted. Her chest burns. These past few days of high-intensity battles have left her frame unusually excited. Vera's movements are too dramatic, yanking you off balance. It's another burden. You just had to tie us together with this rope. Fire! I just wanted to stay close to you. See? I'm not useless. Watch out, you missed one. Like I care if you... Uh-oh. Oh, jeez. Vera! That came out so late, but then went by so quick. There are still too many corrupted. One that slipped through their defenses tears off a piece of Vera's bionic skin. Why did you... Now look in your eyes again. Ugh. Jeez, and now the volume is amped up again. It happens all the time. Vera, wake up. Faster. Maintain the connection. Ugh. Chaotic launches its data flickers past like a rewinding tape. She has no idea where these data fragments are coming from, as if they've appeared out of nowhere. Yeah, it's whenever like the volume goes down during those moments where she kind of like gets dizzy, but then when the volume comes back, it just for some reason goes louder. This is a bit louder. What is happening? It's becoming more and more frequent. What's wrong with you? Your concerned questions slip into her ear, yet all it does is spark irritation in her heart. I need to talk with you after this is over, after I deal with all this. This endless running has no end. Then current you, so very different from the little commandant, suddenly speaks. Why? Constantly burning yourself out like this isn't ideal. You'll be devoured by the corrupted swarm sooner or later. Then what should I do? Why are you denying me? Why suddenly reject everything I've lived for, the principles I've used to survive since I was born? I'm being a bit unfair, I know. I'm just wondering, would there be a better outcome to what's happening right now? What nonsense is this? You should try trusting others, relying on them for once. Trust who? Those clowns crashing around in the vehicle? I don't belong with them. That bunch of fools running around with a loose screw in their heads. You can try trusting who I am now, trusting the people in that vehicle. If you can't keep up, just fall back on your own. Disgraceful. The noise in her earpiece becomes unbearable for Vera. She rips it off in one swift motion and flings it into the corrupted horde, letting them tear and gnaw at it, shredding the young girl's cold voice to pieces. Yet the metallic creaking of corrupted bodies pressed together, the screams of refugees behind her, and the roaring of engines still flood her auditory module. This is my battle and mine alone. Why should I even try relying on others? As the corrupted grow in number, their destructive urge rises like lava from a volcano. The burning sensation in her chest returns. I've had enough. Ever since I met you, I've been dragged into this damn charade of having to pretend to deceive, play the good person. I'm wearing this mask just to hide from you righteous types. She flicks the mask off her face with the tip of her gun, grabs you, and fixes her garnet red eyes on you, as if searching for answers in your gaze. But she must admit, no matter how she looks at them, this is unmistakably the same person. It is too late. Let me make this perfectly clear. I am a Kurono construct. How did the little commandant react? She tries to see clearly, but she's already starting to lose focus. This frame was deployed to the battlefield for the first time, so the mission was simple. Just find some documents and materials, and deliver them to the nearby base. But when the corrupted appeared, you just had to rush out and play hero. I tried to save you, wasted those materials on you, and damn it all. Great. Now my frame's unstable and I can't even remember the initial test protocols. A faint reflection of herself seems to linger on the blurry window glass, preserved in her mind, while beyond the spider web of cracks, unfamiliar yet agitated faces stare back at her. But she can't remember anything more. I understand now. I'm going haywire. While I'm still somewhat saying cut this damn rope and regroup with those jokers in the back. Our alliance, born of naive goodwill and pitiful cause and effect, ends here. She still takes one more look at you, along with the chaotic crowd bustling behind you. I can hold off the corrupted up ahead for a little longer. She places her hand on her chest, curling her fingers as if to pry something out from the center of her collarbones. Once I pull out the safety plug from this frame, everything will end. Do you understand? Before I completely go haywire, you need to run to grab Vera's wrist. You heard everything she said, but before her final warning, you grabbed her wrist. There's another way. Establish a mind connection with me. As you speak these words, Vera senses the landing of a mind beacon within her mind. Why should I trust you? Sorry, I haven't really tried this on the field before. If we can just hold on for one more second, we'll have another chance. It's the point. Vera is familiar with this emerging technology, and her frame is equipped with a system to connect with mind beacons, but she still feels uncomfortable. It's like allowing someone to peek into her mental world, which feels very strange. But the mind beacon lands anyway, plunging into her mind, attempting to calm the raging tempest within. Her memory data is being retrieved in a fumbling manner. She can feel that you are inexperienced with mind connections, clumsily stumbling through her past experiences, trying to find anything that might be useful. What is this initial test content? Should I trust you? I can't remember clearly. It's murdered, shadow, window glass, false. The vast expanse of her mind envelops the beacon, and you, or rather the person you are now, cannot find the answers in time. Is this our only option? Crackle. A stubborn, ill-timed burst of static suddenly comes through your earpiece. You guys are... Hey, did Hound mess with the comm device? We've successfully evacuated many refugees from the rear. Are you guys at the front still alive? Still alive. We're almost done for. Help! Still alive. We've done well. Just hang in there for 10 more seconds and... What? 9, 8, 7... Let me explain. Prepare for impact. The explosion will begin approximately 30 meters ahead of your position. Is that an explosion? 30 meters? Are you trying to send us to our graves? 4, 3... Everyone get down! Vera, get down! What's with that gaudy humanoid figure up ahead? Something's wrong. Why is it coming towards us? Granny Wong, didn't you just say... Woof, 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 woof. Uh-oh. At the other end of the communication, Granny Wong seems to have lit a cigarette, her arm casually resting on the steering wheel as she lets out a long sigh. Oh my, that kid is still quite unreliable. Next moment, a burst of colorful smoke suddenly rises, and before anyone can react, the bombardment begins. How many explosions are we going to have to avoid? A violent gust blows Vera's hair forward, strands wildly slapping against her face. The surrounding corrupted are sent flying, giving Vera a brief reprieve. You desperately cling to Vera to avoid being blown away, while the powerful explosive force has already lifted those behind you into the air. Look, it's Vanessa. There's Simon in the back there, and there's Leia. Look at Simon over there. Just in time. Remains silent, only lighting her cigarette. Woof! Barks joyfully. Before they crash to the ground, a flexible whip lashes out from the extravagant colored smoke, wrapping around everyone and placing them safely enough in a secure location. Everyone's saved! A vibrantly colored young woman descends from the sky, drumming and singing to herself as if completely oblivious to the chaotic battlefield around her. Boom, 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 clang, clang, clang. In the most dire hour of need, here comes the most powerful construct descending from the heavens. What a tremendous feat! Quick, give your thanks to the great Leia, the legendary hero. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Simon collapses in a sitting position on the ground, adjusting his glasses, which have lost half their lenses. So this is who Granny Wong mentioned, the special construct temporarily stationed in Conservation Area 62. Damn. Leia descends from above like an angel, breaking through the corrupted's encirclement. This is Leia's chapter now. She and Vera, both constructs, have been fighting fiercely on the front lines for a long time, finally securing the crucial time needed for the evacuation of Conservation Area 62. Only after confirming that most civilians had been evacuated from the conservation area did Vera, with Leia's support, retreat from the front lines with the humans. Together, they joined the tail end of the refugee column. Granny Wong's small pickup truck was destroyed by Leia's indiscriminate explosions, forcing her to drive a large transport vehicle at the front instead. The rest of those still able to move are relegated to the back of the line, advancing on foot. Everyone can tell that Vera is not in good shape. According to you, she has endured numerous hardships lately, exceeding her frame's load capacity, resulting in symptoms of mind deviation. She used to wear a mask, acting all mysterious and secretive. Now she doesn't hide anything at all. What was the point of charging so far ahead? In the end, you still had to be carried back by everyone, didn't you? Hound urgently needs rest and maintenance, but it's only a matter of time before the corrupted catch up. For now, escape remains our top priority. And so, the current scene is somewhat difficult to describe. The construct's weight far exceeds that of normal humans, so the main responsibility of carrying her falls to Leia, who is also a construct, while the humans insist on walking alongside them, lending their support. Vanessa frowns and pinches her nose, examining Leia for a good while before speaking sharply. I heard you're not a Babylonian soldier, you're just a construct attached to Granny Wong? I like to experience life in Babylonia, but I still have some unfinished business, so I'm putting it off for now. Besides, Granny Wong is amazing. When she and Shepard found me, I was dead set on following her. She provides frame maintenance parts, all kinds of supplies, and she's someone who always has my back no matter what I want to do. Granny Wong really raised herself a good dog. It's rare to find someone who can be ordered around so easily with just a bone. What? Are you talking about me? Leia, who was just compared to a good dog taking orders, bewilderedly points to the tip of her nose. With her movement, Vera nearly falls off her back. Watch out! See? I was right to tell you to help support Hound. You can't rely on just Leia. If only I could request an exoskeleton. Speaking of Hound, what exactly is her background? Vanessa points at Vera, getting to the heart of the matter. Babylonia? Remain silent. Babylonia. I don't believe you. Give me an explanation. It's not convenient for me to explain now. When we return to Babylonia, please help me keep what happened on the surface confidential. Impossible. That's your responsibility, so don't force the burden on others. We'll decide after we return. I heard you attempted the newest mind beacon connection with her without authorization. At most, you only practice on simulators back in FOS. Weren't you afraid it might kill her? You might kill her? The situation was critical. If I hadn't initiated the connection when I did, she might not have survived until now. You don't finish your sentence, but the image of Vera desperately clawing at the device on her collarbone remains vividly fresh in everyone's mind. It's hard not to suspect you two have something on each other. Hey, Hound, stop pretending you can't hear me. I've studied the clinical symptoms of construct mind disruption. I know you can still hear what I'm saying. Vera slightly opens her eyes in response. Unfortunately, her visual module is as blurry as a human experiencing a concussion. After briefly glancing at her surroundings, another wave of dizziness forces her to close her eyes again. So what brilliant insights do you have now? I already said I haven't sunken so low as to discuss tactics with the construct, but if you're lucky enough to survive, I might deign to give you a moment of my attention. Do you still think your theory is correct? Your tactics have an excessively individualistic style. Do you believe that as long as you alone can hold the line, everyone else should be classified as assets who should just stand behind you and be protected? It's embarrassingly obvious how old you are. Only the Golden Age could produce such a mindset, brimming with that dazzling ideal of individual heroism. But times have changed, and what we've learned is completely different. In complex ground environments, protecting everyone is impossible. The correct approach is to sacrifice some expendables while preserving the essential personnel. Vanessa, that's your own tactical style, not everyone else's. That is not the only approach we were taught. Almost forgot about you. Vanessa points mockingly at the rope binding Vera and you at the waist. One's a pitiful relic from the Golden Age with a head full of laughable traditional heroism. The other's a delusional innocent, foolishly trying to trade the most worthless sacrifice for honor in this apocalypse. You two really are cut from the same cloth. No wonder you're tethered together on the same rope. Rest assured, once we're back in Babylonia, I'll report issues of your misconduct to our superiors in full detail, your inappropriate attire, ideological distortion, malicious competition. Vera begins a retort, and falls silent mid-sentence as memories from her past surface. But it's enough to make Vanessa's skin crawl. I can also ensure that neither you nor that idealistic commandant ever make it back to Babylonia. You can both rot down here on the surface instead. Big talk. I'll say it again. You're welcome to try. As the tension between Vera and Vanessa sharpens to a razor edge, a colorful figure suddenly slides into view, studying both women through the gap in their standoff. With her back to Vera, she studies both of their sour expressions from below with exaggerated theatrical interest. Oh my goodness. Two women with such vicious tongues appearing at the same time. Is this how everyone from Babylonia talks? Perhaps it's some kind of fashion trend? So sophisticated. It's not your place to butt in, you tasteless, chaotic dork. Here you go again. Simon, pale-faced, closes his eyes once again. As an injured member, he should be in the vehicle, but severe motion sickness forced him to walk instead, returning to this shattered FOS squad. Vanessa, please don't pick fights with everyone we meet. Try to intervene. Hey, Vanessa, she helped us. Don't think you're in the clear just because you're with Granny Wong now. Once I graduate, we'll have plenty of chances to meet again. You'd better pray you never fall into my hands. What are you going to do to me? I'll make sure you're the first one I send in for a complete makeover, head to toe. Get rid of that tacky style of yours. That's it? Wonderful. The young lady from Babylonia is truly generous. Far from being intimidated by the warning, the peculiar character excitedly drew closer instead. Miss Benny, be my witness. Once I finish my business and go to Babylonia to join the elites, I'll seek out Lady Vanessa there. Sigh. Let's get down to business, Leia. Granny Wong mentioned you brought back a suspicious person. Where are they now? Leia and Vanessa simultaneously jerk their chins forward. One can't free her hands, while the other can't be bothered to lift a finger. In the transport vehicle up ahead, under the watch of that useless acting supervisor, Kent. Don't worry, I've got that criminal wrapped up tighter than a mummy. Criminal? Criminal? Are you certain of his guilt? Did he confess? He just mumbled nonsense for ages, babbling about being some messenger of the gods and the true purpose of punishing. Well, obviously, he's just a lunatic with delusions of grandeur. Is this the researcher who left early that you all mentioned before? Vera forces her heavy eyelids open, looking toward the large transport vehicle not far ahead. A sense of foreboding rises within her. Like... The cause of the leak is still unknown, but they discovered that someone left the research facility right before the virus leaked out. That person has now completely disappeared. Leia left the moment she received the news. Yes, we've already sent a construct to find the person who left earlier, hoping to uncover some clues about them from them. She hasn't returned yet, but we're not just twiddling our thumbs either. Like on that final night of the Golden Age during the raging blizzard, an eerie red flash briefly appeared in the distance beyond the windows of a military hospital. Something isn't right. Vera begins to struggle on Leia's back. Huh? You want to get down? Are you sure you can walk? I didn't take Kent's explanation seriously at first, because I couldn't believe a mere researcher could cause such a massive crisis. It's simply impossible. Someone must be backing him. But if this is true, if Leia really manages to capture the target... That night she opened the window. A couple of snowflakes drifted onto the back of her hand, their iciness accompanying her vigilance. It's snowing. A few snowflakes drift onto Vera's eyelashes. It's snowing again. If he's truly suspected of causing something this massive, then detaining and interrogating him should be our top priority. Vera locks her gaze with the transport vehicle ahead, loaded with elderly and vulnerable civilians as her fingers reach for the weapon on her back. She knows the melting snow will turn into mud, making this desperate winter escape even more difficult. This struggling convoy cannot withstand another attack. I'll go up ahead to check. That mother and daughter are on the vehicle too. You draw a handgun with barely any ammunition left and decide to scout ahead. First, tell me everything you know about that person. He's a very gaunt old man. Thinking about it now, it was pretty scary. When I found him, he was even humming a tune. Alert! We have a situation. There's gunfire at transport vehicle number 3. Kent is on that vehicle, but he's not responding. I'll lead the other vehicles away while you get over there now. Uh-oh. Suddenly, everyone's communication systems activate simultaneously as Kent's channel opens on its own. Besides the disturbing screams, everyone also hears the voice of an old man humming a tune. Including Vera, everyone hears that song. What song is that? I made it up, don't worry about it. Leia seems completely insulated from the approaching danger, still innocently reciting the mission target's name. His name is... Haynes! Oh no! Disaster. Flesh and blood. Okay, since it bugged out and like increased the volume like crazy, I'll turn it down just a bit from here. Okay, now it sounds like now it sounds like it got reset just from me adjusting the volume. God damn it. Back to it. Flesh and blood. A blood black void begins to weave a network. Cells connecting, reconnecting, joining with the central stem. Synchronization progress, 85%. Snowflakes continue to drift down at a leisurely pace, while the wind stirred by people rushing past throws everything into disarray. Inside this train car packed with the elderly and vulnerable, chaos has clearly erupted, or more accurately, a one-sided massacre. Those who rushed here immediately spot Kent's body sprawled at the edge of the car, along with the body of the mother, the woman who had tried everything possible to keep her daughter alive. The sudden turn for the worse leaves everyone feeling untethered, each person engulfed by a wave of disorientation. The girl stares vacantly at her mother's body, her hollow gaze fixed unblinkingly on the corpse. Haynes grips the only gun among these people, taken from Kent. Judging by the bullet hole in the back of Kent's head, he probably never noticed anything before dying from the sneak attack. Now the gun barrel is pressed against the girl's head. I've been eavesdropping on your conversations and discovered a familiar face among you. She stopped my first incident, and now she's here to interfere with this finale too. What a fateful connection we have. Vera? Vera grits her teeth, struggling to dismount from Leia's back as her right hand clamps firmly around her weapon. You're still as young and sharp as ever. You haven't changed at all. There's something that should have died decades ago, yet you don't look any different from back then. Haynes, who's backing your cloning operation? Two figures, separated by decades of time yet unchanged in appearance, stare at each other from opposite ends of a gap several meters wide. Haynes doesn't answer Vera, instead focusing intently on examining her frame. Constructs. To think that detestable professor's research would become one of the greatest technologies of this era. How does it feel to become a construct? Is it just like I predicted back then? Replacing your fragile human form with metal. Have you crossed that river yet? Oh, hold on to that ambition of yours. With just a touch of evolution, you can easily wade across that river. Like replacing this fragile flesh, removing the interior genes within it, and substituting them with... Hand over the child. Seems you're still drifting in the middle of the river. That young lady, on the other hand, is far more enlightened than you. Miss Vanessa, if I heard correctly, that is your name, isn't it? Among those pointing their guns at him, he spotted a young woman with silver white hair. Your thinking is very straightforward. Discard what's useless, preserve what's valuable. Now all the trash is dead. That Kent, who clearly couldn't manage things, along with a bunch of sniveling old folks and children, and that interfering woman. When mentioning that interfering woman, he spits out a mouthful of bloody saliva. Nothing but a raving lunatic. Alright, now this child is also a burden. Haynes tightens his grip as he presses the still hot gun barrel against the girl's skin, burning her. Vanessa's expression turns utterly grim. So the eavesdropper has taken an interest in our casual chat? The previously unresponsive girl suddenly contorts her entire face after seeing Haynes spit. Extreme rage overtakes her expression, her innocence instantly replaced by an anger completely inherited from her mother. Die. Die. Die! Let him die! Kill him now! Hold down the trigger. Haynes tightens his grip on the girl's neck and smashes his gun butt into her cheek, knocking out her newly grown permanent teeth. Burden, don't speak, and the rest of you better not move. State your demands. I already told you. Didn't you understand? I want to see which ideology will triumph. If you want to save this dead weight, send over that red construct as an exchange. I happen to have something to discuss with her. Haynes gestures toward Vera. I never asked your name for your name before, but the codename Hound suits you well. A sharp blade and obedient dog. both equally useful tools. Hand her over to me and I won't kill the child. Look at Vera. Hound, trusting him would be the height of stupidity. I don't need you to remind me. Vera quickly surveys her surroundings and finds nothing noteworthy except for ruins in every direction. He should have killed everyone by now. Keeping that girl alive means he must have something else planned. It's definitely not just about catching up with an old acquaintance. What is he? A familiar urgency erupts in her chest as her mind becomes a tangled mess. Simply standing there facing off with Haynes is already taking all of her strength. If I could just take him out with one shot. Don't you always love trading risk for a reward? Haven't you always wanted to be the hero? Didn't you always want to stand at the front of everyone? Come on, let them see what choice you make. The humans notice that the double-edged gun shaft in Vera's grip is trembling slightly, her long-suppressed rage nearly strong enough to snap the handle in two. That is Vera's stance right before she attacks. Hound! Is she going to attack head-on? Huh. Let me guess what you're thinking. Whatever crosses Haynes' mind takes the muttering, deranged old man break into a wide grin. You must be thinking, how to kill me as quickly as possible before I can even pull the trigger. You can save it. Too bad that's the wrong shot. Shut up! The lance tears through the air, violently impaling Haynes through the chest. A sickening blend of sounds fill the air, ribs shattering, heart torn to shreds, spine disintegrating, as he's instantly pinned to death against the vehicle's cabin. Haynes spews blood mixed with tissue fragments as the delicate standoff shatters in an instant, prompting almost everyone to spring into action. People rush toward the cabin filled with corpses while trying to pull the girl out. Meanwhile, Haynes managed to fire that bullet anyway, aiming straight ahead. The bullet races forward, traveling across a current of air torn open by the lance. Only your peripheral vision catches a glimpse of that fleeting shadow, revealing the bullet's true target. Vera! Vera sees the bullet too. Even with her visual module already blurred, she can still make out its trajectory. But she can't dodge it anymore. The thrown lance nearly depleted all power, her body still locked in a forward-leaning pose. She slowly falls, leaving her unable to dodge the malice originating from her past. Vera! You roar out her name, darting in front of Vera, the action accompanied by a discordant metallic clang as the bullet pierces through the sample box and strikes directly into your body. No. Mrs. President, get down! Both of you lose your strength and fall, but you still spread your arms, deliberately cushioning the falling construct's body. The two of you collapse awkwardly onto the ground in a tangled heap. Vera refuses to close her eyes even for a second, trembling as she tears at your jacket and shirt. You've been shot! Yes, I have. Meanwhile, a new disaster unfolds, giving no one a moment to catch their breath. No, everyone stay away from him! No one notices that a certain container inside Haynes' stomach has also been blasted into fragments by the attack. His gaze gradually grows cloudy, yet his hoarse voice still reaches everyone's ears through Ken's communication device. I knew you thought could save. He's talking to Vera. All wrong. His gaze is fixed on the two people collapsed nearby, Vera's hair burning like a fire. You think? You thought you found someone willing to support you? You think you're brave enough now to stand proudly before everyone? You should have gone back to the mud, to be broken, to be crushed, to be trampled and devoured by countless beasts. There are many words he wants to pour out to that woman in red, but this is enough. Soon she'll know that she made the wrong choice. You deserve this. Ha. While the Divine's messenger, Gabriel, has already illuminated the correct path for me. Haynes' final gaze turns toward the sky. Atop the ruined building, a pair of eyes remains perfectly still, appreciating this catastrophe unfolding directly below. This guy's deranged as hell. The owner of those eyes seems to acknowledge Haynes' final bow. He raises his arm, steadily pointing to a location not far away. Haynes understands this signals the beginning of a new operation. Ha ha ha. I did it. The new seed is already... Like a black hole devouring matter, the putrefaction begins at the center of Haynes' abdomen and spreads at a terrifying speed, consuming his bones, organs, fat, and skin, along with the girl kneeling nearby, howling in despair. Accompanying this suicide attack, everyone's punishing concentration alarms begin to sound in unison. No, that child is still in there. The child. Haynes has samples in his body too. Everyone stay back. Sensing danger, Granny Wong stops abruptly and firmly grabs the two youngsters still trying to rush forward, yanking them back. Vanessa's hand has already touched the rear panel of the vehicle compartment. Pain from the concentrated punishing immediately spreads from her fingertips, blood quickly soaking through her glove. If you want to be corroded until there's nothing left, not even your bones, then just keep standing there. Vanessa and Simon are quickly dragged away. Before their eyes, Haynes and the girl melt into pools of decaying flesh, quickly sliding down the spear Vera had thrown and spreading across the ground. The humans nearby witnessed everything, and their intense emotions finally burst forth. No, I shouldn't have. Shut up, don't say another word. Vera grits her teeth as she tears open your shirt to examine the gunshot wound. Even she couldn't have imagined this damn scene would play out again. Over these past few days, you have already rushed in to shield her from 2 deadly attacks. I hadn't taken that mother's gun away. They would have had at least one extra gun to fight back against Haynes. It never would have come to this. Oh. If anyone's to blame, it's... The bullet hole leaves scorched black marks on the human's clothes and skin, but no blood comes out. No blood at all. No blood. Something blocked it. What blocked the bullet? A sinister thought worms its way into her mind, and she immediately pulls the sample box from your hands. Her strength has waned considerably, but the box still tumbles to the ground from your grip. A pitch-black bullet hole appears before her eyes, with stabilizing agent rapidly leaking from inside. I was wrong. Granny Wong, a group of corrupted is approaching us. Leia, being a construct, is the first to sense the imminent attack. Corrupted group approaching. They shouldn't have been able to catch up so quickly. There's no time to evacuate. Regroup immediately, everyone. Prepare to engage. Granny Wong glances back at the vehicle cabin where Haynes' remains lie as nothing more than a spreading puddle of mangled flesh. It mingles with crimson blood and crimson punishing, seeping through the crevices of the surrounding ruins, seeping ever deeper. Above it, those who tread upon crimson ground are already trapped in a desperate situation. Perhaps I shouldn't have said those things. I shouldn't have gotten out of the car. I had stayed inside. The electric car driven by Haynes thunders past. Due to the choices made by several young people, it charges back and forth on the tracks, circling around and crushing every innocent person on each branching path, sparing nobody. Can someone really utilize punishing to this extent? With her wealth of experience, Granny Wong firmly believes this isn't something Haynes could accomplish alone. There must be an existence behind him that far exceeds anything she can imagine, supporting this chaos. But no one has time to investigate that now. In the immediate future, just staying alive will be a challenge. Granny Wong lets out a long sigh. You still have guns in your hands, so raise them. It's time for us to fight back once more. You two over there, can you still stand? The human and the construct in the distance don't respond. Vera hangs her head, the disheveled hair obscuring her profile, making her expression unreadable. Sheepdog suddenly jumps down and runs to your side, barking frantically at the sample box on the ground, drawing everyone's attention. Led by Granny Wong, the group approaches and quickly notices that the two are frozen in place, staring at the box with an almost manic intensity. From the dark bullet hole in the box, they can almost hear Haynes' mocking laughter. Watch out! Step back! Granny Wong spots the danger and holds the others back. Vera continues staring at the bullet hole, realizing that Haynes is like a punctuation mark deeply embedded in the earth. Decades later, on yet another winter day, he is once again telling her that every struggle ends in darkness. Her memory rewinds to a familiar winter night. Dr. Gwyneth, her only friend, became one of the first victims when the disaster broke out. Afterward, she joined the military forces resisting the punishing virus, voluntarily signed the informed consent documents, and willingly underwent modification. Then, from her very first battlefield appearance as a construct, she struggled with every ounce of her strength. Yet, even when she tore off her own arm to help her teammates, Average Joe and the others still couldn't survive. Even when she was prepared to bear the charge of desertion, Hummingbird and Moth still couldn't survive. Even when she gave everything for this group of foolish comedians, she only pushed the situation toward a worse extreme. The red-haired Reaper was a curse. Someone else had seen this truth long before she did. Your sharpness, too, will inevitably be dulled until you reach the tragic end that awaits you. Data synchronization, 87%. Vera glares at the box, clenched teeth grinding together to produce a wet clicking. I refuse to accept this. It's not the time to give up. I refuse to accept this ending. She snatches the box in one swift motion. You instinctively grab hold of the other end. Let go! The stabilizer hasn't completely drained yet. There's still time for you to leave. I'll take the sample to a safe place. The sample cannot be abandoned. This is the last sample we have. What about you? I admit I made a mistake, but I won't dwell on it. The sample is never going to reach its destination out, and throwing it as far away as possible is the only remedy I can offer. There must be another way. There's another way. Take back the box. There must be another way. You snatch it back, clutching it tightly and refusing to let go even as the stabilizer continues to rapidly leak out. The test material. Use that piece for my body. You suddenly look up, meeting Vera's eyes. You said it yourself. It can block punishing more effectively. It can serve as better protection against punishing. I've got it all recorded on my terminal. You weren't lying to me, were you? You had no reason to lie to me. Vera doesn't answer. She meets her gaze, and you can already see the answer in her eyes. Unwrap the bandages around your abdomen. Yusupeni, what are you doing? About what just happened and what's about to happen. I admit I'm a bit upset. I'm a bit angry, and I'm a bit scared. Oh, which one? Well, upset could be, honestly, all of the above. Upset could be used to describe anger or any other negative emotion. So upset. But all these emotions will only last for a second. If I hesitate, hold on. You. For everyone's shocked eyes, you suddenly press the box firmly against the wound on your abdomen. Jesus Christ! Holy shit! Oh no, built different. What are you doing? You've lost your mind. Sama and Vanessa both think their classmate has gone mad, desperately reaching out to grab the sample box. Honestly, I would have the same reaction. Grip the box tightly. The searing pain feels like it's tearing open the wound on their side again. You grimace in agony, hunching over and curling up almost into a fetal position. One sample left. Too important. Only by getting this sample to the right place for analysis can we possibly stop the disaster from spreading. Otherwise, what just happened will occur everywhere. Vera's expression grows complicated as she finds herself forced to reassess the person in front of her once again. Even like this, you're still determined to deliver the sample? If you were in my place, wouldn't you make the same choice? Vera receives an answer just like the one she expected. Her mouth stretches into a smile as she too hunches over, suppressing the flood of emotions threatening to burst forth. It's pretty funny, right? Yeah. Finally, all her unspoken reproaches and all the responsibility she wished to shoulder alone transformed into thunderous laughter echoing from above the ruins. I've added the word from. That sample has a maximum stability period of 6 hours. Granny Wong, can we make it in time? Granny Wong immediately understands her intention. We can't make it. The corrupted will catch up to us before we reach a base with analysis capabilities. Fighting while retreating is no longer an option. But Granny Wong delivers her assessment, definitive yet regrettably honest. What if we hold the rear and block all the corrupted? From within the crowd, a silver-haired girl throws out these words, simultaneously reaching out and grabbing Vera's arm. Her eyes are rimmed with red, and her gloves are still seep blood, leaving a shocking crimson handprint on Vera's armor. We haven't even reached the point of writing the after-action report, and you're already fantasizing about being the hero. Disgusting. Do you think you're some self-proclaimed savior of the world, expecting all of us pampered elites from Babylonia to fall in line behind you? I can't stand that self-righteous look on your face. Even if this is my first time on the surface, I refuse to be someone holding you back. She defiantly wipes her face. Just like how you and Leia bought time for the people from the conservation area to retreat, I can do the same. Everyone here will. She sweeps her arm toward the crowd behind her. Every refugee who stood with them has witnessed their perseverance and also beheld the tragedy that unfolded on that vehicle. At this moment, everyone silently gives their answer. They will no longer choose an endless fight with no destination. Mrs. Wong, isn't this enough? Concentrate all our resources on one transport vehicle. Granny Wong issues her command, and people begin to move, silent and resolute as they act swiftly. Even with the best preparations and buying as much time as possible, the transport vehicle can only travel a short distance more, not enough to reach the destination. It will definitely be a stretch of road you'll have to travel by yourself. I can carry that person on my back while running. Factor my speed into your calculations. No, in your current condition, you can't achieve a construct's normal movement speed. I can reach that speed. Vera tries to prop herself up using her weapon, but she can barely lift her head. I've already tried it. The consciousness connection that person established with me. It works. As long as the connection is maintained, I can move. Then, Granny Wong turns toward you, suffering alone. To fulfill your wish, to fulfill everyone's wish, you must. I need her. I need Vera. You grip the rope connecting you to Vera. Please help us. Delay the corrupted as long as possible. They're here! What, the copyright claim? Yeah, it's definitely coming. The horde of corrupted, drawn by Haynes through some unknown method, appears on the horizon. They flow through the crevices of these ruins, surging forward like a flood. Granny Wong removes the sniper rifle from her shoulder. Alright, Shepard and I are good to go. It's been a good while since I fought like this. It reminds me of my days in the cargo crew. Come on, get up. We need to move right now. Granny Wong reaches out, placing her hand on Vera's shoulder. Her arm, hardened from years of handling rifles, remains steady and strong. Vera thrusts her weapon into the ground, trying to pull herself up. The days of constant running, repeatedly pushing her frame to its breaking point, have left her strength almost completely drained. She struggles up, only to fall. She tries again, only to fall again. Get up! She rises, falls, and rises again, all the while struggling toward that person. Leia, come give me a hand. You two owe debts of gratitude that can never be repaid, understand? Vanessa reveals doubt. It says she draws her sidearm and leads the still armed refugees forward without a backward glance. I will ensure everyone's survival. That's my promise. Even if the rest of the world perishes, I'll ensure at least a handful of us survive. As for you all, even if you're suffocated by the weight of responsibility, even if you must run until your last breath, we absolutely cannot let our efforts go to waste. Vera collapses one last time. This has to be her last. She finally accepts help from others, lying on her back in the center of the group, allowing them to support her limbs and weapons as they all strain forward together. They lift her up together. A hero needs a sharp blade, so they lift their swords before them. Reach out hand. Beginning connection. I've been thinking lately. I've realized that time and experience shape who we become. Everyone around you supports you, while everyone around me lost their lives because of me. So your instinct to give is to give, while mine is to take. She has long seen her fate written in the stars. Born from misfortune, bringing suffering wherever she goes. Only by continuously swallowing pain can she stomach the harsh reality she creates. Do you understand? We're walking different paths, completely different from each other, Usabeni. Vanessa was wrong too. I have no interest in being a hero. Countless hands lift her before you. She gazes at the hand reaching out to her and blinks slowly. Look, you're the hero. You can draw everyone's attention and admiration to yourself, shining so brightly it's almost annoying. I've been wavering all along, reluctantly continuing this relay with you, not wanting to sacrifice myself for some grand purpose. Now You look very hero right now, Vera. Yeah. She watches you writhe in pain, repeatedly recalling the moment they used their own flesh and blood to fill the gap. She knows all too well that you are a modern Icarus who will attempt to cross the sea with waxen wings, but the harsh rays of reality will surely melt them, sending you plummeting into the deepest trenches of the unfeeling waters. I refuse to accept this. The mind beacon descends once more, sending a piercing pain into her mind, as if transmitting the agony this person is currently enduring. A familiar pain races through her limbs and fingertips as she gradually awakens, her strength returning with it. Slowly, she clenches her fist. Come here. She understands completely. Take a piece of flesh from the body of mine, disaster. Synchronization 90%. Oh shit. Junior. Whoa. Within Vera's past mind, she was born on a sea of hands to the little commandant, offering her own flesh and blood. She pulls you along for the final leg of your journey together. Yet, reality seems like a projection of the mind, only in reverse. Amid a shower of dust, 3 people, or more accurately, 1 person plus a pair of conjoined individuals, tumble unceremoniously from a duct, crashing onto the floor of a corridor in the gene repository. As you carry the construct on your back, you take a hard fall, but after just catching your breath twice, you immediately push yourself up to check on Vera's condition. 11%. 12%. The mind beacon reflects the frame's data synchronization status, progressing abnormally slow. Why is that data synchronization so slow? It was so much faster during the Atlantis operation. Maintain connection. Let me boost the mind beacon's assistance. Hanif is the first to roll over and get back on his feet. How many followed us? I blocked the tunnel exit. No hetero creatures have followed us yet. Impressive. You managed to block it while carrying such a large construct. Dust everywhere. The powered exoskeleton kid. Thank goodness it works. Nanomachine, son. Exoskeleton, son. Thank goodness it still works. Let's check the tracker first. Where's Eve? Take out the tracking device. The dots glow is fainter, but they can confirm Eve is somewhere nearby. Just as I thought, it escaped into this gene bank. Let's move. I'm just built different. Hanif kindly helps you to your feet. That exoskeleton is certainly cumbersome. Meanwhile, he catches your scrutinizing gaze, taking advantage of the moment to observe you. What's up? You look like you've got something on your mind. How did you find that tunnel entrance so quickly? Because I'm Kurono personnel. Of course I know about these little secrets. I thought you weren't familiar with this island. There's too many holes in your story. You've been lying the whole time. I admit I researched this genomic research center a bit before we departed, but I absolutely had no intention of harming any of you. I told you before, I want you to get me away from Kurono, and in exchange I'll lead you to the treasure. You just happened to run into some major trouble. How exactly did you join Kurono? Why are you so desperate to escape from Kurono? Why the sudden interest in these finicky details? After 2 whole days of going through hell, have you finally been charmed by me? Looking to whisk me away on a white horse? Hanav quickly quickens his pace forward, words flowing smoothly from his mouth, as if the questions themselves are of little concern to him. You look once more at Hanav's lapel. In fact, when you first escorted him onto that transport ship, he had already discovered a small FOS badge hidden in the inner lining of his coat. I'll be blunt. You smell of FOS. You have FOS written all over you. What's this smell of FOS you're talking about? Like how yesterday you nearly strangled me, then pointed a gun at me, all because I acted a bit too much? Was it actually because I was too smelly? Answer with another question and I'll sew your mouth shut. What the crap? Fine, no point in hiding it. I did graduate from FOS Military College, but I severed ties with Babylonia long ago. Now I'm just Kurono's little dog. You must have done well at FOS, otherwise Kurono wouldn't have taken an interest in you. Hannah raises an eyebrow, maintaining his dismissive, think what you want attitude. Nothing special, just ranked in the top 10 overall. That's impressive. Is Hanif your real name? I've never seen it on any chief registry from previous years. I was never a chief. That position. Someone will allow it? You weren't interested? No, that's not it. Being that kind of hero standing in the spotlight just doesn't suit me. That's all. Hanif takes a deep breath. I doubt anyone would believe me if I said it. I'm here to find my family. Question mark? Don't misunderstand. I'm no kin with those vicious hetero creatures. I just want to find my true origins, and my investigation just happened to lead me here. I don't believe anyone could be under Kurono's control from the moment of birth, so I want to figure out what exactly made them take an interest in me. You've been under Kurono's since you were born. See? You don't believe me as expected. I'm guessing you won't like this kind of story, all this secrecy and mystery, only to end up being about some trivial family matter. Silent again. I suppose that's one of your virtues, staying quiet about things you don't understand. But this is my story. Heroic epics like yours that are known all over the world are a rarity. Mine is just the tale of a small shadow drifting through the world, the type you'd be able to find anywhere. I've said everything that I can tell you. If you have no other questions, please trust me a little longer. Besides, our current situation is extremely urgent. The situation is already complicated. I don't want to deal with a betrayal on top of everything else. Got it? You interrupt Hannah, tapping the gun in your hand as you deliver a warning. Alright, understood. Let's pick up the pace and focus on capturing Eve. By the way, I'll take point. You were injured earlier. Why are you suddenly willing to turn your back to me? You still carry FOS's badge with you to this day. Oh, so you noticed that. Like a bird with his beak held shut, he folds his wings and follows quietly for once. With Vera on your back, you stride forward through the darkness while using the mind beacon to connect with the frame mind, accelerating the adaptation process. Everything seems to be progressing naturally. A hero's presence is reassuring, promising a happy end. The dim corridor lights stretch into long shadows behind them, with Hanif caught in the protagonist's silhouette. He repeatedly inhales as if to speak, then hesitates. Countless times his lips move, but each time he swallows his words back down. He remains silent. After all, his innate destiny has always been in imitation, and years of experience have accustomed him to being a mere shadow. And all his actions until now have been rebellious attempts to defy this fate. Whether playing mind games or deliberately sabotaging situations, he uses these tactics to gain more freedom. Yet deep inside, he can't help but feel curious about the hero he was meant to imitate. Originally, he didn't have an origin to speak of. only a name he was born with. His name is... Your name is... You are... Haynes. From developing from a tiny embryo into human form, to gradually gaining knowledge of the world, to the rapid emergence of self-awareness, most of his memories revolve around this name. In his hazy childhood memories, there were 10 Haynes in total, and he was number 10. Numbers 1 through 9 were successfully deemed to have genetic defects, or be unsuitable by the adults, then immediately died. But he was born with a stronger instinct for self-preservation than others. He feared death, so he deeply understood the importance of being obedient and well-behaved. He was more suited than anyone to be a perfect shadow. Your Haynes? The last one to survive screening. So you were assigned to Babylonia? Who knows what kind of scheme that old bastard is cooking up now. Bearing this name, he was sent to Babylonia's Youth Development Center, occasionally receiving support from kind-hearted individuals from Kurono, and lived through his bewildering teenage years in what could be called exceptional stability. He followed his sponsors' every command without question, studying whatever they told him to study, helping with whatever small tasks they asked him to help with. He had no demands, no desires. The driving force behind all his actions was simply fear of death. After all, the deaths of the previous 9 Haynes subjects were genuinely terrifying. But from some point on, a certain name began to frequently reach his ears. That day, he stopped in front of one of the promotional videos commonly seen throughout Babylonia, where everyone couldn't help but focus on the grave figure within it. Welcome back ceremony, Construct Squad. Ray Raven Commandant, Cerberus's squad. Propelled the ascendants, scattering sparks of hope across the sea. For the first time, he wanted to express his own hopes and dreams. But before he could speak, the sponsor from Kurono arrived to inform him of a new mission. Your mission is to enter FOS Military College as a student. This could be considered the first positive coincidence in his life. He immediately sat up straight. I understand. I'll apply right away. You seem eager to do so. Is there any reason for your enthusiasm? The man looks somewhat puzzled. I thought you'd pursue scientific research when you grew up, yet you've had a change of heart. Could you really be the most different one after all? Which one? Haynes, besides those 9. Are there many more? No, there aren't any more. What's so funny? Haynes suddenly feels like a lab rat, lifted by its tail by the people who have been experimenting on him for years, suspended in the air as they scrutinize his defenseless body from all angles. His displeasure with this name suddenly bursts forth, along with the years of surveillance and control he's endured because of it. So do I keep on being Haynes, then go to FOS with that name while I work for Kurono? What's with all the questions today? Just do as you're told. The man pulls up several consent forms and turns the screen toward him. The consent forms are lengthy, and the man only finishes his explanation as the artificial daylight fades. In short, once you enter FOS College, you must remain competitive for the chief position by any means necessary. As long as you can do that, Kurono will continue to support you. And if I can't, I die? It's not that severe. You'd still be useful to us. Fine, I'll do it. Let me repeat my understanding of these documents. You want to create another chief, right? Good, you understand. Your overall qualities are excellent, and you're obedient too. I feel this mission will suit you perfectly. Besides, we haven't mistreated you, have we? For a hostage of the Haynes family, your life in Babylonia has been quite luxurious. I don't understand. Where do I sign? Where do I sign? The man points to a corner of the screen. Don't worry, this is a good opportunity. Once you graduate from FOS, Kurono will arrange your future placement. Whatever you say. As long as I get into FOS college, things should be different. Thinking this to himself, he raises his hand and signs the name that has accompanied him for over a decade. Very good. Now go become the next chief. On his first day at FOS, he immediately began diligently gathering information. He pored over the roster of past students, tracing down the names of each successful chief one by one. At the founding of FOS Military College, the first chief student disappeared. Second class confirmed KIA. Third class disappeared. Fourth class underwent construction modification, currently assigned to purifying force. Fifth class confirmed KIA. Class Chrome underwent construct modification, currently assigned to Strikehawk Squad of the Task Force. Class Usbeni, currently assigned to Grey Raven Squad as of the Task Force. Clap. He closes the roster of past students, no longer wanting to continue reading. He still remembers attending the enrollment ceremony that day. The auditorium spotlights were rather stingy, casting their beams upon only a lucky few. He silently stared at those few beams of light, a vision of the end of this mission flashing through his mind. He knew that those standing where the light couldn't reach would be reduced to a single line reading disappeared or confirmed KIA. Hey, classmate, why did you choose to come to FOS? Another young man beside him leans in with a whispered question. He doesn't answer. He can only hear his heart pounding like a drum, feeling the delayed tremors coursing through his body. He fears death, yet suddenly realizes he's chosen the path that brings him closest to it. This trembling persists until the first class of freshmen. The first lesson contains neither theory nor practice, but takes place at Memorial Plaza, before the monument. The monument serves as a boundary stone, the only true divider between life and death. He stares at the densely packed list of fallen on the monument, unable to locate the names of those chiefs he had just seen in the register. He trembles uncontrollably, the anthem unique to FOS echoing in his mind as his fingers trace across the monument. For the second time, he wanted to express his hopes and dreams to the world. Why are you still spacing out? Wow, dressed like that too. Just wait, the instructor's gonna remove all those dangly things from your ears tomorrow. He was already eyeing you several times during the assembly. You got a problem with it? If I can't mess with anything else, what's wrong with messing with my own appearance? Huh? The overly friendly youth across him freezes for a moment, not expecting his future classmate to respond like that. Are you upset? Hey, I was just trying to make conversation. They pointed you out to me, said you ranked first overall in the entrance exams. Maybe you'll become our class's chief in the future. Haha. I won't be first in class. He keeps Kurono's plans firmly in mind, but far exceeding those plans are the seeds of rebellion deeply rooted in his heart. Of course, I'll be competing for it too. Ridiculous. Now I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Beeble. What's your name? Beeble extends his hand to Haynes, while their nearby classmates turn to watch. My name is... The name that had been attached to him for years gets stuck on the tip of his tongue, and he suddenly halts. Various thoughts lead his anxious gaze to search, until finally his eyes land on an unremarkable name from the memorial. He snaps back to reality and grasps Beeble's outstretched hand. The shadow within him grips that hand tightly. In this span of a single day, it's the third time he wants to voice his hopes. My name is... But this time, he doesn't hesitate. He immediately fulfills his own wish. He gives himself a true name. Hanif. Please call me Hanif. My name is Hanif. Student ID 1364. Hanif. Student ID 1364. No problem. Graduation qualifications approved. You are permitted to participate in the graduation assessment. Hanif's terminal immediately receives the test announcement from Academic Affairs. He browses through it while walking toward the crowd nearby. Time passes in the blink of an eye. It feels like the school anthem had been echoing in their ears for only a brief moment before the graduation arrived. The moment he named himself became a turning point. He grew more ambitious, cunning, developing more demands, while accumulating countless small acts of rebellion over the years. Like adding more small components to his body or deliberately scoring right at Corono's passing threshold. But none of it was enough. He canceled the field drill because of severe casualties among commandants and constructs. Can't spare any personnel. Now I feel like they're totally underestimating us. If they were to let me go to the surface, I would get a perfect score just like the Grey Raven Commandant. It's a Grey Raven Commandant again. Pushes through the crowd engaged in heated discussion and walks away. It's still daytime. Better save the sleep talking for the night. Hello, this. Beeble turns around and delivers a precise elbow strike, only to be effortlessly blocked. Immature. You just never had anything nice to say, huh? The young graduates, soon to leave the nest of FOS, share a moment of laughter before dispersing to their individual holographic simulation pods. The assessment begins much easier than expected, with the first base station being quickly conquered by their team. After confirming his ranking, Hanif exits his holographic simulation pod. The room is as cramped as a small box, so confined it might as well be a prison cell. Hanif presses the button by the door, and after a brief electric noise, an emotionless voice emanates from the speaker. Ranking? Currently at 10th place. That should meet your requirement, right? The voice on the other end of the call falls silent, as if it is pausing to verify Hanif's words. After a brief moment of silence, the voice echoes again. Ranking verified. You can now go to the cafeteria. Before him, a deep and dark corridor unfolds, lined with identical metal doors on both sides. You're really trying to create a chief, huh? In the darkness, he lets out a quiet snort. At the third day, problems arise with capturing the nodes. The students who advocated for a direct assault initially planned to head straight for the strategic points, only to have their advance severely hindered by ambush forces along the way. Everyone suffers heavy casualties, and the injuries simulated based on real battlefield data are truly horrifying to witness. Oh. A corrupted slices open Freeman's abdomen, ripping out his internal organs. Freeman, I'm coming right. Don't go. He can't be saved. There are too many corrupted over there. Hanif yanks Beeble by the arm and pulls him into nearby cover before the corrupted can deliver another blow. Weren't we told that everything would get better if we launched another attack? What other options do we have? What do we do now? We have no support or supplies right now. We need to wait for reinforcements. We can't afford to advance recklessly anymore. Okay. There must be another way. We'll try again. Hanif, let's fall back. Wait for the others and look for another opportunity. Beeble grits his teeth as he bandages his wound, his face revealing a stubborn determination that only grows stronger with each setback. As expected, this could only be a simulation test. Hanif temporarily withdraws from the test. The test is not over yet. Why did you stop? It's clear that I can't complete the next mission on my own. I'll have to wait for others to catch up. FOS's graduation test this time is unlike the previous ones. Instead of squad tactics, it places more emphasis on overall strategic planning. Have you considered the possibility that the military no longer intends to produce the kind of chief you're looking for? Focus on your own tasks. Do not speculate, and do not test us. Focus on your own tasks. Do not speculate. Do not test us. How interesting. He uses his precious 30-minute free activity period to visit the Memorial Plaza, habitually placing a bundle of white flowers beneath the countless names of the fallen heroes. After that, he returns to his dormitory and enters a name he has heard countless times over the years into the archive center. The simulation tests are based on events that actually happened. We'll search for the Grey Raven Commandant's combat records. Alright, thanks for coming by, Tinkan. Have a good rest of your day. A great rest of your weekend. The limited publicly available data appears before his eyes, illuminating his small dormitory room. The first-person battle footage replays on Hanif's retina, showing how unusually determined the owner of the camera was. Falling forward desperately, yet refusing to abandon any comrade, finally reaching the destination in an utterly devastated state. Even so, the people they dragged back didn't survive. The camera recording the battle footage has no emotions, yet profound sadness is still transmitted through the images into the heart of everyone who watches it. Great. What a complete waste of time. Why would the Grey Raven Commandant even do something like this? People better not learn from this. It's the dumbest approach. Trying to save everyone naturally results in saving no one. The right thing to do is to abandon those shadows that are doomed to die early. He closes the battle record, thinking in the darkness that once again falls silent around him. That's right, the existence of shadows. What is the purpose of someone like me? Even giving myself a name didn't really help with anything. Number 1364, report your schedule today. 16 o'clock, departed. 1612, arrived at the shopping street. Bought a serving of grilled artificial meat there. 1642, arrived at Dominic Memorial Plaza, sat there for a while. 17, arrived. This week you've been going to the Dominic Memorial Plaza every day during your break. What's the reason? Just want to pick a good spot for myself on that monument. Please answer it seriously. I am being serious though. Hanif raises his hand in a gesture of surrender toward the camera. It's a job with a very high mortality rate. Didn't you explicitly acknowledge that in the contract? I'm just trying to confirm one thing. Where are you planning to assign me after the graduation? Task force? Purifying force? Or as your private soldiers? It's not for you to decide. Do not pry into matters you shouldn't. If there's an option, I'd prefer to join the task force. As if not hearing the voice's warning, Hanif continues to talk. At the very least, I can leave behind my name to be remembered. After Chrono's monitor temporarily leaves, Hanif contacts people. Are you also looking at the battle records? I don't think they're very useful. I've already tried arranging combat tactics based on them, but it still ended in complete annihilation. Don't lump me together with a paramecium like you. I've already tossed those records aside. Oh? So what new ideas do you have? I wouldn't call it an excellent new idea, but it should be useful for these simulated combat assessments. Starting with the next battle, help mobilize all nearby combat personnel and integrate all team members so we can act together. Human wave tactics, huh? Since our only goal is to succeed, sacrificing those who were already destined to never become chief doesn't matter. It's the difference between heroes and shadows. Even novels have always divided them clearly. Besides, we have countless opportunities to try, which is what makes this different from those battle records. We'll succeed eventually. People suddenly interrupts him with a question. Wait, so what's your own role in all this? Are you a hero or a shadow? I've said it before, I have no interest in competing for chief. I'll always stay at 10th place. Yeah, I've heard you say it before. Everyone dreams of becoming someone like the Grey Raven Commandant, while your dream is to be just another name on the memorial for the sacrifice, right? Truly what? Don't give me that. Are you really okay with something like being a few words on a piece of stone? People seeing through years of Hanif's insincere words questions him point blank. Do you truly willingly want to be that sacrificed shadow? Hanif has to admit that it took someone as blunt as Beeble to ask the question he couldn't bring himself to voice. Hanif. Hanif, do you hear me? Hanif looks up to see that reassuring figure ahead has turned around and is now giving him instructions. Listen, we need to consider the worst case scenario. Go on. If something happens to Vera and me, then the mission falls to you to continue. You must find Eve, kill it, and prevent the new crisis from spreading. After giving these instructions, you stride forward with purpose. Don't worry too much. Think of it as a relay race. You must have had similar training back at FOS. The figure ahead sways under the weight they carry. In their tone, they seem genuinely lost in memories of their school days. No, you've made the wrong decision. You and Vera are the strongest fighters here. If something really goes wrong, I should be the first one to die. Or are you going to heroically declare that I won't leave anyone behind on a battlefield? He scoffs, unable to help but recall that ridiculous battle record he saw years ago. A record that came from the very person walking ahead of him. Stops walking, turns around. You're right. I don't need to sacrifice anyone, and that includes you. If I were to sacrifice you, I would definitely regret it. I don't want to make a decision I'm bound to regret. Enough. You don't need to spare my feelings or pretend everything's fine while explaining things to me. I understand perfectly well. I may be your junior, but I'm not a child. I'll surpass you, since you and I are different. Why is he suddenly so talkative? Hanuf suddenly quickens his pace, overtaking his superior and insisting on walking at the very front. I only have some minor wounds. You don't need to treat me like an invalid. And keep me in the back. Let me scout ahead. Okay. By the way, after we leave this place, do you want to go back to Babylonia? That's a death flag if I have ever heard one. Hanuf suppresses all his emotions and cuts off any potential conversation, but once again, a new hope has bloomed within him. Shh. We're getting close to Eve. Listen, there's someone there. Oh, 14? It's only been 3 hours. Oh, this is a lengthy chapter. It's a lot more lengthy than I thought it would be. Because Arcade Anima took about like 2.5 hours to get through. Divergence. Yeah, I don't know if I'll be able to clear it all the rest of this chapter to be another. Data synchronization, 65%. Deep within the gene repository in a secluded room, an emaciated old man excitedly caresses the shelves before him. Ugh. The shelves house his treasured creations, pulsating and writhing slowly within specially formulated cultivation fluid. My first child, Eve, has successfully ventured out into the world. Soon it will be your turn. Wait. This freaking nerd. Once you're born, follow Eve's path. It will generously share everything it has acquired with you, and together you can evolve into a new form of humanity. Wait. Why has the evolution process begun ahead of schedule? The old man's hands freeze at the sound of the Ascendant's voice. He turns around immediately. Ephialtes, why have you returned early? And you didn't bring back that human you wanted. This body of yours is quite new too. Don't tell me your previous vessel was destroyed. You look like you've had a rough journey. Answer my question first. Why are you in such a hurry? I didn't bring back Grey Raven's Commandant. Whose genes did you use as a catalyst? The Ascendant steps closer, filling the entire room with an overwhelming pressure. The old man shows no fear. Instead, he bursts into uncontrollable laughter. Who couldn't tell? I used my own embryo. A complete and pure me, without a trace of genetic impurity from anyone else. I am their creator. The old man laughs uncontrollably, clearly delighted with his own accomplishments. Did you know? While you were gone, I piled even more embryos into the hollow. Even I've lost count of how many there are now. If they all hatch, the power on this island alone will be enough to terrify those swine outside. Ha ha ha. In another corner of the room, the faces of two people who have been eavesdropping on this conversation pale in response. Hanif holds his breath, frantically signaling his eyes to you. So this ascendant's real name is Ephialtes, and that hollow the old man mentioned. There are even more embryos inside. All the embryos there hatch as well, if Eve assimilates all of them. Suddenly, the tracking device hidden in their pocket begins to vibrate slightly. Looking down, they see a blinking red dot moving closer to their location. Eve? Returning to the conversation between the Ascendant and the old man, after listening to the old man's words, the Ascendant furrows their brow and closes their eyes. I've severely underestimated how delusional you are. Huh? Your madness has created some serious errors. The current state of Eve is not what I envisioned, and your preparation of more embryos in the hollow is completely misguided. The Ascendant has no desire to waste words on a madman. After dismissing Haynes' methods, he turns to leave, but Haynes suddenly shouts, I am not a madman! I mean, you kind of are. The old man becomes agitated. Well, now you really are a madman. Like, you're quite literally a madman. Ephialtes, is this how you reject me? Don't you want to witness the culmination of this evolution? We were once collaborators with aligned goals, but now it seems the time has come for us to part ways. What you seek is not pure evolution. You don't care at all whether human civilization evolves or not. You delude yourself as the exiled king of Zambra, merely seeking to rebuild a realm that worships you. You don't want to improve anything, you only want to prove yourself right. But there's still time. If we can bring that person back, this evolution can still return to its proper course. What's the point of evolving this human civilization? That's nothing but filth and excrement. Your approach is the one that's completely wrong. The old man shouts his objection. Ascendant, you know exactly where that new body of yours came from. All this time I've been the one maintaining that pile of junk you call a body. If I wanted to, I could destroy what's left of your body at any moment. Oh, I just noticed a little rat on his shoulder. It's pointless for you to rage and destroy other frames. Even this one standing before you is but a marionette created by the punishing virus. As for me personally, I won't be speaking with you face to face again. Our cooperation is over, hey? The Ascendant doesn't finish the sentence, instead turning to look at another corner of the room. Hiding there like little insects. Did you hear the answers you were looking for? Uh-oh. The Ascendant expected the two eavesdroppers to rush out immediately, but the corner remains completely silent. The two eavesdroppers had certainly heard the Ascendant expose them, but neither of them moved. Even the sound of sweat dripping to the floor seems deafening in the silence. just Eve slowly just rising up in the middle of the screen like that. That was funny. It's not that the two of you don't want to move. They don't dare to move. The Eve they had been searching for has found them instead. It is now pressed against your back. Just moments ago, you noticed the red dot on your tracking device rapidly overlapping with your own position. Turning around slowly, the two of you found that twisted face of unfinished evolution looming right behind your heads. Don't move. It's too close. Why isn't it attacking me immediately? Slowly reach for my waist. To the surprise of both individuals, Eve simultaneously raises its hand, mirroring your movement by reaching toward its own empty waist. What the hell is this thing doing? Is it mimicking me? The ring of wounds around your ankle still throbs with pain. The moment when it tasted you still vivid in your mind. Come on out, since you've chosen to deliver yourselves right to me. The Ascendant waiting outside has run out of patience, swinging their blade to slice through the shelving unit concealing the two eavesdroppers. This is awkward. Oh no! Fire! You react. Oh, that was a quick change up of music. Jeez, I got hit with. Oh. You react swiftly, unleashing a barrage of bullets at the two exposed figures while rolling out of the out from the cabinet with Hanif in tow. They dash through the door amid the haze and gunsmoke. He's right behind me, isn't he? Eve, for reasons unknown, never attacks you. As the situation erupts into chaos, it lets out a piercing shriek and also dashes outside. Run! Follow them. Wait for me a second. Don't leave any of these children for him either. With those words, Hannah raises his gun and systematically destroys every shelf in sight, including all the vials and containers whose contents he doesn't recognize. You! So long, old man. See you never. Hannah gestures with his gun as he leaves the frail old man with his theatrical goodbye, then quickly follows you, vanishing into the cover of smoke from a smoke grenade. Was that hetero creature gone mad? Has that hetero creature gone mad? Is that Eve? Yes, but I have no idea why it didn't attack me. The two of you sprint after Eve, following the damp trail it left on the ground. While you carry Vera on your back, you try desperately to make sense of the situation, but come up with nothing. But beyond that, even more problems loom before you. Did you hear the conversation between the Ascendant and that man just now? Yes, I heard every word. That Ascendant has multiple bodies, that old man has many more children, and there are more embryos. More hetero creatures reserves inside that so-called hollow. More importantly, that Ascendant clearly still wants to hunt you down. Sounds like the situation is 100 times worse than we imagined. Talk about terrible luck. A bizarre hetero creature ahead of us and a relentless Ascendant behind us. You're calm enough to analyze the situation? You don't look nervous at all. Why aren't you scared stiff yet? I am nervous. I've never faced anything like this before. My life is hanging by a thread here. The reason I'm not paralyzed with fear is because I believe what's meant to happen can't be avoided. Actually believe that? Runs frantically, just like in a cartoonish Looney Tunes way. For someone like me who's been forced to wade through the muck for so long, I've got to believe in something or I'd be finished. However, there's another part to my creed. Adam whips his head around instantly, his gaze trailing like a shooting star. Click, bullet chambered, sights auto-locked. What's meant to happen may be unavoidable. Beating those bad things back into the dirt is something I can do. Get down! Enhanced bullets erupt from the gun barrel in a flash of fire, striking precisely at the faces of several hetero creatures that suddenly appear at the front. They leave behind nothing but revolting splatters of gore. Hetero creatures again. I knew it. It's like the situation is worse than we expected. 120 times worse. He added 20 to that number. Crazy. Hannah's shot comes so suddenly that you barely have time to react, stumbling forward and tumbling to the ground with Vera in a controlled roll to break your fall. Vera? The mind beacon stirs slightly as a faint response emerges from Vera's dormant mind. The frame data synchronization speed seems to have crossed a threshold, suddenly accelerating. What stage is Vera's data transfer at? There are too many hetero creatures. We need her strength. 90, 90%, 91%, 92? The speed suddenly increased, almost there. The data synchronization progress pauses briefly at 90%, then visibly accelerates. That's absolutely fantastic. You have no time to investigate what exactly happened in Vera's mind, and just as you grit your teeth to stand up, the mind beacon suddenly feels a surge of warmth. It's like a surge of flames rushing forward, completely reversing from the mind beacon guiding the data forward, to the data dragging the mind beacon along in a wild sprint. Furthermore, through the mind beacon's probing, fragments of Vera's memory data occasionally flash blurrily before your eyes. What shocks you, yet leaves no time for deeper contemplation, is that these fragments repeatedly flash with an incredibly familiar figure, like looking in a mirror, because that person is yourself. How could this be? Why don't I remember any of this? Headache. As long as the Ascendant doesn't catch up too quickly, we still have a chance once we deal with these hetero creatures. Check which one is Eve. I suspect it's hiding in there. That hurt. Dull pain resurfaces inside your skull, prompting you to cover an old scar on your head. No one knows the exact origin of this scar, and even you only know it was acquired some time before graduation. Hey, what's wrong with you? You can't fall apart in a place like this. But before Hannah can finish his words, the familiar gray-haired Ascendant appears around the corner. You jinx! Oh no. I have no intention of killing you. Are you even listening to yourself? These hetero creatures are running wild. Because of any, this is the last time I'll invite you peacefully. While that old man and I shared some common goals, as you just heard, he had already used other human genetic samples to catalyze evolution before I could act. They're still evolving, but most are imperfect, having deviated from the intended path. What's this supposed to be? Infighting among you villains? No matter what you say, I'm the one you're after. Let's cut to the chase. You're here to capture me. You struggle to your feet in pain, setting Vera aside to directly face the Ascendant. Meanwhile, the Mind Beacon continues reading fragments of Vera's memory data, making the current events seem intertwined with another story altogether. Vera. It's utterly chaotic, yet both sides are sharing a visceral experience. Zveni, I need you to catalyze this evolution onto the correct path. The Ascendant stands at a distance, extending an inviting hand toward you, once again uttering those words. But you aren't the only one frantically thinking of a plan. Hanif seems to have an idea too, quickly moving closer to you to whisper. Did you hear that? I wanted to tell you this when we were outside. To the punishing, you're just food, a catalyst, fertilizer, anything but a person. Don't go with the Ascendant. I have an idea. How about we put on another act? Question mark? Even a simple trick is worth trying because I'm certain of one thing. You're important to the Ascendant. The situation takes a sudden turn. What was an ally's gun now presses against your temple as Hanif's hand clamps around your throat. Hanif, to everyone's shock, calls out to the Ascendant. What a shame I'm not this Commandant's lackey. But the opposite. I'm from Kurono, and I'm very interested in this one myself. Hanif tears open his collar, brazenly displaying the Kurono insignia before the Ascendant. Ascendant, if you've been watching Babylonia long enough, you must know I'm telling the truth, right? Kurono is also very eager to engineer a chief. With their body, genes, memories, they're all valuable to Kurono. Besides that, I also firmly believe in one principle. In extremely dangerous situations, if Grey Raven's Commandant can't be obtained, then destroying them is the next best solution. I don't hold grudges, Grey Raven's Commandant, but you nearly strangled me in front of the entire Aurora Squadron back then, and now I'm returning the favor. Down, my child. Down, my children. The hetero creatures, despite their restless instincts, prostrate themselves on the ground under the Ascendant's imposing presence. All except one. It trembles violently under the Ascendant's command, yet stubbornly remains standing. It has no eyes, yet you feel its gaze focusing intently on you. So Eve was hiding in there after all. Hanif slowly backs away with you as his hostage, creating what he deems a safer distance. Good, Ascendant. Now make these frenzied hero creatures back off immediately, or neither of us will get what we want. The Ascendant silently observes Hanif's movements without responding. Yet you feel an uncanny tension, as if your heart is being gripped and forced to pump. Zveni will retreat to safety soon. Hanif's gaze shifts to your face. You immediately understand his intentions and try to stop him. No, don't, Hanif. Wait, Hanif! No! Uh-oh. Hanif! That's already too late. The Ascendant condenses surging, punishing energy into a cone, instantly blasting away Hanif's gun-wielding left forearm. Flesh, blood, and bone vaporize into the air, leaving only a horrifying void where his arm once was, and a thick shower of crimson splattering in all directions. Ow! No! My arm! My strong arm! The crawling hetero creatures hiss excitedly, lifting their heads to lick the red mist hanging in the air. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, Hanif lets go of his weapon and collapses to his knees. Across from him, the Ascendant remains unmoved as a mountain, as if they've just finished savoring a good joke. Did you think you could use this as a distraction to escape with Grey Raven's Commandant? You're just like Haynes, full of nothing but cheap tricks. And I know one truth very well. Before absolute power, any strategy is meaningless. The Ascendant completely withdraws their inviting gesture, turning instead to target you and Vera, who lies slumped against the wall. You dive in front of Vera, and simultaneously another blast shoots forth, piercing through the tendon in your lower leg. Aural blood spurts from the wound, instantly soaking through the pant leg. Stop the bleeding. Following emergency first aid protocols ingrained in memory, you clamp down on the leg wound to stem the bleeding. No, help Hannah first. No, Vera also. The situation is rapidly deteriorating. Behind you, the more severely wounded victim moans in agony, while the throbbing mind beacon feeds back the synchronization progress of Vera lying before you. 94%. Almost there. Stay calm. Anna remains trapped in agony while the threat of both the Ascendant and Hetero creatures continues to close in. Your body is drenched in cold sweat, yet the pain paradoxically brings clarity to your thoughts. Not far from you, Eve stands behind the Ascendant, mimicking your leg-gripping motion like a monkey. Her entire body trembles as she pretends to experience the same excruciating pain. Other Hetero creatures begin to tremble as well, some gradually breaking free from the Ascendant's control and, like Eve, grotesquely mimicking your movements in a manner both ridiculous and sickening. So Eve's assimilation has already begun. We're running out of time. The Ascendant moves closer. I apologize, but I must restrict your movement. Grab the gun first. Black screen. Oh. It's useless. Quick, just run! He's right. That thing is useless against me. Your gaze darts back and forth between the Ascendant and the Hetero creatures beside him. Suddenly a desperate idea forms. What if I do this? Instead of attacking the Ascendant, you point the gun at yourselves. I'm important to you. If I die, you'll never get what you want. You're insane. Are you really threatening me with suicide? The Ascendant seems somewhat disappointed by your reaction. Meanwhile, the Hetero creatures diligently mimic you, pointing their sharp appendages at their own heads. A truly ironic gesture. A gray scrap of fabric from your pant leg still clings to Eve's mouth. In that case, I'll use you to my advantage. Your gun is still pointed at yourself. Don't get distracted. Should I thank you for the heads up? You should value yourself more. After all, you're destined to become their host. They're the source of their evolution. Your leg hurts, doesn't it? Don't just focus on me. What about your story? That story you told me on the ocean earlier. No need to finish it. You can already guess the ending. I won't waste words. Put the gun down. I can, but I suggest you take care of your children first. Despite the agonizing pain tormenting everyone present, you tilt your head slightly, pressing the heated gun barrel directly against your temple, leaving a circular brand on your skin. At the same time, the mimicry-prone Hetero creatures following Eve's lead all gently tilt their heads in unison. I've confirmed it. I repeat for the second time. Put down the gun. I won't say it a third time or I'll take your fort one too. Fine, let's make a bet then. You suddenly start pulling Vera and Hannah back as you retreat, then you aim the gun directly at the Ascendant. You're not running. Are you insane? You're completely mad. Hannah, watch this. I told you this won't work on him. Get out of the way. Clutching his severed arm, Hannah once again attempts to rush in front of you and Vera. Bang! Everything unfolds like a slow-motion sequence. Hannah lunges forward, attempting once more to shield others from the attack provoked by the Ascendant's anger. Meanwhile, the bullet that is seen as absolutely useless by everyone is stubbornly fired from the chamber anyway. It tears through the air thick with punishing energy and the stench of blood, hurtling toward the Ascendant who shows nothing but contempt for it. Useless. Is it really useless? Eve, now! Blood still pours from your leg, yet you remain standing, roaring at the Ascendant ferociously as if you've never truly felt alive until this moment. The useless bullet halts in front of the Ascendant, torn to shreds by punishing energy. But Eve, who had been standing right beside the Ascendant, suddenly erupts into a blur of motion. Thud. Hearing your supporting sound, it twists with increasing excitement, enduring the oppressive force and the growls in its throat as it instantly drives its sharp hand into the bullet's intended target, piercing through the Ascendant's chest cavity. Dang. Mother, father. Yo. Did you see that, Hanif? I won. Ascendant, you were right. Eve is truly special. The sluggish flow of time ends here as, in an instant, the tables are turned. With Eve restraining the Ascendant, temporarily holding it in place, you seize this opportunity of respect to yank Hanif, that has only 1.5 arms left, off the ground. But you, and you lot, get up! Keep mimicking! Keep assimilating! Get him! Dog pile! The flames of rebellion remain, still burning fiercely. You viciously unload your remaining bullets toward the Ascendant. In the next moment, it's no longer just Eve as all the Hera creatures assimilated by Eve riot together, surging upward like tides of vicious crimson, engulfing the Ascendant with terrifying speed. Get him? Even knowing these Hera creatures are all following the guidance of Eve, witnessing this horrific scene still evokes complicated emotions. This power. I could use this. Have they gone mad? They're not just insane, they're actually evolving. If they're not crazy, why are they attacking the Ascendant? Who taught them that? You? You're right, I taught them that. Eve is mimicking me. You wipe some sweat from your forehead and, amid the tearing sounds of the Hera creature's pack hunt, quickly remove the exoskeleton from your legs and hand it to Hanif along with your emergency medical supplies. Secure this equipment and find the hollow. What do you mean? What about you? Oh damn, you can see his arm's gone too. My leg is injured, so I can't move. Your arm is broken, but you can still run. I must eliminate Eve here. Eve is interested in me, so I need to keep it here. And you glance back, and sure enough, Eve has already lifted itself from the Ascendant's remains, tilting its head to look in your direction. Vera, she's about to wake up too. I need to be by your side. You know something's wrong with Vera. If she doesn't wake up, you're just waiting to die. The situation has changed. I need to reassess. Even if Vera doesn't wake up, I just won't sit and wait for it. I know what you're thinking. Even if you fail to eliminate Eve, you'll buy me time to destroy the embryos in the hollow. Then, these Hera creature forces won't become overwhelmingly powerful. But you're the one who should be the hero who makes it to the end. Why? Even knowing that this is their best option right now, Hanif still needs to ask. He stares at you with reddened eyes, knowing full well how many disasters you've lived through, how many times you've been the only hero to emerge from catastrophe. What he can't understand is why you would so readily pass the torch to him for this new challenge. And I'm the one who I've always been waiting as a shadow. Someone has to keep running. Remember what I told you back then? Say it to me. You slap Hannah's face hard, forcing him to stay conscious despite the excruciating pain from his severed arm. When ants clump together to cross over water, someone must choose to become the outer shell. Forced to take a deep breath, Hannah looks one last time at your injured leg before grabbing and putting on the exoskeleton. Really? Hate being a hero. No, you're just afraid. You just feel unworthy. Even now you see right through me. And I repeat, if something happens to you and Vera, I'll take over and continue the mission. Hannah grits his teeth as he repeats the words. Good. Find your wounds and endure the pain. I will destroy the remaining embryos in the hollow and absolutely prevent this disaster from spreading any further. 07, Hanif. You got this, soldier. Blade dance. Synchronization 95%. Amidst you and Hanif's desperate life or death struggle, Vera's data synchronization accelerates frantically, going faster and faster. Punishing fluid and blood splash onto her, pooling into a single droplet of liquid, slowly trickling from the corner of her eye to the corner of her lips. The data synchronization between her old and new frames is nearly complete. After traversing all of Vera's memories, that haunting story she can never forget has turned once again to its final chapter. That chapter reads as follows. And so began their final, desperate flight together. Fortune showed them no favor. The transport vehicle, which they had expected to run normally for some time, unexpectedly broke down shortly after they set out. After checking it, Vera concluded, well, any vehicle I drive never survives more than 2 hours anyway. You stood silently in front of the vehicle for a moment, accepting the reality, and then the two of you began their journey on foot earlier than they planned. However, even though you could mentally accept this situation, physically you were reaching your limit. Tiny snowflakes landed on your body, quickly soaking your clothes in a cold, rigid shell. Your mind grew foggy as your wounds became infected, sending your body's temperature soaring. How high is this fever? Mind connection. You should rest a bit. Close your eyes for a while. Seeing your pace gradually slow down, she reaches out unprompted and wraps your arm around her shoulders for support. The mind connection is holding strong. You're doing well. She even attempted to give you an awkward compliment. Would that be alright? I'll keep going with you. Can you really? Days of arduous travel have left you utterly exhausted. The moment Vera gives her approval, you eagerly close your eyes without a second's delay. Just 5 minutes. Wake me up in 5 minutes. We'll wake you up in 5 minutes, promise. A sudden tug at the waist. Vera yanks the rope just before you collapse. Then comes the sensation of being dragged. Enveloped in darkness and pain, you lack even the strength to struggle. You're only vaguely aware of being hoisted onto someone's back, feeling a momentary stagger before being carried forward with jolting steps. Gunshots ring out through the haze. Blades scrape against metal, corrupt a creature's shriek in the distance. Fine snowflakes continue to fall, soaking your hair and dampening the bandages wrapped around your face. The wet, stifling sensation makes it difficult to breathe. In your discomfort, you attempt to call out that name. Help me. Vera. After being briefly laid on the ground, you feel the bandages around your mouth and nose being loosened. Then you're lifted again, this time cradled like a fragile infant. Soon you hear the humming of the construct's power cord running at high speed within her chest cavity. It's no different from listening to a heartbeat. Vera. You finally surrender to your fatigue, sinking completely into a feverish slumber. Time passes in a blur until you are startled awake with a deep, gasping breath. Darkness surrounds you like death itself. Pain radiates through your entire body, especially the unbearable agony in your abdomen. Piercing through the haze of pain, a faint sound reaches your ears. There's the fire. As your eyes slowly adjust to the darkness, you realize you're leaning against something, and that a small lock of soft crimson hair is in your palm. Red hair. Vera's voice breaks the silence again. Fire. Where is it? Where did it go? It was just here. She's muttering to herself, searching for something. Found it. Oh, you're awake. The blurry red figure shifts. She reaches out and places her hand on your cheek. It's me. I'm here. Yes. The fire is here. You slowly raise your aching arm, pointing at the red blur, but she grabs your fingers and firmly pushes your hand back down. I didn't ask you. You're hallucinating from the fever. The fire is here. Found it. Click. She's holding a primitive lighter in her hand. With a click, a small flickering flame appears. We have fire now. I found a lighter, but all the firewood got soaked. Not sure if it can still be lit. The lighter's flame flicks at a bundle of sticks and dry grass, but the wood refuses to catch. I knew it. The red figure grows irritated and puts away the useless lighter. She frowns at you for a moment, then heaves an uncharacteristically deep sigh before extending her arms and pulling you completely into her embrace. I guess we'll have to make do with a construct's body heat. Keep losing temperature like this and you'll actually die. Oh, while we're at this, Vera lifts the rain-soaked bandages on your face slightly, finally allowing you to breathe in the cold air. You were unconsciously pulling out your bandages earlier. Looked uncomfortable. I checked and I think we can try removing them. Her voice can't hide her exhaustion, lacking the energy to form her usual arsenal of sharp words. This long, grueling journey has worn down more than just you. Don't freak out. If I wanted to hurt you, I would have done it a long time ago. Besides, I was a support construct for a long time. There, all removed. As the last bandage comes off, the scene before your eyes finally becomes clear. Haphazardly collapsed concrete blocks surround the two of you. You're likely underneath a pile of ruins. Relax, your face isn't ruined. Not that I can find a mirror right now anyway. Vera, thank you. No memory resets this time? Vera raises an eyebrow, slightly surprised to hear you address her by name. Before, every time you fell asleep and woke up, your memory would reset to when you first arrived on the surface. I had no choice but to fabricate some memories for you each time. She suddenly gives a label to her actions. Fabrications. Just as suddenly as when she admitted to being a Corona construct on the front lines of Conservation Area 62 today. Question mark? I'll explain everything clearly from now on. At the very least, I'll lay out the most important things. There won't be a better opportunity than this. Say it. Alright? This is my real appearance. The hair color and mask I wore before were just a disguise. They deceived you all. You've already connected to my mind, so there's no need for me to keep up this act. You don't need to waste energy pretending not to notice anymore. She remembers something else and lets out a cold scoff. Besides, your head still isn't fixed. Once this whole mess is over and you return to Babylonia, you probably won't remember me anyway. She sits up, helps you do the same, then clicks the lighter on again. She holds the lighter between the two of you, its flickering flame illuminating both your faces. Only now are the two of you are finally able to face each other with complete honesty. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am a construct from Corona Special Operations Division, codename Hound. I'm not a construct from Babylonia, and I wasn't supposed to have any contact with FOS college students. But you possess test materials that I need to bring back to Corona. Vera points to the sample containers still tightly fastened to your body. Don't question the authenticity of those test materials. I didn't fake their function either. Otherwise, with your reckless behavior, your guts would be all over the floor by now. So you actually plan to take both me and the materials back to Corona? Corona's Hound nods, her tone turning cold as she seems to fully return to her identity as a Corona Special Operations Division member. But you got lucky. The Corona stronghold I was supposed to return fell to disaster. With nowhere to report back to, I had no choice but to drag you around with me. Departing from that field hospital, rescuing refugees trapped in panic, then coincidentally meeting a fellow student from FOS, receiving the key to solving this crisis from him, and continuing our journey after he passed the baton to us like runners in the relay race. I never lied to you. I'm a Sabeni. I've never changed. Of course I know, little commandant. What about Vera? Is that a fake name too? Vera hesitates, a fleeting expression crossing her face. When she speaks again, she seems to return to being Vera. It's my real name. I didn't lie about everything. Shouldn't that make you happy? You don't seem particularly surprised. You stare steadily into Vera's eyes, ultimately choosing not to answer her question and changing the subject instead. Why are you telling me this now? Are you planning to force me to go to Corona along with the sample? Are we heading toward Corona right now? No, there's no need for that anymore. I've assessed the situation. The other Corona bases nearby have been equally devastated, so there's nowhere to submit the materials. This sample is extremely important. If it's not delivered to the right place, the disaster will never end. When the punishing virus first broke out, I was a soldier who received a similar sample transport mission. Come to think of it, your current situation is quite similar to mine back then. Unfortunately, I was a few steps too slow, which meant I only received synchronized information about the punishing virus 7 days after the outbreak. Vera lowers her head, remembering the last time, during the earliest days of the punishing virus outbreak, when she participated in that doomed relay. Because of that, I underwent construct modification. It seems I'm trapped in some mysterious loop of fate, doomed to tragedy every few years. This time will definitely be different. Without you, it wouldn't have been possible to deliver the sample this far. Even though you're not from Babylonia, you still... Stop. I refuse to be described with noble-sounding words, and save your niceties for next time, if we survive that long. First, we have to face the most immediate problem. Forget about me forcing you to some godforsaken place we can't even get out of here alive. At these words, you look around at your surroundings once more. Where are we? For now, we're underneath a collapsed basement. Just think of it as taking shelter from the snow. Such annoying weather. Vera says just taking shelter from the snow. But in reality, even you can hear the corrupted shrieking outside. Is there any good news? Sounds like we're in trouble. Yes, our destination is right ahead. All we need to do is cross this last stretch of ruins, and we'll succeed in our mission. How difficult will it be to cross these ruins? We'll need to fight for our lives, and I'm not exaggerating. The brief exchange ends. Success is right before your eyes, but both feel the crushing weight of how difficult it will be to reach. Any other questions? If not, save your breath. You need to conserve your stamina. Vera points at the side of your abdomen. The crack in the sample container has been tightly sealed, but the sample inside has already begun to slowly corrupt your flesh. The stinging pain has turned to numbness. Even you don't know whether you'll deliver the sample first or be killed by it first. Let's move out. Are you sure about this? That patch won't hold for long. My body won't last much longer. Or you could just dig the sample out of my gut. Forget it. You can't be a hero if you die halfway there. Huh? I never said I wanted to be a hero. The world is full of roads you don't want to walk, but when fate puts you on one, you just have to accept it. Banger line. It's a banger line. Anyway, you can't die until you've made full use of me. After a moment of contemplation, Vera seems to have made a decision. Vera grabs her hand and places it above her collarbone, where a subtle plug-like device is embedded. Like this. Pull it out. Why didn't you say if it's removed, everything would... An uneasy feeling stirs within you. But with Vera's fingertips guiding them, you are forced to pull out the device. With this action, all engines in her frame begin to roar. Even the tips of Vera's hair emit a burning light. A faint red glow slowly forms from Vera's collarbone, like a substance between gas and liquid, silently dissolving into the air. Those Coronan lunatics would be furious if they knew about this. Did I just do something wrong? Yes. We've been wrong from the very beginning. I realized that long ago. Might as well commit to our mistakes until the very end. Let's establish a signal, something we can use to contact each other. You don't immediately respond as growing unease washes over you. Something feels wrong, as if a storm is brewing beneath the quiet ruins. Cat got your tongue. Why do we need a signal all of a sudden? Are we going to be separated? Under what circumstances would we need a signal to call each other? Don't overthink it. It's just standard procedure before setting out. Didn't FOS teach you that? We won't be separated. The damn rope is still binding us together. There are tugs at the rope that has bound them together for who knows how long. Come on, anything will do. Let's just whistle. I'm more used to that anyway. Her gaze suddenly drifts off into the distance, lost in some unspoken memory. Whistling. Alright, let's go with that then. Whistle. Got it. What does that signal mean? Nothing, I just made it up. Our red team creates new signals for every operation. Don't have any special meaning. Alright, I'll remember that. With a meaningless whistle. Finally, Vera reaches out and touches your forehead. Your temperature is still so high. Quite tough to still be talking. Fine. This is our only option. We're leaving now. I'll carry you on my back. You're moving too slowly in your condition. Let me make this clear. There are corrupted everywhere outside. Stick your head out and you'll be a walking target. When I'm carrying you, keep quiet. Put you down, run as fast as you can. If they catch us, we're finished. Got it? Okay, I'll reconnect with you now. The connection broke when I fell asleep earlier. That won't be necessary. Just take care of yourself. Vera probably has many things left unsaid while your fever-addled brain flies it all under. We'll talk about this later. You obediently climb onto her back, clutching the sample against your abdomen like a newly christened hero setting off from a small-time village with a rusty blade. The two emerge from the crevice, standing exposed atop the ruins. The scorching breath forms steam inside Vera's ear, beside Vera's ear, quickly swept away by the cold wind, along with the fading light from Vera's chest. This faint red trace of life attracts all the wandering corrupted nearby, and they surge toward the two of you from every direction. Little Commandant, no matter what happens, even if you end up crawling pathetically, you must always drag yourself one step further. As long as you refuse to be trapped by despair, someone will always be there to catch you. He steps forward. As a ragged hero embarks on their final journey, a nearby base faces its own moment of truth. Large numbers of corrupted detected approaching the base. Estimated time remaining 50 minutes. The soldier monitoring the detection equipment is the first to sound the alarm. Still not getting through? None of our rescue teams have returned, sir. It's been 4 days already. All preparations are complete. We're ready to evacuate at any moment. He needs to make a decision. Behind the soldiers, a young face clutches a terminal, desperately pleading for something. Why can't I get through to them? Harley Joe holds the FOS-issued terminal like a supplicant before a shrine, muttering desperate prayers. Just give me something, please. If this base evacuates too, there'll be no way to get you out. When the outbreak happened, he was lying low in a remote location away from the populated areas, unaware he'd survived the corrupted's first wave of attacks. From his perspective, his classmates' signals all vanished at the same time. After that, he was like a child abandoned during hide-and-seek, and he'd finally found the perfect hiding spot, wait for everyone else to be called home for dinner. Unable to contact anyone, he emerged bewildered from his hiding place and stood in an open area contemplating his existence, coincidentally blocking the path of an armored vehicle full of soldiers. The adults picked up this dazed FOS youth and brought him aboard. After a long, bumpy journey, he was stationed at this relatively well-equipped base. I heard you got good grades in communication studies? Yes, that's right, sir. And so, through a series of fortunate coincidences, Harley Joe became a temporarily enlisted communications soldier. Besides coordinating with nearby squads, Harley Joe never gave up trying to contact his classmates. But as time passed, his worst fears began turning into reality. Miss Benny, Vanessa, Simon. This is beyond disastrous, isn't it? 3 of our top 10 students completely vanished without a trace. Harley Joe. Yes, sir. Harley Joe puts down his terminal and responds to his commanding officer. Get ready. You're the youngest one among us. Are we really evacuating? Harley Joe feels tears welling up. He simply can't accept losing so many friends before graduation. No. Harley Joe, The commanding officer wears a complicated expression, saying something to the young man, but Harley Joe doesn't catch it. His attention is suddenly diverted, because the terminal in his pocket suddenly emits an urgent series of beeps. Wait, Commander! It's them. It's my classmate. There's many signals approaching our location. As Harley Joe holds up his terminal and shouts, Vera, sprinting with you on her back, begins to recall many things. Or rather, ever since she met you, a strange human, she's been unconsciously recalling her own past in various ways. First, she recalls her biological parents, whom she only met a few times. Unfortunately, these memories are from when she was too young. Only blurry shadows remain, along with the silken texture of her mother's red hair. Skipping over her irritating distant relatives, she surprisingly finds the second memory is of her instructor and the doctor. She knew her instructor had always looked after her, even helping secure a good position after graduation that would have kept her away from many unsavory situations. She's also aware that Dr. Gwyneth was her sponsor. Despite having graduated not long ago herself and earning a meager wage, Gwyneth willingly took extra night shifts to support her education. How did you get injured during training again? Is it really necessary to push yourself this hard? Just a simple bandage will do, thanks. Be honest with me, did someone pick a fight with you again? What, are you going to tattle to my kindergarten? I couldn't care less. Besides, they got beaten pretty badly too. It's military school after all, it's bound to have a culture that values strength. She lowers her voice and says with a smile, one of them, I smashed his tailbone. Now he waddles when he walks. Vera! Back then, she could still laugh heartily. And I haven't wasted my sponsor's money. I've learned to be tough, and I'll keep getting promoted from here on out. Even if you think it's childish. Hey, wherever I get transferred later, you should follow me. I'll look after you, and you won't have to work these exhausting triple shifts anymore. Look after you. Listen to yourself making such childish talk. I'm going to reset the bone now, so don't make a fuss. Ouch. There. After graduation, my little Vera will live the life she wants. She'll be free then. The doctor murmurs as she slowly applies the bandages. Bandage. Able to venture wherever you wish and make all your dreams come true. Gwyneth offers her heartfelt blessing to Vera, a blessing given before the punishing outbreak. But when the punishing destroyed everything, only one sentence of that blessing remained. Vera, promise me, don't ever break yourself for anything. She never listened to Gwyneth's words. On the contrary, she imitated Gwyneth, always holding back the threshold whenever crisis approached. Before Average Joe was killed, she sacrificed her arm. Before Hummingbird and Little Mute were killed, she sacrificed her left eye. Not just once, but day after day she tried to break herself, trading her flesh and blood to fulfill a dream, to keep more of the people she cherished alive. It never worked. Able to venture wherever you wish and make all your dreams come true. None of it came true. Today, I'll be damned if I don't make at least one dream come true. If an arm and left eye weren't enough, then I'll use something more important. She listens to your shallow breaths beside her ear, while also hearing the shrieks of corrupted drawing closer. She looks down at the red light in her chest. My flesh and blood are yours to consume, and I grant you the freedom to bask in the sun. If a small spark isn't enough, then I'll give you the entire sun. She suddenly pauses, setting you down on the ground. In truth, when Granny Wong and the others brought her to you, she already realized the truth behind this entire relay. The you out there must be worried sick by now. Me out there? Not you right now, but the future, yo. Looks like you really did it. Perhaps I might even rely on you a little in the future. I don't understand, but that's good. So unlike you. When the day comes that you're ready to sacrifice yourself for something, there will surely be many people rushing to stop you. You probably don't remember, but when we first met, I called you a fragile flower from Babylonia, and you countered that you'd prove me wrong. You've proven me wrong many times already. Now, I'll help you. Not just because I want to help you, but to help myself as well. Vera kneels on one knee, looking up. Sunlight traces her silhouette with unusual clarity, while the tearing pain in her mind becomes increasingly impossible to ignore. I don't want to lose you to a bad end. I don't want you to end up like me. I want my little commandant to be able to venture wherever you wish and make all your dreams come true. I want your story to shine brilliantly from the very beginning, my hero. I'll do the same. If anything happens to you, I'll rush to protect you too. Vera seems to understand, letting out a soft chuckle. It's not much of a blessing after all. So, when this is all over, or your memory resets, let's give each other that moment. Let's put aside all prejudice and misunderstandings, and like normal comrades, embrace. Sure, it's a deal. Vera tightens the rope around both their waists and takes the terminal that had been hanging at your side. By the way, I'll take the terminal for now. I'd rather not have it handed over with all that information about chrono constructs. After doing all this, she draws her weapon and faces the rear. Ready? I'll count to 3, then you run forward with the sample. Don't worry, we're bound by this rope. I won't leave you. 3, 2, 1. As a corrupted attack, you force your aching legs in motion and run forward with long strides. The rope unfurls as you hear it whoosh, the rope rapidly extending through the air, followed by a sudden tension around your waist. Vera is on the other end. Keep running. The sounds of combat quickly reach your ears as Vera's blade slices through the disaster behind the two of you. Run! Without looking back, you push forward with the sounds of fierce combat behind you, spotting the base buildings ahead soon after. Run! No, Harley Joe, I came specifically to inform you. We're not evacuating. Everyone grab all your gear. Consider yourselves the last line of defense for the safe area. If we fail to, then bomb this place to the ground. We absolutely cannot let this disaster spread. But you're the youngest. You could... Wait! Commander! It's them. It's my teammate. Usabeni signal is approaching our location. I need to join the rescue. There's still time. Commander! Just before collapsing from exhaustion, you catch sight of your destination. Perhaps having confirmed the state of the approaching figure, several fully armed soldiers rush out from the base upward, or ahead, sprinting toward you. In this moment, everyone welcomes the long-awaited hero. On this day, the hero finally arrives at the starting line of their destiny. Sample here. No one remains to bestow honors upon the hero, but this journey itself stands as the greatest testament. Student A, that mother and daughter. Vanessa, Simon, Granny Wong, Leia, the sheepdog. And a construct who doesn't belong to Babylonia, who also witnessed the hero's courage every step of the way. Yes, and a construct too. Thinking of that red figure, you stumble and crash heavily to the ground. Names and fragments of memories scatter from your mind in the turbulence. At the same time, countless hands reach out to help. But you suddenly grab hold of the final question lingering in your mind, making you desperately twist to look back. Is the rope even that long? You see one end of the rope. The roughly cut rope drags on the ground, stained with blood and vital fluid, but that figure is nowhere to be seen. Vera. Vera! The battle-scarred construct shakes off a corrupted and stands once more. Within her mind, that person's mind beacon still connects to her, so stable and reassuring. Years of tempering have indeed shaped them into a better person. She can still feel traces of anguish through the beacon, so she knows her little commandant is desperately doing everything in their power. I understand now. A nearly frantic alarm sounds from the base ahead, the sound of your calls for her, but she has no time to respond. Don't be angry, don't be sad. Between you and me, a rough start was inevitable. Yes, that's how it was. But we were both endlessly defiant, so we struggled on, until one day our story found its continuation. That's why I say this isn't a tragedy. She snaps her spear in two, wielding both pieces as her arms swing the weapons, their flames scattering the falling snow. She performs her blade dance as an offering to a story with both beginning and end. Even as her life drains from her chest, even as the darkness from her mind devours her, she refuses to stop. Grief can only last for 1 second. After that second, I will come back to you. Synchronization. 98%? It's 2% more, come on. Evolve. Vera's frame suddenly burns, the tips of her hair igniting into a fiery red, her eyebrows tightly knitted together. Meanwhile, the hetero creature named Eve lifts his head from the Ascendant's mangled remains. It watches two haggard humanoids gathering supplies. Then the mother, father, forcefully pushes away the one-armed waste material. Mother, father. He climbs off the Ascendant's remains, slowly approaching the humans as the other assimilated hetero creatures begin to follow suit. You cover Hanif's movements, opening fire on the slowly crawling hetero creatures approaching you, driving back its siblings. Yet it nimbly dodges the bullets, understanding that it is a more advanced being, a child more worthy of getting close to mother, father. Until Hanif vanishes at the far end of the corridor. Steps back. Be gentle, please. Tit. Raises the gun instead again. Raising the gun is now almost pointless, as the hetero creature before them seems to understand that this black thing is about to lose its killing power. It has indirectly grasped the concept that bullets are almost depleted. Gurgle. It stares at you, lowering its body even closer to the ground. It vividly remembers that underwater entanglement, which provided it with incredibly rich yet refined information, leaving it deeply enchanted to this day. The humans are too fragile, with bones that snap with a mere bend, and remarkably soft muscles, blood vessels, and skin. Simply allowing itself to get close would corrode everything. Can't act affectionate, can't press too close. Just getting a little closer, just being intimate for a moment would be enough. So it approaches with extreme caution, not daring to make even a sound, longing for closeness. Mother, father. It longs for mother, father, to give it a hug. Damn it. And why not come in for a hug? It looks cuddly enough. Only one bullet remains in the gun, yet the hetero creature continues to approach with curiosity. You have no choice but to pull Vera along while dragging your injured leg backward inch by inch. What a pathetic sight. If Vera saw me like this, she'd definitely mock me, wouldn't she? So close, it's already 98% synchronization. The sleeping beauty furrows her brow, seemingly irritated by everything in the outside world. You can also feel her struggles firsthand through her turbulent mind. From that time at sea until now. No, not just that. It's from the end of the Golden Age until now. Your mind beacon detects numerous blurred fragments within Vera's mind. The most emotionally conflicting of these is undoubtedly the fragment seen through Vera's third-person perspective, the fragment about yourself. I still haven't fully figured it out, and I haven't fully remembered yet. Sharp pains repeatedly shoot through your head as long, dormant memory shards bob up and down on the surface, still impossible to grasp with certainty. But without a doubt, both of you need a proper reunion. So, how can I fall here? You grit your teeth, raising your gun once more to aim at the corrupted lunging toward the two of you. Put it down. Don't resist. Even with just one bullet left, you'll fight with everything you've got. Come closer. Just a little bit closer. Your other hand grips Vera's wrist tightly, unable to ignore the increasingly violent tempest raging within her mind. Are you anxious too, Vera? I'm doing exactly what you told me. No matter what happens, even if you end up crawling pathetically, you must always drag yourself one step further. As long as you refuse to be trapped by despair, someone will always be there to catch you. Even if I have to crawl, I'll still drag myself forward one step at a time. And Vera, being called upon by you, hears something. She awakens with a start, only to find herself in complete darkness, with what feels like tides ebbing and flowing beneath her, washing over her limbs. What's that sound just now? Her memory data is fragmented. She only remembers using her little commandant to pull out the safety pin, completely unleashing the full power of this test frame. Then she cut the ropes and watched as that person ran toward the base with the sample. What about me? She tries to lift her hand, only to see it covered in bright red, her own vital fluid. She remembers fragments. She chose to stay behind as the rear guard, continuously slaying corrupted until vital fluid poured from every opening in her body, crimson flooding her vision. Only when the red deepened into darkness did she finally collapse upon the ruins. Am I dead? How could I die now? I was looking forward to teasing that fearless little commandant. It was going to be the perfect opportunity. At that moment, a beam of light slowly illuminates the dark waters. She stares intently at that beam of light, taking a full 2 seconds to realize what it is. Someone's mind beacon. Her consciousness is still stuck in an earlier state, not yet fully adjusted to mind beacon connection methods. Sabeni. As she instinctively says your name, she props herself up, wading through the data streams of her mind and hurries forward. The splashing of water echoes all around. With each step, she crosses another fragment of reality, restoring another piece of her memories. I remember now. Now she remembers everything. During the data synchronization process, she promised her little commandant she would return to reality just 1 second later. And the reality is, you and her, with you as the Grey Raven Commandant, encountered ascendants at sea and became stranded on this island with its hidden gene repository. Her Garnet frame was on the verge of complete failure and automatically entered hibernation mode, but the support aircraft sent by Corona only dropped that old test frame from years ago. You chose to save her. You had to save her, by replacing her frame. Damn it. That frame barely passed the Berserk test back then, and it was recalled after going haywire during its very first mission. She knows Corona loves exploiting loopholes, but never expected they would take advantage of even this situation, actually reactivating a frame that should have been sealed away long ago. And worse, she discovers that the internal circuitry seems even more extreme than it was back then. So you've been iterating on this design all these years. She suddenly notices something even more important and touches the area between her collarbones. Only now does she realize that where the safety lock should be, there's nothing but empty space. Removing the safety lock before deployment. Are they trying to test this frame's upper limits? And once again, the mandatory testing protocol executes by default, trapping her within her mind. An electronic voice resonates above her. I was the shadow of the wax Wayne slain by the false azure in the window pane. Test commencing. The battlefield of punishing is complex. Your companions could be killed by hetero creatures at any moment. This fills you with rage. No, I absolutely will not allow this. Vera sprints forward, watching as the mind beacon's light begins to flicker erratically. She senses the massive number of hetero creatures surrounding them, while you keep firing to hold them back, dragging an injured leg. But there are almost no more bullets left. After witnessing your companion's sacrifice, you believe you've developed developed psychological trauma or more severe symptoms of mind drift. She realizes that Eve has nimbly dodged the bullets and sunk its teeth into your side. Master, I need to move faster. While fighting for the goal of reclaiming Earth, you feel that all of this might be false. I know what is real. Where you stand is still on the living shore of the river Styx. She lunges forward toward the mind beacon, but in that very same second, test failed. Authorization terminated. She plummets back into the sea. Frame authorization terminated, with data synchronization declaring failure at the final moment. Her mind is confined within a narrow corner of starless night as her data model instantly degrades back to that of a garnet frame. The electronic voice monotonously delivers its final statement. You harbor resentment toward the world and everything around you. You decide to shatter the window. Still refusing to accept failure, she gradually turns her head to look out the window. Beyond the window stretches an endless sea, and the building she accompanies resembles a tombstone rooted in the deep ocean. She realizes that within her mind, the most tranquil sanctuary is actually at the highest point of Atlantis. I refuse to accept this. Synchronization progress 99%. You aim your gun at Eve down to your final bullet. For the first time, your hand trembles slightly as the gun wavers. I'll climb one step further, please. You have to catch me. The mind beacon persists within Vera's mind as you call out for her, eyes fixed on the data synchronization progress stalled at 99%. Simultaneously, you pull the trigger. Bang. In this mission that has devolved into disaster, you have lost count of how many gunshots you've heard, but this will be the last one.
また吹雪。パニッシング爆発の夜と同じ。それからまた長い時間が過ぎた。私は絶えず苦しみを飲み込み、絶えず死を引き継ぎ、絶えず旗を受け取って、いわゆる英雄となった。愚かでしょ。でもこれが私の生き方よ。私の行く手を阻むすべてに対して返す言葉はただ一つ。私は決して穏やかな夜に身を任せたりしない。
The dual blade gun pierces through the sable night, sending transparent shards flying through the air, each one reflecting Vera's resolute face. Kurono's preset program. What the hell does it think it is? Flames of fury sweep through her mind as the enraged Valkyrie forcibly seizes control of her frame. Since it's my body, I will be the one to control it. Synchronization progress 100%. Vera burns with fury, her visual module precisely locking onto the figure before her. Meanwhile, Eve is covering the still smoking gun barrel, its arms locked in a death grip around your waist as it sinks its teeth into your side. Ugh. The grotesque sound of flesh being chewed fills Vera's auditory module. Witnessing the scene, Vera almost believes herself trapped in the past, once again watching you press the opening of the box against your side. Swear word off! Vera hurls her dual blade gun with tremendous force, striking the hetero creature square in the side of its face, tearing a gaping hole through its insolent visage as black mud-like substance splatters everywhere. But even with its head impaled by Vera, the final evolution has already begun within the human host. Bit down, tore away, tasted flesh, information. Incredibly rich information floods into it, resembling a web of trees stretching across and encompassing countless branches. All of this coming from a single human. She's so swear word cool. It wasn't mistaken at all. No wonder you sparked both hunger and dependency within it. And the OC must devour, seize, mimic, learn, evolve. It sounds like it's like another version of like Wither to Shine's OST. Hehehehe. An immense satisfaction envelops it, a series of uncontrollable giggles spilling from its maw as it worms its way into your memories. Where should I start? That's a good question. But soon a piece of information as sweet as honey firmly draws its attention. Seeking benefit while avoiding harm is instinctive, and now it finds itself infinitely drawn toward this concept of love. Love. I must learn it. It touches upon your love. Not just for Grey Raven, but for many others. Close friends, battle comrades, even passing acquaintances. These people coalesce into countless beautiful bonds, collectively surrounding you, Eve. Like a fantastical, beautiful dreamscape. Are you sure we don't need to accompany you on this mission? Is the mission assessment really that simple? Is Vera doing this on purpose? I heard you're heading out to sea, so I'll prepare some extra emergency equipment. What's with this red medical kit? Why doesn't it even have painkillers? The perspective shifts backward, where the captain of Grey Raven waits silently. Commandant, please, you must. I will return safely, I promise. Don't worry, Lucia. There's no need to finish every sentence. They already understand each other's hearts. Very delicious. You, Eve, bypass a section of long silent memories and venture into a space of pure white. White doors, white ceiling, and white bedding. Is this person really okay? Their memory keeps resetting like a reboot. Could there be other serious side effects? Don't worry too much. The only real problem is that gaping hole in their side where the corrupted has stabbed them. Brain hematoma will go down on its own. It just needs some time. Fine, I get it. As long as the hematoma doesn't go away, this swear word situation will continue. The doctor hastily departs. This is a temporary medical station, and a disaster has just swept through the area outside. There are too many people in need of treatment. Little Commandant, I'm stepping out for a bit. You should rest. The red-haired construct waves her hand at the hospital bed, then leaves the room and disappears for a short while. When she returns, it's already late. She's cleaning her hands while letting her hair down, looking as if she's been helping the medical staff. What are you staring at? Have you been awake this whole time, or did you just wake up from your rest? Just woke up. Her voice is extremely hoarse, with a metallic taste of blood seemingly rising continuously in the throat. Even though Eve is merely inhabiting and experiencing the body, it can understand just how severely the patient is injured. Vera. Don't keep calling me Vera this and Vera that. It's irritating. Here, moisten your lips and go back to sleep. Don't swallow it. Following the doctor's orders and focusing on recovery is the most important thing for you right now. Do you understand? Thank you. Moisten lives with water. By the way, you should get some rest too. Thanks for the concern, but mind your own business. Look away too. Stop staring at me. I've already promised I'll stay here and watch over you, so hurry up and sleep. Close eyes peacefully. You, Eve, have seemingly closed your eyes for a long time, yet you fail to drift away into the darkness of sleep. Instead, chaotic memories intermingle in your mind, causing you frustration. Get away! Hummingbird, give me the coordinates. Vera? Vera sits upright in the bedside chair with her arms crossed. Her eyes are tightly shut and her brow deeply furrowed, likely experiencing something unpleasant in her sleep mode. Should I help her out? The view shifts upward with effort. You, Eve, rise up from the hospital bed and reach out toward the red-haired construct. Let me try a mind connection. You sink into the connection, doing your best to soothe her turbulent mind. But before long, you pull away with a look of surprise, uttering a single name. Rono? You stare silently at Vera for a long time, then reach out to touch the bandage on your side. Your gaze shifts to the ampoule at the bedside, along with a glass of water. The stale water has been replaced. This isn't right. What will you do? You reach for your terminal and make note of something. Then, taking a deep breath, you reconnect to Vera's mind. Why would you do this? Why am I happy? Can you understand? How do you like it? Is it good? You, Eve, wander through your memories. After tasting a portion of it, Eve gradually lost her smile, feeling that she was becoming entangled in the threads of fate just like her mother, father. Their thoughts grow heavy, each successive interpretation becoming more and more burdensome. Love. Incomprehensible. What else? Is there anything easier to understand? With the aid of punishing energy, they step into yet another place. So the eavesdropper has taken an interest in our casual chat? Die. Die. Die! Let him die! Kill him now! Rapidly exits. Wait. Is this right? They glimpse Haynes, the creator who made them, while emotions splash out like blood, drenching their entire being. Instinctively, they choose to withdraw. All wrong. You think you deserve this? Ha. Ha ha ha. You did it. The new seed has already... They cannot understand why humans are slaughtering each other, with their own creator leading the carnage. No. Don't look at these. But silk threads have already silently entwined themselves around Eve, preventing her escape attempt. You seem to be looking down at her past as well, responding to her panic with a contemptuous laugh. Is it painful? Can you shoulder the burden? No. Let me go. Cunning and arrogant beast. You want this? Then take it. What in the Virgil? You raise your hand and forcefully push yourself, Eve, deeper into the murky depths. Ugh. The sensation of drowning, now it's their turn to experience it. Eve is forcibly confined within a human body, every scar across her form reawakening with its original pain. It begins with some insignificant bruises and scrapes, all from training courses at FOS Military College. Minor scuffles, minor ailments, things every student experiences. A vibrant vitality would gently erase these wounds as if they had never existed. After entering the battlefield, her wounds grew increasingly severe. A corrupted sliced open her abdomen while she was evacuating civilians. Cranial trauma. To protect the damaged sample container, she pressed its breech against a wound in her side. Don't struggle. You can't escape. This is what you wanted. While fighting Vonnegut alongside Strikehawk, she was buried under a collapsing wall, fractured ribs, lung damage. While fighting a hetero-hive mother, she was impaled through her side by punishing tentacles, minor organ rupture, fractured hand bones, cranial trauma, subdural hematoma. Countless knife wounds, countless explosions, countless falls. Heroes are sculpted by disaster. Sculpted by the disasters crashing down upon the fragile human body, wave after wave, cycle after cycle, endlessly overlapping. It is pressed down into the mire, experiencing pain firsthand. You had anticipated this reaction all along, and you issued your warning accordingly. Listen carefully. This is what forged every scar in my body. Keep dreaming of replacing humans, you primitive beasts. Get out. Run fast. Pain! Pain! You shove Eve forcefully, tearing apart the two of you that had begun to merge, with fine intricate threads stretching like half-dried adhesive. Stay away from me. Go face the fate you deserve. Eve immediately accepts this, even ecstatically embracing being expelled by you. It never wants to make contact with you ever again. For a brief moment, it believes it is finally free. But reality isn't so kind. No sooner has its mental agony subsided than its body is seized by new pain. In this bleak reality, Eve is violently torn from your abdomen, and in the next moment, hangs suspended in midair. Who gave you permission to hurt my commandant? A delicate face, contorted with rage, presses close against its eyes. Eve's vision blurs. In her delirium, the woman before her merges with the silhouette from the sea, the one who nearly killed her before. You goddamned hetero creature! Kill it now, Vera! You press down on the wound where Eve's corrosion has eaten through your flesh, voice strained with pain as you issue the command to Vera. Vera raises her hand, driving her gun lance deep into the hetero creature's body, twisting it to shred the flesh within. This time she won't let this cunning creature escape. Eve hangs suspended in midair, quietly gazing at the red construct before her. No one knows what it's thinking. The two of you can only watch as, in its moment of death, amid the spine-chilling sound of flesh being shredded, Eve unsteadily opens her arms toward Vera. In the final moment of its life, it chose to embrace pain. And then, it ceased to move. Oh. Lingering silence. Oh, I see. So this is the one with the... Okay. I'm just looking at the stage achievement for this one. This is the one, huh? Lingering silence. After killing Eve, the leader, Vera slaughters every hetero creature in sight, carving a path forward with brutal efficiency. After just 3 minutes, Vera emerges from the mist of blood. 1 step, 2 steps. She carries her lance behind her, treading through the slurry of hetero creature remains as she slowly approaches you, stopping exactly 3 steps away. She suddenly remembers something and touches her collarbone, where a red light pulses beneath her skin. You regard the figure before you with complicated emotions. The memories of your shared past remain hopelessly fragmented and blurred. Despite recognizing this gap in your memory, you decide to speak first. Vera, it's been a long... The crimson figure rushes forward with open arms. Your double-bladed lance clatters to the ground. The metallic scent of iron envelops you as her long hair cascades past your ears, gathering in the hollow of your neck. I can tell. You still haven't remembered everything. So it's not time yet. And time for me to say those words. She holds you in a tight embrace, arms locked around you like a vice. I've already remembered a lot. I was surprised I could see fragments of those times through Eve just now. There still isn't enough time. Huh? Vera releases her hold. That urgent embrace, like someone desperately trying to keep something from slipping away, vanishes as quickly as it came. She drops to one knee and tears open your blood-soaked clothing. The fabric, stuck fast to raw flesh, makes a sickening sound as she tears it away. Stifles the pain. So, how's that hetero creature date working out for you? Not so good. Seeing how eager you are to get yourself killed, I thought maybe you'd fallen in love with the feeling of punishing energy corroding your flesh. Vera quickly returns to her usual self, that familiar sharp tongue of hers bringing an almost comforting sense of normalcy. If I had synchronized even a moment later, the punishing would have corroded right through your organs. Vera dumps nearly an entire bottle of disinfectant over the wound, then savagely jabs the serum injection into your injury. Ow, that hurts. Don't take it out on me. You never learn your lesson. This is exactly what you deserve. Vera lowers her gaze, hangs out some bandages, and tightly wraps several layers around your waist and injured leg. You search Vera's eyes, as if looking for something familiar in those garnet red irises. Stop staring. I haven't changed. This frame looks exactly the same as it did back then, only the internal systems got a slight upgrade. But you have changed. Your shadow is different now. Vera meets your gaze, your silhouette reflected in her eyes. Not only are you more mature than the you of a few years ago, you also bear traces of a weariness she wishes wasn't there. So we ended up like this again after all. Can you stand? No matter what you saw in my mind or what you've remembered yourself, we don't have time for reunions. First, explain our current situation to me clearly, especially about that smart-mouthed brat. Why did he leave you here? Was he running away or was there another reason? No, he went to destroy the other embryos. As Vera lifts you up from the ground, you quickly explain the current situation. From how you and Hannah dragged Vera into this genetic repository with the elderly researcher who severed ties with the Ascendants. You also describe how your group was discovered and ultimately cornered by the Ascendants. Regardless, those evolving hetero creatures all came from the hands of that researcher, Haynes. Based on his tone, there must be more embryos within the hollow that have to be destroyed. Are you sure that old man is the new Haynes? Even with only fragmentary memories. But he's identical to both Haynes in your memory data. He's identical to the Haynes in my memory. The human brain really is a flawed, fragile thing. Just a slight bump and memories are so effortlessly discarded. Vera lets out an emotionless chuckle. No, even if the memories were messed up. I also went back to find you. I also went back to find traces of that memory. What? Went back. Snap. Vera just frowns and looks up when a crisp, shattering sound comes from her hand. She has unconsciously crushed this empty serum vessel. Among the tiny fragments scattered on the floor, Vera notices something and looks down again. Between her collarbones and the space where the safety latch should be is completely empty, as if mocking her with its absence. Even her frame seems to be urging her forward. In an instant, your mind beacon experiences the intense sensation of falling. When memories are connected, the construct's emotional fluctuations become much more perceptible. What's wrong? It's nothing. I just couldn't control my strength. Similar things happen when adapting to the Garnet frame. It's perfectly normal. Wait, let me check your mind again. I don't need... Vera brushes away your outstretched hand. Your wounds are patched up for now. We need to hurry and go after that one-armed brat. I don't trust him, and with his injuries, he might not be able to complete the mission. I'll carry you on my back. If you don't want to end up a cripple, stop walking. Vera cuts off any response you might have and pulls you onto her back. Finally, she steps forward once more.
Data 同期完了。機体循環正常。意識界データ正常。戦闘モジュール正常。セルフチェック完了。この機体この力なんだかよそよそしく感じるわね。気持ち悪い。失せなさい。隠れる気甘いわよ。私を傷つけられるの？逃がせないわよ。やっぱりダメ。隠れる気甘いわよ。中は空洞のはずよ。パニッシング濃度が高いわ。行きましょう。私から離れないで。ここは実験室かしら。空洞に近づいてれば方向は合ってるみたいね。あら、扉が開いたわ。電源が入ってる。
What's this?
ヘインズのノート。しつこい老いぼれね。
This is a lot to read, holy shit. Oh boy. I am very close to success. Ephialtes is also anticipating this triumph, though I've come to realize he's no different from those imbeciles outside. At least our goals align. This is the only reason that has kept me dealing with him. However, there's now a pressing disagreement between us. Ephialtes has no intention of raising his raising this swear word world to the ground. Instead, he only wants to guide the new species toward the so-called right path, conditionally, of course. I often wonder what could such laughable gentleness possibly gain him. Even more absurdly, when I jokingly suggested an excellent candidate to serve as the genetic template for the new species, the Grey Room Commandant from Babylonia, he actually agreed. I suspect he hasn't engaged with the new world in years. He's like a relic of the Golden Age, sluggish and naive, his bones steeped in the indecisiveness typical of that era's moderates. I despise such trash. Why am I always surrounded by this kind? I had no choice but to explore alternative methods, including leveraging a certain version of myself all the way over and on Babylonia. I'd heard that fellow had changed his name under Corono's control and chosen a path entirely different from my own, rendering him untrustworthy. I'll dispose of him afterward. I leaked some information I knew would catch his and Babylonia's attention. To my surprise, after some fuss, they actually managed to lure out the Grey Room Commandant. Unexpected by me, but perfectly aligned with Ephialtes' wishes. Ephialtes set off with his so-called good intentions. I'm dying of laughter. Just wait, long before he brings back the Commandant as a template, I'll have fed my own cloned embryos to the children. I said I'd personally name the new species' first child Eve, because I, after all, am the one who will replace God. This guy is really full of himself, huh?
自信過剰で自己中な匂いで鼻がもげそうだわ。他には何かあるかしら。
I knew it. No matter the era, I'll always be the one favored by truth. Another ascendant blessed by the punching virus sought me out. His name is Ephialtes. Oh, I should have read this first. Working with him feels more like a deal. He brings me exactly what I need. A controllable punching virus, and he's even willing to occasionally help rein in those inherently savage hetero creatures. In return, I provide him with a vast, undisturbed space I call the Hollow. After setting it up, he has moved countless broken, discarded constructs inside. According to Ephialtes himself, they're all remains from last Protos, and he insisted I refer to them as Lloyd. I once tried destroying one of these Lloyds, but Ephialtes found out almost immediately. I suspect he shares some kind of connection with all of them. Beyond that, I intended to ask him about other ascendants, but he seemed annoyed by the topic, especially when it came to Gabriel. To be honest, he's not much of a talker and comes off a bit dull, but at least he's far more generous than Gabriel. He probably has some personal grudge against Corono since he's killed quite a few so-called high-ranking figures whose names I actually recognize. Not that I'd stop him. I've long been sick of those imbeciles. Until this partnership, no, this deal, reaches its end, I've decided not to provoke him. And then the achievement, I go this way. It says to go the opposite direction from what the game tells you. Right here. That's crazy. Hell yeah. Ah. This is what power feels like. I need to get myself a plastic chair. Ooh. So this is what it feels like to sit in Virgil's chair. I'm motivated now. Alright, that's enough power. It's too overwhelming. Not included in the collectible. Sit on the chair. I like how it plays Crank too. Can we go down this way too? Go to the Hollow. Wait, I can go there? Oh, keep exploring actually. I guess we have to go back into the Hollow later? I don't know. Okay, according to the secret achievements list I see, apparently 6-phase boss fight. Apparently node 20 is the boss fight, which means the other 6 nodes are going to be just like nodes are going to be like dialogue. Holy shit. Yeah, this is gonna be like more than like 6 hours, I think. It's gonna go past the 6-hour mark for sure.
まだ間に合う。まだよ。私はまだ倒れない。やつがいいかな。あ、笑える。はあ、年功退骨。
What's this?
もういいわ。ヘインズの性格からすると、ゴールで私たちを待っているはず。
I've obtained the footage from that so-called disaster in Puglia Forest Park. It confirms that my approach is correct. After all these years of silence, this is the best news I've ever received. My previous body was destroyed by that red-haired girl, but not all my memories were synced to this new one. ER12 has long since vanished, but it doesn't matter. Even if divine guidance has faded, I can still shoulder this responsibility. I will guide the punishing virus to evolve. When the Eden of this new world gives rise to a new species, I will personally name it Eve. I'll make it clear to everyone. I am the one who replaces God. Giving gas to the skippers.
実験の記録装置。何か有用な情報はあるかしら。まさか実験の記録装置に自分の死に様が記録されるなんて思ってもいなかったでしょうね。この設備はまだ動くの？何に使うのかしら。違う。空洞の内部にエネルギーを転送してるわ。破壊できないわ。守られてるなんてとても大切なのね。
No way to sprint. Need to take a nice brisk little jog.
やつがいいかな。笑える。はあ、年功退骨。あなたの最高の痛みよ。また過ちを繰り返すのね。隠れる気？甘いわよ。まだここからよ。はあ、年功退骨。空洞に着いたわ。さて、次に死に急ぎたいやつは誰？
Who wants to die? Power! I knew there's something wrong with that chair. Living fire. As Vera begins to run, another person with high expectations has already reached the location of the hollow. He stumbles along the way, his severed arm barely bandaged, desperately evading crazed hetero creatures, leaving a dripping trail of blood behind him. Thud. Having exhausted all his ammunition, he finally reaches his destination using Corono's blueprint, only to step into emptiness as he forces the door open, tumbling down a staircase 5 or 6 meters high. Damn. Ugh. Feels bad. He's forced to lie still on the ground for 2 minutes, excruciating pain causing his muscles to spasm and convulse while waves of darkness cloud his vision. Why is it so dark? I should have reached the place by now. Just my rotten luck. According to the original plan, he only wanted to find someone in this gene repository and confirm a few details. That's why he went to great lengths to get close to Grey Raven's commandant and Vera, using every possible way to force himself onto their ship, insisting on coming here with them. I could be of some help to the commandant. Perhaps I could earn a chance to return to Babylonia and finally leave Corono behind. The original plan didn't involve any significant risks. Who knew it would come to this? Ascendants on one side, crazed hero creatures on the other. Not only did I get nothing out of it, I even lost half my arm. The Grey Raven Commandant and Vera. I wonder if they're all right. Pathetic. Actually dared to entrust their last chance to me. Foolish. His struggled to prop himself up and began feeling around in the darkness, but unexpectedly, several familiar silhouettes started dancing across his retinas. Oh great, my life is flashing before my eyes. The first to appear before his eyes was the ever-optimistic Beeble, displaying an uncharacteristic agitation. What's your own role in all this? Are you a hero or a shadow? Everyone dreams of becoming someone like the Great Raven Commandant. What about you? Are you truly content with that? Are you willing to be that sacrificed shadow? Of all faces to see before death, it had to be yours. How pitiful. What nonsense are you spouting? Make a decision now. Everyone who can fight is already here. Didn't you say we'd act together? Evil shakes his shoulders. Only then, and only then, does he hazily make out his surroundings. Endless fires rage around them with blood flowing in rivers. The survivors gather around him, but the equipment on everyone flashes with red warning lights. It's the graduation simulation battle. I remember at this point, the floating processor was completely drained. Beeble organizes what little equipment remains, distributing it among his companions while counting off the survivors under his breath. Freeman is confirmed lost, and Rolla is no longer in the simulation environment. We've lost almost all our manpower, but we still couldn't conquer the final high-risk zone. Give it up. What? Beeble freezes in place, looking incredulously at Hanif. Whoever designed the simulation must have gone mad to set the difficulty this high. Since the remaining candidates already have enough accumulated points to determine the top 10, I guess we'll give up. What madness are you talking about? Beeble grabs Hanif by the collar, trying to yank him up from the ground. Who was it that came to me yesterday talking about trying another approach? Weren't you the one who said you'd handle it? Even if we must resort to the most costly human wave tactics, even if we can only crawl forward on the footprints of the fallen, even if only one person reaches the end, we refuse to leave that final high-risk zone just sitting there untouched. If we give up here, we're throwing away everything those before us fought for. That method is like ants clinging together to float during a flood. There's no telling who'll be drowned to death or left behind. He might not even make chief after all this. What does competing for chief have to do with anything? Beeble, surprisingly enraged, shoves him back into the corner and walks toward the crowd. Assemble! Avengers! All the threats are laid bare before us, but we no longer have the ability to counter them. Now, if we refuse to cower in fear, our only option is to charge through with everything we've got. And I know I know what you want to do. The final chance is right here, right before our eyes. We absolutely cannot give up. And you, Hanif. Beeble turns back to look at Hanif. Can't you see? I've already lost an arm. None of you people who come and go ever cared if I lived or died. My reality? I can actually die, you know. No, you absolutely cannot. In his memory, Beeble doesn't overthink it. He mutters something under his breath, extends his hand, and angrily pulls Hanif up from the ground. It really hurts. If only someone in reality would pull me up like that. A sharp pain shoots through Hanif's severed arm, as if someone has actually pulled him up from the ground. Lost your way here, my child? Uh-oh. Hanif repeatedly opens and closes his eyes until his vision finally returns, adjusting to the light in this place. Rhythmically pulsing embryos surround him on all sides. Through their semi-transparent membranes, countless abnormal hetero creatures can be seen waiting to be born. He really did find the right place. Directly in front of him, the person who pulled him up is grinning wildly while scrutinizing him. Welcome to Zambra's Hollow. I am Haynes, and you must be looking for me. Upon hearing this name and seeing the face clearly, Hanif instinctively throws the old man to the ground. His only remaining hand, his left, grips his gun tightly, aims it at Haynes, a gun that he knows is empty. Ugh. You've come all this way in disguise, and those two from Babylonia aren't here either, so we can talk normally now. I have nothing to say to you. I heard your conversation with that Ascendant. All the problems in this place were created by you. So what? I heard your conversation with that Great Ribbon Commandant through the surveillance system. You said you were to find family, that you wanted to know your origins. So you're an old creep who loves eavesdropping. Can't help it. I've always had a strong thirst for knowledge. You're the same. What nonsense. You're the first to find me. You deserve a reward. Tell me, what do you want to know? I'll patiently answer all your questions. Hanif's eardrums ring incessantly. He suspects the fall might have gifted him with a concussion. He can't stand Hannes's endless prattle. No matter how many questions he still has, there's only one thing that needs to be done right now. Shut up. Hands above your head. I'll shoot you. I know Kurono's methods well. Every experimental facility has a complete destruction protocol. Tell me how to activate the self-destruct program. Under the threat of Hanif's gun, Haynes raises an eyebrow in resignation and slowly lifts both hands. Is that really the answer you want most right now? How boring. Cut the crap. I'm counting to 5. 5? It's right behind you. No need to count. I'll tell you everything you want to know. You can activate it from the console behind you. What's wrong with your eyes? A few more steps and you would have crashed into it. Haynes remains unusually calm, with an almost amused expression as he watches Hanif slowly back up until his waist bumps against the console he mentioned. The password is 6/8. I've already entered it. Now you just need to use your biometric credentials to activate it. Huh? Hanif listens to Haynes, almost doubting his own hearing as he begins to suspect his words. Fingerprints, iris scan. You can pass every single rigorous security check. Hanif slightly lowers his head, and just as Haynes said, all security verifications pass smoothly. The crimson words base destruction appear before him like some kind of sick joke. It's your decision to make. I can't control you anyway. Will you press it and destroy this place? Or will you let them remain and wait for them to present you with a completely new evolution? What? No. Why can't I? Hanif never felt so lost. He's used to being the one who sets up traps and plays tricks on others, but this time he feels like he's walking step by step into someone else's carefully scripted farce, with him as the clown. From my perspective, I suggest you let them live, because they're all your brothers and sisters. Didn't you eavesdrop on us earlier? The first and most successful child absorbed an embryo that used me as its genetic template. But it's different from us now. It has broken free from the limitations of the human body. It will become the origin of a new species, so it shouldn't continue using the name Haynes. So I named it Eve. What do you think? Hanif stands frozen before the control panel, allowing Haynes to casually unravel the questions that have haunted him for years. So that's it. You're Haynes? The last one to survive screening. So you were assigned to Babylonia. Who knows what kind of scheme that old bastard is cooking up now. Number 1364, your position after graduation has been decided. After graduation, you will join the Aurora Squadron. Aurora Squadron. Aurora Squadron. The name doesn't ring a bell. Is it your secret force? Correct. We've agreed through discussion that this would be the most suitable position for you. It's safer to keep a cunning person like you close to us, don't you think? Even though you've been trying to misguide us by deliberately displaying mediocre talent in order to get assigned to the task force. Do you really think we wouldn't uncover your little scheme when we've been closely watching you? Now that you found out, why are you still trying to keep someone like me so close to you? Your little rebellion is nothing more than a source of amusing entertainment for us. Remember, you're Kurono's asset. Do not ask questions or overthink. All you need to do is execute our orders. So, I'm also Haynes. It's about right. You're my almost perfect clone. From the golden age until the end, I've gone through 3 generations. In you, I've trimmed away some undesirable genes like nearsightedness, high blood pressure, and the like. Don't be surprised. Back in the Golden Age, genetic screening was a common method for the wealthy to practice eugenics. Some people even made clones from their own genetic samples to filter out genes they didn't like. And so generation after generation evolves, becoming a better version of myself. So Corona provided you with support, and helped you develop the next generation, resulting in me. Nav stares at the name tag on the old man's clothes, the same name he once used himself, and suddenly feels a wave of nausea rising from his stomach. Why did you abandon the other 9 clones? Even those who didn't die from genetic defects were murdered. Because Kurono isn't a charity, we've always had a mutually beneficial agreement. I needed materials and a site, plus a way to continue my existence. While they satisfied these conditions, they also gained surveillance authority over you. Oh, I mean over me. What they needed was, at the very least, for the next Haynes to be more controllable, and naturally, 1 was enough. Growing up under all those watchful eyes wasn't very pleasant, was it? You've been through a lot. But it doesn't matter. Once I complete the incubation of all embryos in the Hollow, neither Korono nor any Ascendant will be able to restrict me anymore. I'll be the master of the new world. That is why I collaborated with the Ascendant. I bring the most advanced technology, he brings punishing, and together we accelerate the birth of an entirely new species. He's similar to me with multiple bodies, so it's pointless how many times you kill him out there. He'll always resurrect from here, ensuring that large batches of his children hatch successfully. Haynes points to several sleeping pods suspended upside down overhead, protected by bone spikes grown from the hetero creatures. You're misleading me. What I heard with my own ears was that the Ascendant thinks you've done too many unnecessary things, and you two have already split up. It doesn't matter. What could you possibly learn from your pathetic eavesdropping skills? Besides, if he doesn't approve of what I do, then his opinion doesn't matter. With a relaxed demeanor, Haynes points to the nursed sleeping pod. Eve getting tangled with Grey Raven's Commandant and being turned against the Ascendant was purely accidental, but it's not entirely a bad thing for me. After all, the next Ascendant hasn't emerged yet, so I'm in control of everything outside for now. No wonder. You're so disgustingly full of yourself. Come on, put down the gun and join me. It's out of bullets anyway, isn't it? I'm the one who understands you best. Haynes breaks into a smile. Remember how you first received that information? Your Aurora Squadron team kept searching for intel during the mission, and then you suddenly discovered that a technical supervisor at a Corona gene bank had the same name as you, Haynes. I know myself all too well. I knew I would definitely be interested, and sure enough, you followed the scent right to me. You did this on purpose? Yes, it's true that Ascendants killed people, and FELTs does indeed harbor hatred for Kurono, but the one who embellished these facts, who falsely claimed Ascendants specifically requested that ship, was you. You were the only one desperately searching for the gene bank. You saw clearly that Kurono wanted to keep secrets, while Babylonia wanted to thoroughly investigate. Both sides were racing to learn more about the new Ascendant. And Vera, as a former member of Kurono's Special Operations Division, would definitely reopen the investigation and definitely track down that key, the ship that could lead to this island. In the end, the Commandant and Vera reaching this island was all thanks to you. Didn't you know this would happen from the very beginning? After a brief moment of shock, Hannah finally realizes the magnitude of his mistake. Those two had just desperately entrusted him with their only way out. Just as he resolves to do something for those two, Haynes strikes head-on, shattering his facade. And Haynes continues to laugh. I just leaked a bit of information, helped spread some news about that Ascendant's revenge on Kurono, and look at the results. You truly are the most outstanding one among the next batch of Haynes. Shut up! I've won! Did you think you were so clever? Did you think you could kill 2 birds with 1 stone? Discover your own origins while helping the Grey Raven Commandant, using that person as your escape rope from Kurono? You think, just because you performed well, just because that person might show mercy and lend you a hand, you could escape your fate as a Haynes? Shut up! Hannah's eyes turn red with rage. He hears the cascading crash of dominoes falling one after another, and the person who reached out to topple that first domino was none other than himself, the person now standing with a face contorted in anguish. What's the rush? Even if you survive today with your deception, countless punishments await you. Neither Kurono nor Babylonia will take you back. You have nowhere to return to. You. Haynes sees right through Hanif's bluff and reaches into his coat, searching for something to show him. My secondary body has grown old and won't last much longer. I'll synchronize my memories with yours, and once you understand, you insufferably arrogant old bastard. Before Hanif can charge forward, Haynes delivers a silent bullet into his leg. He waves the gun he just pulled from his coat, practically radiating smugness. Since you were a child taken in by Kurono from the very beginning, why would I ever invite you to have power over me? He walks to the control panel with theatrical exaggeration, raises his hand high, and slams it down forcefully as Hanif watches through a blur of excruciating pain. I'm tired of you. I knew you wouldn't dare activate this program on your own. Boring. You were right. This isn't actually a self-destruct button. If you had pressed it earlier, you would have been the one to initiate the final evolution. Darkness floods his vision as Hanif falls to his knees in agony. With Haynes' actions, a piercing alarm sounds as rotating red lights illuminate every creation within the hollow, whether they're identical human clones, incubating hetero creatures, or ascendants not yet reborn in their sleeping pods. The entire hollow facility activates as Haynes erupts into laughter amid the deafening chorus of alarms. You idiots. I just can't help but mess with you every time we meet. Ha ha ha. And to think I had expectations. It seems even I can be assimilated after spending too much time among a flock of mindless sheep. Look at the little rat on his shoulder too. Its eyes are just like... Though consumed by raging and physical agony, Hanif still struggles, refusing to succumb to the pain. No, I will never. No, you absolutely cannot give up here. I won't allow it. None of us will allow it. You can't allow yourself to give up either. Hanif's vision wavers unsteadily. He realizes that Beeble is carrying him on his back. Before his eyes is the simulated battle that often haunts him during his waking hours. Secure that tourniquet around your wound and then keep moving with us. Lost more troops. How many? In the mere seconds they've been speaking, more corrupted crawl out from the nearby trenches, lunging at the soldiers struggling on their last legs. Too many to count. Everyone who's left is right here. Another burst of flames. Look, I told you, when ants cluster together and roll into the water, countless deaths are inevitable. Like this, gathering everyone to charge forward toward the final high-risk zone, shadows should be prepared to become sacrifices. What about you? What's your role in this? Are you a hero or a shadow? Beeble asks that question for the third time. You've never answered me, but when you suggested this plan, you already knew the answer, didn't you? I think. Hanif's gaze drifts around the surroundings. He stares at the fires and corpses of shadows strewn across the ground, acutely aware of the bullet Haynes shot into his leg, the bullet that deemed all his efforts foolish. All of this compels him to spill out the true feelings hidden deep in his heart. Truth is, I wanted to be a hero. I don't want to be a shadow anymore. Not Haynes' shadow, not the Grey Raven Commandant's shadow. I'm done with all that. I want to break free from Haynes' shadow, then surpass the Grey Raven Commandant, and become an unprecedented, entirely new kind of hero. In the end, every step I took was wrong. He desperately wants to break down in furious sobs, knowing that even in this near-death dream, his old classmates would patiently listen. I miss all of you. I don't want to stay with Kurono anymore. I want to kill Haynes. I want my name proudly displayed on the memorial. I want to tear off all these contracts binding me and stand honorably in the fight, not as anyone's shadow. Of course you're not. Since you entered FOS, you've always been Hanif. Hey, Beeble, put me down. Your leg is injured. Despite everything, Hanif struggles to his feet, gathering what little equipment he has left. The domain node capable of supporting the longest arsenal is on his person, and their mission's final objective is to destroy the last high-risk zone. I'll keep fighting. Even if I do end up in Kurono, I'll find a way to break free. What are you trying to do? It's not too late to stop living in confusion and start thinking clearly. I'll let myself be carried away by heroism for the ending I desire. Hanif rushes forward, clutching the domain node. A raft of clustered ants drifting through water. As everyone follows Hanif into the inferno, he catches the scent of something burning. Despite everything, he persists in raising his arm high and then... Use that brain of yours that's never once thought about your true self, completely wasting all these years. Summoning the last of his strength, he swings his arm down hard, knocking Haynes to the ground and seizing the gun from his hand. There you go. Then gun in his left hand, he fires repeatedly at Haynes' wrists and ankles until the last shell casing hits the ground with a sharp clatter. Go! I will prove that I'm nothing like you. He tosses aside the smoking empty gun and rains blow after blow on Haynes' face, shattering his brow, bone, and nose. Let's see. Whose blood runs dry first? Get him! Get him, Hef! Blood flies everywhere, mixed with maroon teeth knocked loose. Haynes had underestimated how time and experience can change a person. This brutal beating forces both men to acknowledge that fact. You call yourself the one who knows me best. You couldn't be more wrong, but I'll find every little trick you've hidden. Expending his last ounce of strength, Hanif delivers one final punch to Haynes, then tears open his collar, stripping away the hypocrite's facade. Hard. Beneath the white lab coat lies a twisted body, nearly completely transformed. I knew you couldn't possibly be selflessly devoted to helping that ascendant. You'd definitely find a way to control him to make sure he wouldn't dare end your partnership. And the best way to control him was to destroy all the embryos, reducing the ascendant's plans to ashes. You've already transformed yourself into the detonator for destroying this gene bank, haven't you? The punch was so hard it destroyed the captain, for real. Haynes opens his mouth as if to say something, but only blood spills out. Most of his teeth have been knocked out. Weren't you the old man who loved to smile? Why can't you laugh now? Admit it. The moment you kill me, the detonation program will automatically activate. Dragging his injured leg, Hanif moves to the edge of the platform, following the barely breathing Haynes with them. Next, if I could just end all Haynes, I'll finally break free from this sickening cycle of fate. During that simulation battle, he had successfully charged into the center of the high-risk zone, clutching the domain node, like a hero leaping into the abyss while embracing the flames. It's time to end it all! Even if he could never become the chief, this was still the ending he wanted. Even if I have to die with him, this is the ending I want. Though the pain makes him want to curl up into a ball, he forces himself to whisper into Haynes' ear. Then, like the flaming Icarus falling into the sea, he clutches Haynes' body and rolls off the edge. As the sensation of weightlessness takes over, he exhales deeply, remembering how the Commandant had just decided to pass the final baton to him. I've done it. Let this be my atonement. He closes his eyes, savoring the rush of wind past his ears as he falls. The rush of wind suddenly stops. Well, look at this. Leave for just a moment and this brat has already made a complete mess of himself. Disobeying your FOS really is a breeding ground for exceptional talent. I've got his leg. I've got him. You desperately cling to one of Hanif's legs, while Vera mercilessly pins down his other leg with her foot. You two! What's with that face? So grateful you're about to have a breakdown. Vera, hurry up and drop that old bastard. Vera, pull Hanif up first. I will. But before that... Vera raises her dual-blade gun, carefully aiming the tip at the old man's widened eyes, as if searching for the perfect angle. I've read your notes and finally figured out how you copy. If I kill you here today, there won't be another Haynes, right? You again. Is that rat just still hanging on to his shoulder, even when he's dangling from above? So you do remember me. So let me ask, are you enjoying our little reunion, Haynes? Haynes notices the familiar figure standing beside Vera. This scene seems to have played out before many years ago, and the reminder infuriates him. How are you so lucky? Again? Haynes shifts his gaze to Vera's collarbone, as if discovering some new amusement. Even with a mouth full of blood, he's determined to speak his mind. Ah, so that's not it. I see now. For a loyal dog like you, the best way to break you isn't physical torture. You'll tear apart your own dignity and beliefs. Vera, he's just being stubborn. Don't listen to him. Of course I know that. Vera seems to understand what Haynes is trying to say. She smiles slightly, then finds the most efficient angle and forcefully raises her spear. You fear going haywire most of all. You'll never forgive yourself. I fear nothing anymore. Then viciously thrusts it in. The last Haynes falls with the momentum from the spear tip, plunging into the densest cluster of embryos below. A dull thud announces the end as the platform where the 3 remaining people stand immediately begins to shake. Flames ignite from below and heat waves surge upward. Hanif tumbles to the ground, clutching the bleeding wound in his thigh as he coughs uncontrollably. Get out of here. The old man is dead. The hollow will self-destruct. Vera doesn't speak. Instead, she raises her hand in the firelight and reaches for where the safety should be. It's gone. How many years has it been? I've almost forgotten this feeling. As if reminded of something by Haynes' words, she involuntarily glances at you. Far from over. Haynes is dead, but that ascendant is still putting up quite a fight. According to Haynes' notes that we found earlier, the next ascendant will be born here in this hollow. As if responding to her words, the incubation chamber wrapped in bone spikes begin to vibrate. The entities inside sense the threat and struggle to birth themselves. His most primal purpose was revenge. People harboring such emotions always take the wrong path at some crucial crossroads. Just like he is now, completely manipulated by Haynes, who excelled at entrapping people. Even if his name isn't Lloyd, the person who once died by my hand, I'd still like to knock some sense into him. Vera's red hair sways gently in the waves of heat. Despite being in pain, you gaze at the slender thread of fire swaying before you, listening intently to her words. But through the distorted air, you sense something strange brewing, a hint of secrecy, a touch of resignation. Wait, Vera. Listen to me. Vera tightens her grip on her weapon once more. For a fleeting moment, she seems to radiate a hint of sorrow. There are too many things I haven't had time to say, especially to you. She looks at the rope tightly fastened between her waist and yours. You tied us together again. Yeah, it's me. How much do you remember? Not much. I'm still a bit. The memories of her still remain somewhat hazy. You went back to look for me. Yes, that I remember clearly. But you. Vera's lips move rapidly as she speaks, her words coming out in a rush. Simultaneously, long-lost memories replay in your throbbing head, memories of being inside Vera's mind and seeing through her eyes, even glimpses of what the hetero creature Eve once witnessed. Something's not right. You search through countless memories and perspectives trying to pinpoint the source of the strange uneasiness. Just like this, pull the plug out. Finally, your gaze settles on Vera's chest. We've been doing the wrong thing from the very beginning. I realized that long ago. Might as well commit to our mistakes until the end. Remember now, Vera. Vera, don't. You suddenly lunge forward, disregarding your injured leg, and grab Vera's wrist, exposing the emptiness where something should be. What exactly was the plug I pulled out back then? The ground trembles so violently it's nearly impossible to stand while dust trickles down from the ceiling. Vera gives you a complex, unreadable expression. I'll count to 3, then you run forward. Vera! You sense something and reach out to grab. But Vera raises her weapon once more and severs the rope between the two of you. The rope is cut. That's what it means. You reach out as fast as possible but grasp nothing but air. Vera uses the tip of her gun to push the 2 wounded off the platform, leaving herself alone on the vast expanse to silently await the Ascendant's birth. Only now do you realize your history with Vera was like a tiny yet burning spark snuffing out when grasped too tightly. What is this? Oh my god. This is so lengthy. I feel like this should be saved for another time then. Holy shit. There's no... If I go through this, it's not gonna be... It's gonna be like 7 hours or 8 hours, man. Holy shit. Alright. I'll do the boss fight. Good night. Alright, so for these achievements... Both of them take place in second phase. Okay. Completely fair, yeah. I don't know how long these last bits are gonna be. Man. It's not just this too. Like, it says 23. There's still 21 and 22. Alright. A long boss fight? Jesus. Before the final battle arrives, Vera can't help but recall the last time, and also the first time she equipped this frame. You've already gone through 579 precautions. Are you still not finished? Just one more thing. That device on your chest, let's call it a safety lock. You'd better not remove it. What if I remove it anyway? What's gonna happen? You can think of it as this frame's final limiter. All that power you already struggle to control will be completely erased in an instant. You're unable to control that power. The best case scenario is death by frame overheating or mind boil over. Could it get any worse than that? How worse than death is going haywire. You'd become something more dangerous than the corrupted, destroying everything around you without distinguishing friend from foe. Before you die from overheating, Corona would salvage you in your miserable state. And when you open your eyes again, you'd be shocked to discover that everything you once held dear was destroyed by your own hands. How dramatic. Vera brushed it off and walked away. I have no teammates, no family, no friends. Just assign me somewhere with fewer refugees and be done with it. Wait, Vera. The Chrono's staff member rushed after her. About that Special Operations Group 13 mission, we all know. The higher-ups said they needed to eliminate the traitors, while also testing you. So you all knew about Hay and Little Mutas all along. I couldn't stop it. This is off the record, but I even hoped you would have deserted during that mission, but you still came back alone. You've survived this test again. In a way, you've become an irreplaceable benchmark for many of us. If you left too, we might not even know what to do with ourselves anymore. So please, don't pull the safety lock so easily, okay? Get through this frame's testing period smoothly, and then you can switch back to your Rosen frame. No, I understand it now. There's no point in standing with you people. I only have enemies. That day, as the only construct to pass the test, she left the Corona Fortress and accepted an extremely simple mission. All she needed to do was retrieve some special test materials and transport them to a nearby base. The weather wasn't great that day, gloomy with a yellowish cast to the sky, looking like snow was about to fall. I should give this frame a name. Can't just keep calling it by its model number. What would be a good name? After Rosen, what comes next? How about Garnet? She'd already retrieved the test materials and was sitting atop a building in the conservation area. With her construct visual module, she could see a group of young trainees engaged in a combat simulation nearby. Isn't this just like when I was training? But after we graduated, we were sent all over the world to get tangled in various human against human wars. After they graduate, they'll focus solely on fighting the corrupted. Fighting for all of humanity. How much more noble their purpose has become. Having seen enough of the competition between the red and blue squads, she decided to gather her things and return to completing her mission. That's when the crisis began. The conservation area's alarms blared with urgency, catching even the FOS students off guard. She spotted a slightly dazed student running out from behind the training barricade, taking down one or two corrupted before rushing toward the conservation area, where they began to evacuate civilians as a matter of course. Does that student have a death wish? Unable to watch their foolishness any longer, she dropped down from her position, ready to lend a quick hand. Perhaps by taking out a few corrupted, buying them some time, or maybe... Watch out! To be honest, she never imagined a human would throw themselves in front of her to block a corrupted attack. The corrupted tore a horrific gash across their fragile human body, a wound so severe that anyone who saw it would declare the victim dead on the spot. You're insane, you idiot! She picked up the badly wounded person. In her daze, surrounded by cold winds and the screeching of corrupted, she felt as though she was carrying her younger self. Back then, she was the same, preferring to clash with her fellow officer cadets rather than joining them as obedient livestock for the system. When she suspected Haynes was up to something, she boldly made contact to gather intelligence. Despite knowing the extreme dangers of construct modification, she still voluntarily signed her name on the documents. Her thinking back then was straightforward. Where there was injustice, she would cry out. Where there was oppression, she would rebel. Where there was danger, she would rush to the front, as if heroic courage alone would always pay off. But in reality, what did it actually get her? She looked at the person in her arms staring at the still bleeding wound. All she could see was the next in a cycle of endless heroic tragedy. She made a decision. Because of that decision, she once again experienced having more than just enemies in her life for a brief moment. At first, she maintained some emotional distance, saying that people never learn their lessons and always disappoint her, while simultaneously peeling an apple for the bandaged, covered patient. The future Great Commandant, with precious test material still packed into their side wound, seemed to have little understanding of the surface's brutality. Even so, they would stubbornly follow her regardless. The two experienced a desperate escape across the surface, their prequel-like story ending with her cutting the rope that connected them. Afterward, her story turned to a new chapter, one titled Cerberus. This construct squad gave her a comforting sense of familiarity. Though not exactly reliable, both Number 21 and Noctis still firmly followed her lead. In this new chapter, the boundaries of herself expanded immeasurably, her mission changing from simply surviving to ensuring everyone survives together. After that, the pages of her new chapter turned rapidly, bringing us to Atlantis. By then, considerable time had passed since their one-sided reunion. The person who had become the Great Commandant remembered nothing of their past, and she chose to mention nothing. But she discovered with sorrow that the cycle seemed to have already begun, that you were becoming yet another puppet ensnared by heroism. Her blessing from years ago seemed unfulfilled. Or rather, you seem to have wasted her blessing. She can't help but warn you. If you understand the Parliament and Corona enough, you will understand why they are making you dance to their tune. Corona wants to lock you up for conspiring with the enemy. The Parliament wants you to sacrifice everything for the fate of humanity. They're both trying to rob you and bleed you dry. One of them is blatant with their intentions, the other one decorates it with righteous causes. This is what I can't understand about you. If you've already seen their true face, why are you still willing to risk your life for them? Why do you choose them? You answered, I didn't choose them. I chose humanity. She burst into laughter, tempted to say you're still as naive as you were back then. But you continued, I also don't believe you're the type to extinguish the flame. Look at that. You always did this, seeing right through her contradictions and unspoken reluctance. Clearly knew that you and her were exactly the same kind of person. Looking down at herself, after examining the chapters of her life, she's reached the same conclusion. She and you have always walked the same path. A rope tethered between their cores, bound together by a twinned fate, or twined fate. Twinned. Both of you possess natural courage, both willing to cut away their own flesh to make the flame burn brighter, illuminating darkness further ahead, though she harbors resentment toward these acts, while you accept it. I've actually been burning myself for others all along. I just resent being devoured by fools. If I must be used until I burn to ashes, then I'd rather burn in the hands of the right person. She looks at the last page. And have I found that right person? Under her gaze, you stride forward with purpose, never trapped by any obstacle. So that's it. You're no naive fool at all. You saw everything clearly from the beginning, didn't you? Huh. A knowing smile crosses her face as if she's finally shattered the barrier blocking the way to her true self, a hall of enlightenment. What am I still hesitating for? I'm hardly recognizable as my former self. The massive Valkyrie extends her hand, delivering the living flame from her fingertips to you. The fire is right here. You understood all along, didn't you? Take it. Sure enough, you receive the flame with care as you advance ever forward. Great job. She feels deeply gratified. By now, she's even grown accustomed to giving praise. If only one of us reaches that even if only one of us reaches that destination, it's still a brilliant victory. Seeing you press forward with that unwavering silhouette is the reward for my own long journey of courage. Before leaving it all behind, she voices her final request. Just like before, use me completely, burn me thoroughly, and be sure to turn these small sparks into a raging wildfire. Different from before, she has cast aside the last trace of resentment in her heart. Come on, take the last piece of flesh from my body, fire. In the hollow of the gene repository, the Valkyrie-like red-haired construct grips her weapon. The enemy awakens in the incubation pod above, delivering words of somber dissuasion. Wrong choice. You need to be sharp, revolutionary, to cut even the tiniest openings in this gentle, suffocating blanket of an old world. And your choice will let everyone drown in the comfort of this peaceful night. Stop acting as a blade for the old world humans. I can sense you hovering on the edge of going haywire. If you continue to be used like this, it will eventually turn against you. No, I'm nothing like you. Besides, what matters most is whose hands the blade is in. I trust the one who wields me. That person chose the old world, so I only need to trim it into something better. Then bring it on. The Ascendant accepts the challenge as she severs her mental link with the Commandant. Just like years ago among those ruins when she cut her bindings and brandished her weapon, performing a deadly dance for the old world she despised. Today she will fight with everything she has, just as before. Miss Benny. Twice I have drawn my blade for you. The first time I was lifted up before you by the hands of others. She swings her weapon, the blade slicing through the air with a whistling sound. This time I will willingly become your blade.
Watashi wa ningen ga tsukutta higeki o kanashiku omou. その悲劇は私が終結させる。もうこんな争いはうんざりです。誰もが井の中の蛙だというのに、なぜ自ら殺し合う必要があるのですか。はあ、年功最骨。
あなたに最高の痛みを。
往生際の悪い。
甘いわよ。私を傷つけられるの？
本当に無謀ですね。私の番だ。
やついい子ね。笑える。はあ、年功最骨。あなたに最高の痛みを。
手強い。
甘いわよ。 私を傷つけられるの？まだまだここからよ。笑える。はあ。 連行体骨。
Oh, he has a grab.
まだ倒れてはいけませんよ。
八つ咲きよ。いいかな。おっ、笑える。私を傷つけられるの。八ついいかな。おっ、あなたに最高の痛みよ。隠れる気？甘いわよ。逃がせないわよ。隠れる気？甘いわよ。私を傷つけられるの？逃がせないわよ。隠れる気？甘いわよ。まだパニッシングの反応が。昇降機で追いかけて。これ以上付き合う時間はないわ。ロイド、もうこの茶番は終わらせましょう。
Good night.
故障？
まだ終わっていません。
Oh dear.
私は
Oh my god, just
傷つけられるの？
multiple of them.
あなたは私をこの体はいつでも捨てられますね。あなたのチャンスが一度きり。
逃がせないわよ。隠れる気？甘いわよ。これよ、この痛み。
Jesus Christ. So much happening at once.
上等よ。笑える。
Whoa.
1、2、このゴミくず。
新世界へようこそ。再び私の相手となりなさい。
笑える。はあ、いいかな。連行体骨。あなたに最高の痛みよ。
No, I know about the. Don't worry, I know about the freaking. Like, I know about that.
まだまだここからよ。
Like, if you just tap the dodge, she does this, like, guard thing. Yeah, don't worry, I know.
八つ咲きよ。私を傷つけられるの？八つ咲き、笑える。はあ、連行体骨。あなたに最高の痛みよ。
まだ終わっていません。
隠れる気？甘いわよ。逃がせないわよ。まだまだここか。
決して無駄です。
八つ咲き、いいかな。笑える。はあ、
もう結構です。
笑える。はあ、連行体骨。あなたに最高の痛みよ。
私は 世界の崖となる。
逃がせないわよ。まだまだここからよ。
下がりなさい。
あなたに最高の痛みを。甘いわよ。私を傷つけられるの？逃がせないわよ。まだまだここからよ。
止まりなさい。
笑える。はあ、年功最骨。あなたに最高の痛みを。まだまだここからよ。いい子ね。笑える。はあ、年功最骨。八つ咲きよ。あなたに最高の痛みを。まだまだここからよ。はあ、
もう真実と虚構を隔てる崖は存在しない。
During the prolonged battle, her double-edged spear carves countless wounds. Blood, vital fluid, and whatever substance makes up punishing creatures, all of it streams along the blade's groove and splashes toward the sky. The spear, draped in red, twirls through the air, leaving only a blur like an eternal, unbroken circle. Until all of Lloyd's remains are destroyed, until FELT's lowers his head, falls to his knees, and his body gradually fades into transparency. Another empty vessel driven by misguided heroism fades away. He seems to drag his broken body back to the new world he had always longed for. Meanwhile, in a distant corner of the old world, someone seems to sense something and pauses the hand shuffling their cards. Such devastating loss as FELT's? Just a leftover scrap from the card table, and yet with those broken remains, you actually dared to dream of igniting the flames that would destroy the old world? I've never approved of that kind of spirit. She puts away her cards, ready to move on to the next location. Anyway, I only lent a small hand. I'll just accept the loss and move on. But in the moment before leaving, she perceives new information, like a wisp of smoke slowly drifting across her tongue. Oh? She can't help but smile. Impressive indeed. They actually managed to cultivate controllable little bugs. Dodge all. Yeah, I couldn't dodge them all. Those lasers. That's fine. Well, since EX starts at 23, I'll read 21 and 22, and then I'll leave the EX section. Normally I don't stream on Sundays, but I don't know. Actually, I might leave the EX stuff completely for like next week or something. Maybe. I don't know. There's no way I'm gonna read through all these tonight. That'd be way too long. Time of dawn. Vera watches the dust settle as the power engines throughout her body finally emit a high-pitched warning of imminent overheating. She drops to one knee at the center of the platform. Gotta get further away, otherwise something worse will happen. She tries to prop her frame up with her weapon, still intent on moving further away, but the red light emanating from her entire body tells her this isn't going to happen. Vital fluid leaks from every port in her frame, all circuits unable to bear the strain of her berserk mode any longer. Well, yeah, this is all like permanent stuff. You only have, when they're released, they're just early access for people. That's it. They're not going to go away. They're not events. These aren't events. These are permanently in the... These are stories. Yeah. These aren't events. She can feel herself succumbing to a terrible state of haywire, her vision growing increasingly blurry as her fingers violently dig into the metal floor, carving a chilling black gash. It's just that when these chapters are released, you just have early access into them if you're not that caught up with the story. That's it. They're not full-on events. The stories aren't events. They're part of the game story, so of course they're going to be permanent. No, I absolutely won't. End so pathetically here. As sunlight gradually creeps over the horizon, her knees buckle as the engines in her legs completely melt down. Yeah, right now it's early access, like I said, so you can get into the story now if you want, but once the duration of the... But when early access is over, then you'd have to complete older chapters just to reach this point. Yeah. But other stuff like the combat challenges and the little hide and seek game mode, those are limited time. But the story chapters themselves are not limited time, they're permanent. As she collapses completely to her knees, Vera can't help but concede that those bastards were right. She really does hate the feeling of going haywire most of all. A sharp pain surges through her mind as if some irritating beacon is repeatedly attempting to connect. She instinctively begins dragging herself in the other direction, trying to put more distance between herself and whoever owns the beacon. Stop connecting me. The lingering flames of fury will scorch everything. I'm dangerous. Reconnecting, still reconnecting. Vera's vision dims completely. Before her consciousness dissipates, she hears familiar, hurried footsteps with a slight limp. She feels a tightening around her waist, just like when that person would grip a rope and climb toward her. Are you tired, Vera? Upon returning to the vast, seemingly endless hall of her true self, Gwyneth supports Vera's arm, carefully examining her metallic body. So you've gone and turned yourself into this after all. When you first asked me about this technology, I knew this day would come. You really are so single-minded in everything you do. Such a worrisome girl. The moment she sees Gwyneth, Vera's eyes widen with shock. Don't worry about me, I'm not tired. Now that I'm a construct, I could walk through a burning building 100 times and not have a single scar on my arm. She grips Gwyneth, whom she hasn't seen for ages, and a flood of words flow out all at once. I was among the first to voluntarily undergo modification. My initial model was a support type, very much like you. I've left all those fools in the dust. I joined Korono and then left. Now I command my own construct team in Babylonia, and they all follow my orders. I'll never make you, or the instructor, worry about me again. Her words grow slower, as if she's carefully observing her old friend's reaction. Gwyneth gently releases Vera's arm, offering only a soft smile in response. I see. Have you found your true path? Are you burning bright for a cause you believe in? Is that what you're doing now? Is what you're doing now something you'd willingly dedicate your entire life to? Yes, I've made up my mind. As long as you're sure. You've always been like this, a devoted soul through and through, yet with a small spark of rebellion burning inside. But even if you lived 1,000 or 10,000 lives, you'd still willingly let yourself be swept up in heroism, as long as it leads to the ending you desire. Will I ever reach the ending I desire? Yes, you will. Vera's eyes briefly light up at the happy ending within her grasp, but then suddenly dim again as something crosses her mind. Even if the ending is good, I've made too many wrong choices along the way. I've lost so much. I know I can't simply dismiss everything casually with "it's fine," but understand this. Your entire life has been an exploration of heroism, and that journey of questioning is itself blameless. Everyone you've ever met has wrestled with this same question, offering countless different answers. Take some time to reflect on them. I can do that. She closes her eyes in her boiling mind, allowing the waves to carry her to the side of each traveler in her memories. Setting aside those irritating relatives from my childhood, you were the first one, Gwyneth. You were the quintessential hero, sacrificing yourself to block the doorway, protecting me from those corrupted. Without you, I would have died right there. Yep, that's me. The instructor was like that too. Always looked serious, but he was constantly helping me escape those troublemakers. I'm grateful to him. Fortunately, after the punishing outbreak, I never heard from him again. Knowing his personality, he's probably holed up somewhere safe. Being a behind-the-scenes hero suits him much better. Next is Average Joe. Before joining Kurono, that was the most brutal battle I'd ever experienced. I even dismantled my own arm to give to that attacker-type Average Joe. What was his choice? He dealt with the ambushing corrupted for me. He died. Sounds a bit like me. After that, I joined Kurono. I didn't get along with most people there except for Little Mute and Hey. Closing to 3 a.m. Have fun, take care. Yep, have a good rest of your night, Leoju. Little Mute was too young, didn't understand anything. She was a victim of conflict, like a lamb for sacrifice. As for Hey, she was a coward, always thinking about running away. Even died without dignity. But she was the one who stole the real key and took revenge. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't be here today. Vera's lips curl into a slightly mocking smile. I didn't like her, but she really had guts. That's why I crowned her the cowardly hero. Gwyneth responds with a resigned smile. You still love giving people nicknames. Who else? Including those you met during that escape. What about Granny Wong? The old hero. She and that old teddy dog of hers are still running around bothering Bridget every now and then. Living long certainly has its perks. They both laugh as if transported back to an ordinary afternoon at the end of the Golden Age. They basked in the tepid sunlight, chatting idly about nothing in particular. What about Leia? She's already joined Egret now. What is she? She's just a self-proclaimed hero and a thoroughbred specialist in making a mess of things. Thankfully, she's working under Vanessa now. As for Vanessa, Simon, and the like, I had already made up my mind about them long ago. They're just a bunch of Babylonian trust-funded babies, insufferably full of themselves. Do you still think the same? Vera tilts her head in thought for a moment, then shakes her head. Now I admit that person was right. They really did dispel my prejudice through their actions. I can say this. Every single Commandant who graduated from FOS is a true hero. Even that ill-intentioned Hanif was more than just a shadow of a hero. If he survives, he'll probably be able to figure out what decisions he needs to make next. As for the people of Atlantis, needless to say, I've eaten their cookies, I've taken up their cause, and I'll continue to carry their torch. Except for that stupid fish. She's annoying, so she's an exception. Gwyneth rests her chin in her hand, listening attentively to Vera's assessment before raising a new question. What about others? Like the 2 Lloyds and the many Haynes? What kind of answers did they give when facing this proposition? Vera falls silent once again for a brief moment. I feel regret for Lloyd, no matter which Lloyd we're talking about. They never fell from grace, nor did they make wrong choices. Rather, they never made any choices at all. They were simply swept to their deaths by the tide of heroism, yet not one of them died like a hero. Putting an end to their stories was the only thing I could do for them. As for Haynes, just an insufferably arrogant old man, worse than even those young students. He doesn't deserve to be mentioned alongside anyone I spoke of earlier, and he got exactly the end he deserved, killed by the next version of himself. Vera waves her hand dismissively in the Great Hall, excising Haynes from this blood and tears stained discussion of heroism. She's never bothered to waste much attention on people like him. Time to turn the page on all of this. Yes, it's time to turn the page. Having heard everything, Gwyneth nods and gently pulls Vera to her feet. Their exchange, as warm and comforting as a beautiful dream, comes to an abrupt end. Let's end our conversation here. I'm sorry that we all left you behind back then. We all departed ahead of you. Who made you bear all the suffering? Looking back now, perhaps it wasn't all suffering. She gently pats the back of Vera's hand. Vera, none of us regret entrusting everything to you. We all want to see, through you, what lies beyond the end of this final stretch of the road. Whatever you choose, do it now, just like that Commandant. No matter what path you take, carry your torch forward and don't look back. The world outside belongs to you now. Standing in her mind, Vera slowly releases Gwyneth's hand, releasing her long-held obsessions along with it. Aren't you afraid I'll break myself anymore? No. The sheath that belongs to you will embrace and cherish you no matter what, extinguishing everything that would burn you. Your sharpness will never be dulled by a tragic ending. Gwyneth offers her unwavering approval. Dear Valkyrie, please wake up. Dear Valkyrie, please wake up. The turbulent currents in her mind seem to pause, then rush forward. All her thoughts surge back into reality in a single moment. The construct whose sanity had been seized by power awakens. Red light overflows from her chest, her escaping power as she swings her fists high, savagely tearing at everything around her. Vera! Connecting, desperately resisting. All the curses attached to her throughout her life seem to take effect in this moment, whether it's being a harbinger of disaster, going haywire, or receiving backlash. She lowers her head deeply, baring her sharp canines at you. Ugh. The wounds on your ankle and side still radiate agony, your body weakened to the brink of collapse. Through the endless night, this tug-of-war battle only now greets its dawn, but the final crisis clearly hasn't ended. Connecting. Yet another attempt at connecting. Through repeated connections, you taste your first hint of dread as blood flows from your nose and mouth. What kind of hasty ending is this? I won't accept this. I will not accept an ending like this. Endless hardship and wandering should not lead to this outcome. I still haven't properly apologized to you. I still haven't properly thanked you. I'm furious. One final connection. You desperately grasp at the broken rope between you as if trying to piece together your shattered past, nearly overcome with sorrow. Dear Valkyrie, please wake up. Fangs finally impale you. Vera clenches her teeth tightly as vital fluid mingles with blood flowing down. Connected. Vera recognizes the pitiful human before her and instinctively tries to force a mocking smile, but fails. I told you, stay away from me. Do I have to say sorry before you'll get up? Hearing her familiar mockery, you take a deep breath like a heavy stone sinking into the sea, instantly releasing all tension. This is my responsibility. If you go haywire, then I must keep you under control. And at a time like this, you still spout noble-sounding platitudes. What's the point in keeping a haywire construct around anyway? Vera's voice catches slightly with emotion. If you'd cut ties sooner, you wouldn't have to suffer like this. Reach out, gently touching the corner of Vera's lips. Blood still trickles slowly from her mouth, flowing over your wounded hands. Yet you persist. Trembling hands gently cradling Vera's face. The fire is still here. Safe and sound, right here. It hasn't gone out. These faint embers, in every sense of the word, are burning stubbornly in an open fire. No storm can extinguish them. I told you all along. If anything happens to you, I will always rush to your side and hold you back. No longer enemies, no longer opposed. Setting aside all prejudice and misunderstandings, embracing each other like true comrades. Vera suddenly clutches your wrist, overwhelmed by intense emotion upon hearing these words. You remember now. Do you remember everything? She fights back a sob, but tears still stream down from the corners of her eyes. The light of dawn bathes their battle-worn bodies, illuminating the tear on her cheek as it slowly slides into your palm. Don't be sad. Sadness can only last for a moment. You gently pat her back, even more weakly than Gwyneth would. So this is the good ending, right? Of course it is. Then, should we be more honest with each other? We can talk about everything else when we get back. The rope broke, but now we can try to tie it back together. You point to the terminal where the icons for both Cerberus and Grey Raven are now illuminated. See? Everything's back online. Vera stares intently at the terminal, then turns her gaze to you for about 10 seconds before finally allowing her eyes to close. The tears she had refused to shed now streamed down freely. Alright, then let me honestly say something I haven't said in a long time. Leaning against your hand, she remembers something you told her long ago. You should try trusting others, relying on them for once. You're still alive. Thank goodness. No, I love her. Right, profile. At dawn, Babylonia's reinforcement forces arrive at the island. Members of both mission squads rush toward the people they've been worried about. The Science Council representatives gasp at Vera's new frame, one they've never seen before, while the Star of Life personnel diligently work to save the Grey Raven Commandant. Fortunately, after a thorough search, the personnel detect faint life signals in a narrow crevice beneath the hollow. They pull out a person in an even worse condition than the Grey Raven Commandant. All the wounded are transported back to Babylonia. 1 month later, after deliberation by all parties involved, the events on the island are officially classified as an accident and placed under strict confidentiality. After confronting an unknown ascendant and completely eliminating a deathless one who had been hiding in darkness for years, not a single one of the 3 people involved in the incident perished. In a way, it could be considered a miracle. Corono submits the design specifications for the Garaver frame, reportedly due to the pressure from the control court, while the Science Council obtains full access rights to the frame. As for Hanif, a rigorous investigation waits him upon discharge from the hospital. As for the Grey Raven Commandant, it's a quiet afternoon as you doze off in the pristine white hospital room. The hazy dream transports you back to those years, around the time you are about to graduate from FOS college. It was also a quiet afternoon in this very same hospital room. Rushing to death's embrace like that, yet somehow you were still saved. You've got quite the survival instinct. In the clean white hospital room, you gazed hazily at the ceiling, vaguely aware of 3 young people chattering incessantly nearby. This should be your first time in Star of Life's intensive care unit. Little do you know, this will become a peculiar sort of normal in the future. I'd say we're the lucky ones. With all those corrupted, I thought we were goners. Never expected to experience a last-minute rescue twice. Can't believe Miss Bridget actually knows Granny Wong. It's so cool. Maybe the cargo crew would be a decent place to end up in. Who's that? Skilled people can thrive anywhere, but if you're a loser, you're doomed no matter where you end up. Simon's voice trails off. Well, I still want to join the task force more than anything. Sorry about that, cargo crew. Why are you telling us? Who asked you? I couldn't care less about the aspirations of losers. I'm definitely getting into the task force no matter what. And what's your problem? I've got a troublesome doll waiting for me at home. 1 pair of 6s. Hey. The raspy voice sounds like someone working a rusty bellows. Could you not play cards on my blanket? Stomach pain and headache. Hey, do you think Usabeni remembers me? I was the one who helped rescue this guy when he collapsed outside the base, though he was already unconscious by the time I got there. Hard to say. The doctor said the intracranial hematoma is gone, but judging by their reactions these past couple of days, those memories probably didn't survive. And then when Usabeni gets discharged, I'll fill them in on everything. Don't you dare tell this good-for-nothing anything, or you'll regret it. Says who? Just because you think it's an embarrassing moment for you, we can't even mention it? I saw everything with my own two eyes. My own eyes. Even though I have my issues with Vanessa, let me explain. The instructor has already spoken to us. We're explicitly forbidden from spreading any information about this incident. Apparently it's an order from higher up, especially anything concerning those two constructs. We suspect it might be connected to Corona. Two constructs? Wasn't there just one Leia? There's another? Don't tell me you won't explain this to me either. Ugh, so unfair. What are you all arguing about? Who? What? Shh. You idiots are so busy chatting you've forgotten about the cards. I've warned you all before, if you want to join the task force through normal channels, stay away from Corona. And if you don't want to make things worse for this half-conscious invalid wasting away in the bed, then keep your mouths shut about everything. Oh, I win. Vanessa tosses down her remaining cards, dusts off her hands, and walks out. What? Why can't I understand anything? A few minutes later, the hospital room is quiet as if nothing ever happened. You simply stare blankly at the new terminal and the bouquet of flowers Simon left on the bedside shelf, with no memory whatsoever of the ground simulation training. A bewildering sense of missing memory stays with you for a long time. At first, doctors recommend regular rehabilitation sessions, but months pass, and even after successfully graduating, not a single fragment of those memories returns. If I became a construct, I could probably access the memory data in my mind. And never mind, I can't be converted anyway. You abandon your fixation on brains and memories, turning to watch the scenery rushing past. The transport vehicle has been driving through a wasteland of ruins for nearly an hour now. We've arrived. Recruits, get out of the vehicle. The soldier from the driver's cabin jumps down and waits for everyone in the rear compartment to follow. This area used to be one of FOS ground training facilities, but it was abandoned after an incident last year. Some of you were there, weren't you? He gives a strange look, clearly wondering why someone who experienced the incident would want to return to this place. Alright, complete your mission quickly and don't stick around. We need manpower for the reconstruction of the surrounding conservation areas too. I'll check over there. You grip your newly issued tactical terminal tightly, scanning the area while traversing the gray ashen ruins. Can I still detect the old terminal? After carefully searching the surrounding area, you follow a faint signal to a cavity formed by collapsed rubble. After a moment's hesitation, you squeeze through the narrow entrance and climb down. Upon entering this place, a strange sense of familiarity washes over you, especially after spotting the pile of kindling and bandages clearly left behind by someone. The feeling of recognition becomes impossible to ignore. Is anyone there? After calling out a few times without much expectation, you're met with nothing but the echo of your own voice. Additionally, you find several suspicious charred fragments near your feet. Lifting them to your nose, you detect the distinct odor of burnt plastic. Even if these are remnants of a terminal melted by intense fire, there's no way to retrieve any data from it now. Finding no further clues beneath the ruins, you grip the concrete blocks with a sense of disappointment, preparing to climb back to the surface. But just as your fingers grip the edge, a fragile piece of paper falls from a crack in the concrete. You lunge forward to catch the paper, but the writing on it is hopelessly blurred and completely illegible, having endured long periods of exposure to wind and rain. Despite this, your heart pounds with excitement. Climb out of the ruins. You walk briskly across the ruins and gradually quicken your pace. The breeze gradually rises to a howl, each stride longer than the last, until you break into a desperate run. As the familiar sound of wind echoes relentlessly in your ears, you realize something. You've been here before, running madly along the same path not long ago. A name suddenly rises to your lips, yet it somehow remains trapped, an unspeakable word. Refuse to give up. Keep running. Faster. Run faster, as if a construct is counting down in your ear. Run. Running until the daylight grows dim, until snow begins to fall from the sky once more. Run! running through all the ruins and decay through fate and fragmented memories. Finally, you stop at the highest point of the ruins, slowly raising the note in your hand toward a broken wall before you. Shh. The note rustles in your palm, nearly crumbling to pieces, yet somehow its soft sound transports you back to a moment you've never witnessed before. A gush of vital fluid surges from her mouth. She tries to contain it with her hands, but it all seeps through her fingers, steadily dripping onto the pale runes below. She lowers her hands, staring at the crimson staining in her palm, too weak now to even manage a sneer. What kind of ending is this? At least I didn't make the ending worse. She knows that the little commandant has already reached their destination and will be rewarded with a brilliant future. She shuts her eyelids, contemplating what will happen next. Dying here. Not great. But if Kurono finds me again, that would be much worse. I'm done with all this. Briefly having companions is actually a cruel thing because no one wants to return to a boring, miserable daily existence. What's even more ridiculous is that the connection is broken and that person will most likely remember nothing. An absurd escape filled with heroic sacrifice, and yet she alone is left to gnaw on the remaining her memories. No. I refuse to accept this. No, I absolutely refuse this kind of ending. The flames around her body can no longer ignite, so she chooses to use all her remaining strength on her hands. She wants to leave a note, but tiny snowflakes fall upon it, quickly dampening the paper. It's not working. What else can I do? She's growing restless. She needs to find a way to escape Kurono as soon as possible, preferably by hunting down those in Babylonia and take back everything that belongs to her, all the glory, the spoils, and... Suddenly, as she stares at the vital fluid in her palm, an idea surfaces in her boiling mind. She forces a smile anyway. One last prank. You stand atop the ruins, gasping for breath after the frantic sprint. The cold wind pierces painfully through your body, but an excited heartbeat still pumps hot blood through your ordinary flesh. Opening your hand, the note quivers precariously, about to blown away, but that doesn't matter anymore. At the edge of your vision, a massive message written in blood covers the collapsed wall. Through the trembling strokes, one can see that distinctive touch of mischief, along with an intense refusal to surrender. Like someone vibrant and bold, she flamboyantly left behind a wanted poster to conceal a hidden wish. The end is just ahead. Even if it costs you your life, you must reach the finish line. As for me, our paths will cross again in a better place. You laugh amidst the desolate ruins. From the chaotic jumble of memories, a single phrase breaks free from the confusion and surfaces. Grief can only last for 1 second. If grief can only last for 1 second, then we'll meet again in the very next. Alright, for our reunion after a long separation, I should prepare some cliched lines. Opening your eyes, fully opening your eyes, you return not to any dream, but to unmistakable reality. It's been a while. The red construct sits in a chair beside the hospital bed, peeling a bright red apple. Want some fruit? We only have apples here. Vera passes over a slice of peeled apple. I'd rather her have something else. Sure thing. Guess where you are. Heaven or hell? Take your pick. Neither. I choose reality. Correct answer. She seems satisfied with your answer, laughing with a rare sense of relaxation as she casually crosses her legs. What else do you want to know? I'll answer anything, but you've got 3 minutes. And your frame. Your frame has been transferred to the Science Council. Although personally supervised the process, everyone worked quickly. They not only reduced the frame's overall power output, but also installed various modules necessary for daily life. That kind of haywire situation, it won't happen again. The Garnet frame is nearly totaled and is still undergoing repairs. You can't switch back to the Rosen frame either for now, as the Science Council is worried about potential issues during the frame synchronization process. We'll consider after you're discharged. What about what happened on that island? Except for that Ascendant who left behind traces of their escape, everyone who deserved to die is dead as dead can be, all the hetero creatures and every last Haynes. By the way, a junior colleague of yours is now under supervision in a special ward. These past few days, he's stubbornly refusing to acknowledge any connection with Haynes. It's more of an emotional denial. He insists that from now on, he'll only be Hanef. As for you, if Babylonia support had arrived even slightly later, the punishing virus would have completely devoured your internal organs. The wound on your leg was also serious, but it's healing well. Start of Life's medical technology really is something else. Nod. I have more questions. As quickly, the 3 minutes are almost up. Vera, are you disappointed in your own story? Exactly the same question as back then. You're really persistent. Is your answer still the same? Of course not. It's been so long. Vera holds up what remains of her cut apple as she contemplates the question seriously. Even though it often brings me to tears with rage, it can never be judged as a tragedy. If I must define it, it is an incredibly rich and glorious life. The debts I had to repay, I've repaid. The vengeance I had to seek, I've sought. The path I had to walk, I'm still walking. Most importantly, there have always been people by my side throughout the journey. As she speaks, she reaches out and tidies the hair on your forehead. Don't rush. Once your memories return, we can reminisce properly every day. I haven't yet seen the end of your destiny, so I'll keep watch by your side. We have all the time in the world. The door to the hospital room is gently pushed open as more people who care about the two of them walk in. Great, the annoying visiting hours begin. Today, those 3 irritating folks from Grey Raven all have missions, so finally they're not the first ones barging in. And with that, Vera's answer comes to an end. She places the apple back on the plate and rises to leave. She moves with complete freedom, as if all the blessings bestowed upon her life have finally taken effect, able to go wherever she wishes, able to obtain whatever she desires. Whether it's a medical pack, a serum, an apple, or a person she wants to save. Wait, Vera. She rests her hand on the door frame and turns around. What is it? I can spare a moment for one last bit of nonsense. Goodbye, Vera. We'll always meet again. Of course. Since the starting point was Vera, the endpoint should also be Vera. Even beyond the end of the final road, there will always be a field of pomegranate red. For Vera, spark to Wildfire. I heard you almost lost your life. Did those kindergartners from Grey Raven work themselves into a panic? Vanessa stands by the bedside empty-handed, not even bothering to bring a bouquet, making snide remarks. Bambinata quietly lies at the edge of the bed, listening to the unfriendly exchange between her master and the Grey Raven Commandant. They just left. Oh, what's that supposed to mean? They leave and I show up right after? Sounds like I'm not welcome here. Oh, what's that supposed to mean? Oh, repeated. Too bad if poor old me isn't welcome, but there's nothing you can do about it. I've got something I need to ask you. Okay, that's supposed to be her line. Too bad I don't know what Commandant actually says. Yes, FOS College's graduation ceremony is next month. For the distinguished alumni speech segment, will you be attending? I'll go. Whatever you want. I'm just here to relay your answer back to FOS. If that's all, I'll be on my way. Boom. The hospital room door bursts open with a loud bang. There you are, Lady Vanessa. Something terrible has happened. Get to the point. She's done something wrong again and now she's hiding in a box. She absolutely refuses to come out and she says she won't listen to anyone unless you give her a mission in person. Leia drags another Egret construct into the hospital room. Ooh, a new member of Egret. From the trans-dimensional black hole of the box, a timid gaze peers out. Who is this? Is this actually a person? Vanessa's expression darkens and Bambinata wisely retreats to the side. Do I need to personally escort you out, Princess? Perhaps this is the first time hearing Vanessa personally address someone as Princess, but the shock of it lingers in your mind. After a few seconds of silence, the black hole of self-doubt begins to shake violently. Sorry, Master. Sorry, Master. Sorry. Come out now. I can't take this anymore. Let me just get some water to calm down. Oh, hey there, Grey Raven. I've been so busy I didn't even get to greet you properly. Leia dashes to the bedside to grab a glass of water. Engines throughout her body are whirring loudly. Clearly dragging her teammate here took some considerable effort. What does a construct like you need water for? You come out too. Vanessa's frustration builds on two fronts. On the one hand, she's still struggling to peel the massive clump of self-doubt off her teammate, while the other reaches out to roughly grab Leia, who's busy asking the Grey Raven Commandant for water. Tasty, is it? Strange. Shouldn't high-class people's water taste better? Why doesn't it have any flavor? Leia, you're responsible for prying this one out of there, or you'll be kicked out of Agra tomorrow. How is this suddenly my problem again? Vanessa, I won't go. Vanessa, can't you be a little nicer to me, please? Vanessa... Beep, beep, beep. The terminal by the bedside suddenly rings. Looking at it, you see that it's a cellular caller, Jesus, with an unknown identity. Answers the call. Hello? The figure on the other end of the call hears the commotion in the hospital room and furrows their brow. Why is this so noisy? I heard you have lots of visitors every day. Don't you find that annoying? Wait, aren't you with the control court? He notices your keen questioning, goes quiet for 2 seconds, then breaks into a malicious smile. Yeah, they weren't wrong about me. I'm rotten to the core, and I can't stand being controlled. So I escaped. Impossible. Even if that's true, they'll track you down through this call. Okay. No, I didn't escape. Look, I'm still in the hospital room. He holds up the terminal to show his surroundings, then his expression turns serious. I won't run away anymore. I'll cooperate with all investigations and punishments related to me and Haynes. I've just been feeling restless lately, stuck in here day after day confined to this hospital bed, so I figured out a way to get my hands on someone else's terminal. I heard your place is always lively, so I thought I'd join in the fun. That's all there is to it. It's not too out of line, right? After the investigation and punishment over, where do you plan to go? No idea. I don't want to stay with Corona. It's not like I have much choice in the matter. Would you like to come back to FOS for a visit? Are we changing subjects that quickly? The new graduation ceremony is coming up soon. Alumni are welcome to return for it. What am I even... If you were in the top 10, that definitely qualifies you as an excellent student. I'll think about it. I might not get the chance anyway. Amid the chaos at Agrit, Hannah falls silent on the other end of the communication. He clutches his empty sleeve, looking somewhat dejected. The investigation related to Haynes is still ongoing. I don't know when all of this will be over. You observe his reaction, and then a new idea suddenly hits you. Well then, Hannah, I've got some good news and some bad news. Which would you like to hear first? The bad news first. How could things possibly get worse? Bad news is, Haynes is bald. You'll probably go bald too. Just give me the good news instead. The good news is, the previous Haynes might have filtered out the baldness gene for you. I shouldn't have asked. Beep. Disconnected. Just as the stranger's call disconnects, Leia, who is clinging to Vanessa like an octopus, suddenly slaps her forehead. Ah, I almost forgot about the important stuff. She rummages through her backpack as it clinks and clatters, pulling out nail polish, small hair clips, earrings, necklaces, before finally finding a small cardboard box, which she hands over. This is your package. It was delivered to the nursing station and they asked me to bring it to you while I was here. This is for me. Vanessa curiously weighs the package in her hands, feeling something inside rattling noisily as it shifts around. Open the package. As the box opens, it reveals numerous metal dog tags inside, reflecting the light of the hospital room. Why are there so many dog tags? Taking them out for a closer look. The name on them is... A large pile of dog tags lies silently in Vanessa's palm, yet every single one bears the same engraved name. Lloyd. Wow. And then there's this. This is a long one, though. I'm not going to continue from here. It's way too long. I'm tired, man. It's past midnight right now. Just change up this. I went through a majority of the chapter, though. I went from nodes 8 all the way to 22. Whew. That was really lengthy. But yeah, I'll save these EX nodes for another time. Probably... I don't know about doing them... I don't know about doing them tomorrow, because I feel like that wouldn't really warrant a proper... Because there's only 4 nodes. I feel like, all in all, this would probably take like maybe 2 hours. Maybe 2.5 at most, I would guess. But yeah, I'm not going to do this tonight. I'll probably do this like... Probably next week, honestly, next weekend. On like Saturday, maybe, I don't know. We'll see. But I'll save these for later. But that's technically... I'm assuming this is just like backstory stuff right here. Maybe this is something regarding Lloyd. Maybe. But so far, technically the end here, that was really good. I really loved this chapter. Putting aside my bias for Vera, because I absolutely love Vera. This was really good. This was a really good chapter. Lloyd, the immortal hero, finally gets put to rest. That boss fight was really cool, though. Really fun. Really awesome. But yeah. This was a great chapter. I'll finish these 4 nodes next week, though. Not doing it tonight. Woo! Oh.
帰りを待つだけなんてもうできない。あなたが消えゆくのなら、私を遮る時を破ってでも。
How long did it take? 8 hours? Well, yesterday I was reading through Arcade Anima as well. But Arcade Anima was like 2.5 hours, I would say. Then the rest of the time of that stream was the chapter. So far, that took about maybe like 9 hours. But then there's the other 4 nodes in this one. So this might actually be like 11 hours, maybe even 12 hours in length. Who knows in total. But it's definitely around like maybe the 9-10 hour mark all in overall with this chapter. It is pretty lengthy. It's just about as long as Spiral of Chronos, I would say. The Spiral of Chronos took me nearly 8 hours to complete. Chapter 21. So this one is definitely up there. It's not as long as Polaris Bond, though. Polaris Bond is still really lengthy. The most lengthy, but yeah. I'll finish off for tonight. And I'll continue, and I'll finish those last 4 nodes for next week. So, with that being said, that's it for me for tonight. Thank you for watching. Thank you for chilling with me. Thank you for chatting with me. We do appreciate it. Hope you have a great rest of your day or night, wherever you are in the world. Take care, stay safe, drink plenty of water, and I hope you enjoyed the stream. And I'll see you next time. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Thank you, Again, thank you for watching, and again, I hope you enjoyed the stream. All right, bye-bye.